for putting forward such relevant, concrete, impactful solutions, like the ones that we're going to get to know today, to walk the talk and make this happen. We have a rich agenda for the next hour. We're going to begin with a keynote to frame the scene, to talk about why this is important. Then we're going to move on to a panel discussion with a high-level group of experts that you're going to be surprised by, because they have a wealth of experience from multiple backgrounds: government, private sector, conservation funds, finance, science, as I already said. And we're going to unpack a bit more what does innovation mean on the territories, why it is important, and how to engage with private sector to make this happen. Then we're going to move to an exciting part of today with a special announcement from KfW and IUCN on a new program of the World Innovation Facility. And then we're going to wrap up with some Q&A from your side. So I'm happy to begin introducing our keynote. Heike Hen, we invite you to the stage to set the discussion. So Dr. Heike is Director of Energy, Climate and Environment, as well as Commissioner for Climate Policy and Climate Financing at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. She has a vast experience in the field of development policy, covering research, NGOs, and government. So welcome, Dr. Heike, to the stage.
Good morning, everybody, and really good morning and warm welcome, if I may say, although it's not my pavilion, of this esteemed panel. I really look forward to the discussion. And it's great to be here in Cali, and really I can only compliment the Colombian government for hosting this COP in such an ambitious, open, and inspiring way. So every day we see around us really what it is about, specifically thinking about indigenous peoples and local communities. So this is a really inspiring setup. But today, it's about basically how we finance the emission and the progress in nature for biodiversity that we need. We know we are not there. We know we lose species, we lose we have higher emissions, we lose forests like every day. We fall short to mobilize the necessary investment for biodiversity, for nature, for climate, and I would like to add also for people, because the shortcomings in SDG financing and the growing inequalities nationally and globally are, from my perspective, really interlinked. So we cannot achieve the one objective without the other. So this is a bit the task, and finance is lacking, and everybody is talking about innovative ways of financing, this and that, private sector, blended finance. And we have necessary and good discussions around all of this and need to have it, but it's challenging. So the silver bullet is not there, and there are so many, things we have to be careful about also. And one of the key things that also everybody is talking about is, of course, carbon markets, carbon pricing, biodiversity credits as well. So, and including international voluntary carbon crediting schemes, knowing that Article 6 is not yet finalized, hoping that finally COP29 will solve this. So, a huge potential, but there are also, again and again, some studies, media articles that pose important questions, sometimes with correct data, sometimes with less correct data, but posing important question about really the integrity of those voluntary carbon markets. And if not, it's a distraction from mitigating in the systems of the companies or other demanders in the first place. So, and this is particularly true when we coming to nature-based solutions, which have a high potential. We need more green, more blue infrastructure and not all this gray stuff. But questions of integrity, of permanence, and also of participation, of benefit sharing with indigenous people and local communities are important. And we have them always as an actor, Germany, who still believes in the necessity to make progress with these markets, we have them always at the back of our mind if we move forward on some of the different programs and initiatives that we have. So if carbon markets, carbon pricing schemes have to have in the voluntary market a chance, then they need to be really up to top-notch credible standards. We have to do it well. Only then can we really speed up the transformation, not only for 1 or 2 years, but really in permanence. So some of the criteria that we try to apply on the supply and the demand side are, for example, reliable reference scenarios like baselines, the question of additionality, permanence. I already mentioned some of the key requirements. And on the demand side, as I hinted at, it's important how those are used. We are engaged in discussions, what about fossil fuel companies that use those type of credits to be then on the path to net zero? This is a difficult discussion to have also, for example, in the European or German public. So how can we align in a meaningful way the ambitious mitigation efforts while ambitiously and with integrity also advance on this innovative carbon markets? So nature, we all know, has been incredibly patient and gentle with us, but it's getting impatient by the minute. So all the resources that help us really pretend that we are not destroying nature, because the oceans, the forest are the carbon sinks that keep our planet healthy, although we experience the impact of climate and nature crisis also every day. So this will necessarily accelerate when we have the data. So we have to make progress. We need to be bold and ambitious by being careful. So therefore, Germany is engaged in a couple of initiatives. We have in Germany, for example, a foundation that I was leading in the supervisory board for a couple of years that works with almost 2,000 companies to really bring them up to speed, to integrity, and also, mobilize them not to do the usual thing, but be ambitious also in voluntary engaging in those markets with quality. Also today at 7 o'clock we announced with the Legacy Landscapes Fund, for example, talking about benefit sharing, the first call for direct IP&LC managed landscapes for permanence for 15 years. So we try to really engage on different levels, and I'm happy to announce that with the Walled Innovation Initiative, we initiated a new program that is intended to act as a catalyst to develop this new carbon sinks projects with quality. Walled meaning forest in Germany, but it goes well beyond forest, with seagrass, with mangroves, with peatlands. So really all the carbon sinks we need, with quality and quantity. And therefore, I think Germany, we want to continue to engage, continue also on the biodiversity credit discussion to make progress, but bring really this ambition for quality also into the discussion in order to have new innovative financial instruments for the long run and not only for the short run. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heike, for such a powerful speech and clearly outlining the relevance of connecting the dots of private capital, but also outcomes in the territories for the beneficiaries, the indigenous communities, and also biodiversity, and the need to innovate, but also scale up what we have and doing it with high integrity, and also innovating, but on the approaches of the ecosystems that we pick, not only on the instrument, more like leveraging an existing instrument like carbon credits to scale up impact. So now we move on to our discussion panel. As I said, We have a group of highly experienced professionals that I'm really happy to share this panel with. So we have Rosa Lemos. She is the CEO of FONBIO. FONBIO is the largest biodiversity conservation fund in Brazil and a long-standing partner of KfW. For instance, it implements the ARPA project or program, which aims to support the conservation and sustainable management of 60 million hectares to 2039. And also the Floresta Viva project, which has the objective to restore key biomes. Both have been received funding from the KfW, so it's really good to have you here. We also have Bernardo Strasburg. He is the co-founder of the International Institute of Sustainability, IIS. Bernardo is an economist and an environmental scientist, and he has an in-depth focus on ecological recovery and restoration. He has played a key role in mobilizing action in project development and policy through his scientific knowledge. We also have Sylvie Goulart. She's co-chair of the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. She also has a wealth of experience on international issues, climate-related financial stability, and financial public education. He has served, among others, as member of the European Parliament. She has been Minister of Defense of France and Deputy Governor of the Banque de France, the central bank. And we have Adriana Henao, Principal at Terra Global Capital. Adriana has over 20 years of experience in rural development with projects across 30 countries across the world. Currently at Terra Global, she is focused on identifying and sourcing nature-based solutions with high impact and connecting them with private capital. So as Dr. Heike was mentioning, carbon markets have been developing for a while now, and they have proven to be an effective way to mobilize capital to the restoration and conservation of key ecosystems, something that was very hard to do before carbon markets. And there are questions around integrity and transparency and the co-sharing of the benefits and so on. But we need to not discard it, but also rather think how we can use them more strategically, how we can combine the climate benefits that they bring with the biodiversity benefits and also the benefits for the local communities, also taking into account that they are a key part of climate policy kits of countries across the world. So, Rosa, I would like to start with you. You have tons of experience on preserving biodiversity in one of the world's biodiversity hotspots. So you have seen it all, basically. And I would like to ask you what has worked and what has not worked in developing carbon projects on the ground. And if you can explain a bit more how it works, what is needed to ensure the impact of these implementations, who are the buyers, who are the stakeholders.
Thank you very much, my dear. Thank you for the invitation to be in this panel, and congratulations, KfW, with the new facility that is being launched here today. I'm going to talk to you about Floresta Viva, which is the program that was already mentioned here, which is a partnership between the Brazilian Development Bank, the German corporation, and the private sector. 2 years ago, the Brazilian Development Bank launched a challenge. For every dollar that they put into restoration, they asked private sector to put $2 as a matching fund. Surprisingly enough, there were 15 private companies that responded to that challenge. And some of them are actually putting more than the $2 required for the matching. So it's considered a huge success in a very short time. So in this program, FONBIO fortunately is the agency to implement it. It's a partnership for restoration, but can also be seen as a carbon sequestration program because it will generate high-value carbon credits. No, the investment so far has secured $100 million of investment, and there's another $50 million that is being in the works for the matching fund. So, and also it's a very ambitious project because it's going to work in all 6 biomes in Brazil, plus the coastline with the mangroves. The project aims to restore 35,000 hectares in all those biomes, and to sequester roughly 11 million tons of carbon in 25 years. It is an 8-year program that will open call for proposals and receive projects. So far, we have launched 5 call for proposals. We approved 26 projects, and in the next 6 months, we are going to launch another 5 call for proposals. And there's a very important data here is that for all the projects, Fumbi has been working with restoration for about 10 years. And the 35,000 hectares goal, it's probably going to be more than that. In our experience, the projects, they reach roughly 20% more than they have set up to reach in restoration. And the restoration in this program will focus in protected areas and indigenous lands, which has many advantages. First of all, you can guarantee the permanence of the forest because you are within a protected area. You also have legal security to trade carbon if you wish, because protected areas have legal status on the property of the land, which in Brazil, it's in many areas, it's a problem of tenure, that you don't have clear tenure of the land. So by focus in protected area, indigenous lands, small farmers' properties, you are guaranteed the legal security of the program. And it's not just a carbon sequestration project. It also has several benefits: biodiversity benefits, freshwater restoration, climate benefits, and socioeconomic benefits. The first restoration project, the first call for proposal was for mangroves. Brazil has 10,000 kilometers of coastline and a lot of mangroves that have been, it's also the area most inhabited in Brazil. 75% of the population is along the coastline. So mangroves were heavily affected by population occupying it. So it is very relevant for conservation of mangroves. And we are beginning a study to determine how much carbon the mangroves that we are restoring will generate. We don't have that data. As I said, the first projects started short of a year, 10, 11 years they were hired. So this is a new, it's short time to determine the amount of carbon we'll sequester, but there is a program already underway to work with that. In the water restoration, for example, the last call for proposal focused on Pantanal, which is the largest wetland that we have in Brazil, and I think in the planet. I don't think there's one more than that. However, Pantanal has lost over 50% of its surface water because the headwaters are outside the biome. The headwaters are in the drylands, and the drylands have been occupied with agriculture, especially soy and sugarcane. So, soy and rice. So we focus on the headwaters of the Pantanal so we can recover the water flow to the biome. So there's another benefit from the project. The social benefits are many. You promote seed collection, nurseries, and technical assistance that generates income for local population. In the case of protected areas, they are strict to use. The communities around the protected areas are the one that benefit. In the indigenous lands and in the protected areas that are for sustainable use, the communities within those protected areas have great benefits, not only economic, but they also get food security, water security, and they can benefit from the income generation. Another benefit from this project is that it's structuring and strengthening the restoration value chain in Brazil. The restoration value chain is not very structured, and this is a benefit from the project as well, because we are working all over Brazil, 6 biomes. The wealth of experience that we're collecting from this program will help us to lower the cost, plan better for nurseries and seed collection that can not only be used by this program, but also by other restoration programs in Brazil. So it has a wide benefit, not only for the areas, but also for the country. And it contributes to the Brazilian NDC, which is 12 million hectares. It's quite big, quite large. Most of it is natural restoration, but there is also the need for actual planting of trees. The studies on carbon credits are still going on. As I said, the project is very new, but there are some attention that we need to put into this, to consider. One of them is a special attention to the communication, using clear and accessible language for the communities when you're explaining what a carbon credit is, to avoid reputational risks and also disputes among the community. We also need to deepen the analysis of the rights to issue and negotiate credits within especially indigenous communities. This is something very new. They don't have the understanding of what it is. They don't know the implications. So those are 2 issues that we have to be very careful if we're going to start trading, when we start trading carbon credits. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Thank you for giving us such a concrete example, and wow, it sounds like a truly impactful initiative that does exactly what we're talking about today, how to think of carbon projects and nature-based solutions beyond the forest in other key biomes. And it is challenging, and you highlighted the importance of having or building the enabling conditions like regulation, engagement with local communities, understanding the realities of the ecosystems and measuring their impacts. But there was something that caught my attention, and it's that you said at the beginning that you found interest from 15 corporations in the country, and that is super key because these markets need demand. And that connects really well with my next question to Adriana. Adriana, Terra Global stands at a very unique position, both developing nature-based solutions and investing in nature-based solutions. So if you can tell us a bit more about the expectations of the private sector, both investors and off-takers, and also how relevant biodiversity gains are for them.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. I'm coming from Terra Global Capital. Our company has 18 years of experience with the carbon market. Initially, it was created to connect private sector, the private resources with the MBS. And finally, that idea came through last year. But within all these years, the company developed different or co-developed different methodologies and helped the voluntary carbon market to develop over the years, to evolve, to mature. So we have a very good experience in around 40 countries, technical experience, and now we have like the resources to invest on those. So we are at a very good position to evaluate, to assess, design, implement, and invest in those projects across the world. And yes, well, definitely the appetite is there. We all know. And we have been working with biodiversity always with the CCV. Is in all our projects, we have carbon, community, and biodiversity, and it's a priority. And right now, we are involved also in the pilot project from Vera, SD, Vista. It's going to be launched this afternoon. So we are working in a couple of projects trying to develop the methodologies, the experience, and base in our current projects and the involvement of our communities, the communities where we are working in the projects. So we are trying in general to mobilize within the next 5 years or so, $23 billion in climate finance. So within our investments and the credits that we are trying to mobilize. So it is a very considerable amount of money, but we are trying to do it right. And how? We are trying first to involve with the technical organizations, with research initiatives. So that's why we are very happy to be present today and to participate with the World Initiative, and thankful to KfW for the invitation and mostly to support these kind of initiatives because they are key. We need data and we need good partnerships. These kind of platforms are super useful. And mostly speaking about my role, that we are trying to find the right projects with the right partners, but we need data. Sometimes it's like, yes, we want to invest in that project, but we don't know exactly the benefits or the long-term impact, and we don't have like the ex-post information to make a good informed decision, and mostly to secure the investment, our investors, and to reduce the risk of our investors. And for us, is key also, the other part, is our projects are very participative with the landowners, and we are working with many communities, indigenous communities, Black communities here in Colombia as well, and well, across the world. But they are from the beginning, like demanding the involvement of the biodiversity subject. So it's one of our key points for our screenings, is to analyze all the situation in terms of biodiversity in all the areas where we are working, and to compile it. Of course, we use wonderful resources as IUCN and many different key organizations that help us to advance on this. But definitely, we are also working and trying to secure. And I'm with you with that, the blended finance and all these public-private initiatives. We don't have like the silver bullet, and we are trying to secure those. We are working hard, but they are very challenging. So we need to, all of us, keep working together to really make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And if the question was, is there demand? It's very clear that there is demand, and there is bold action as well, talking about bold action. But then you touch another key issue, and is we need credible, robust data to prove this to investors. And then that connects to the question to Bernardo. Bernardo, thinking about how to catalyze innovation and different approaches of nature-based solutions, can you give us some example of what that innovation and approaches to NBS on the ground can look like, and also how we can implement high-integrity monitoring to make the biodiversity benefits clear for investors?
Okay, thank you. First of all, thanks KfW and IUCN for the kind invitation. It's an immense pleasure to be here and sharing the panel with such distinguished panelists. And on the day of the launch of such a potentially groundbreaking initiative as the Vault. In terms of innovative solutions, I would like to point as, given that we're here at the Biodiversity COP, where so much about biodiversity credits or other mechanisms are being discussed, but also in strong connection with the climate convention, and hopefully there will be some sort of decision at this COP about strengthening the links between the Rio conventions, and which as someone who comes from Rio, is for me particularly important, but also as an academic, and that's where I would like to focus a bit on the innovation of bundling together different aspects of the whole benefits nature provides to people. Back in Rio, we decided to treat them separately into different conventions, but I think the moment is coming where targeting those benefits in the same projects, it's increasingly important. So I'm very happy to hear that the World Initiative is going that direction. As an example, I led a paper published in Nature 4 years ago with IUCN colleagues, as Tom Brooks and other from around the world. It was a paper at the request of the CBD on the post-2020, the post-2022 Global Biodiversity Framework, where we looked into the synergies of prioritizing ecosystem restoration globally, take into account first only carbon or only biodiversity, and then the outcomes are good for the one you are focusing, but moderate for the other one. For instance, if you target only carbon, you get about 60% of the potential benefits of biodiversity only. But if you target both of them in the design phase and you optimize restoration for that, you get 95% of both. So there are powerful synergies to be taken there. Another conclusion that I believe is quite important, this paper shows, and many others, is that of international cooperation. In particular in the realm of biodiversity, if you target the achievement of targets within only your country, then you reduce benefits that could arise from global cooperation by 35% and costs increase by 50%. So designing mechanisms that can both tap into multiple benefits but also into international collaboration to achieving goals will deliver 50% more benefits and reduce costs substantially. One example of innovative solution I could mention is that 3 years ago I launched an initiative called Regreen, which is a public benefit cooperation to deliver ecological restoration using this optimization science for both benefits and applying that in Brazil. And I think a key innovation there was to, at the same time as we are targeting 21st century ecosystem services markets, such as carbon and biodiversity, we are also in the same projects targeting sustainable management of non-timber forest products and other millennia-old markets. As a result, in these 2 years, we raised about $300 million in investments for restoration in Brazil, and we aim to achieve 1 million hectares of restoration there. My final comment is about high integrity. I did my whole PhD on high integrity additionality for RED back in the 2000s. And but in addition to a personal commitment, our investors were very keen on high integrity in a sense that we design all our projects to meet all current maximum standards, such as a 5-star ecological restoration according to the Society for Ecological Restoration. All projects are CCB according to Vera. We are very happy. We went to the launch the other day at the Botanical Gardens of the Global Biodiversity Standard, and we are also intending to apply those in addition to also the high-level panel on biodiversity credits principles. And the reason the investors like that, and I think this is very powerful, it was the argument that it future-proofed their investments. These are nascent markets. Restoration takes time. We'll probably need to be selling these projects 10, 15, 20 years down the line, which will be the standards required, not now, but then. So aiming for the highest integrity we can future-proofs investments. So you achieve both benefits. You have a high integrity, which is what we want, and investors also are attracted by that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for exemplifying and highlighting the relevance of setting biodiversity high standards from the get-go in carbon projects, so it's not an afterthought, and you can materialize these gains. And now I would like to close this round of the panel discussion with Sylvie. Sylvie from the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. What do you think about this discussion? Is this the way to go to combine biodiversity outcomes as an objective of carbon credits? What is your view on this approach?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm so glad to be here with the KFA. We had a fantastic cooperation. I thank you, Christiane. I thank Kaitimo and all your team, because you were very helpful, and the IUCN, Razan El Mubarak, was member of the panel. So let me explain maybe in 2 minutes very rapidly what we tried to achieve. We were tasked by the French and the British government to build a global panel. It was not at all Franco-British stuff only. And so we gathered people from all around the world. And the idea was to focus on the biodiversity credits. So this was the goal, and it was for the implementation of the target 19 of CBD. So this was clear. And we tried to identify high-level principles, as you said, because one of our goals was to promote only instruments with high integrity. That's the reason why, for example, we took a very strong position of not allowing international offsetting without any conditions, etc., etc. That is also the reason why we included, since the beginning, in a very active way, indigenous people and local communities representatives, because we share what you said before. It needs to be done with the people. So I feel very, very at ease in this panel, even if you have more experience than I do, all of you. So this is the way we work. So to focus on biodiversity, to make clear that we look at all the complexity with excellent scientists as well. Alexander Antonelli, for example, who is a Brazilian guy working in Kew, and others. We had the knowledge partner. So we try to focus on biodiversity. But then, of course, as you perfectly said, you cannot separate the two topics. And maybe it was even a mistake to think that it could be sequential. When you discuss with some public administration, I was in the French Central Bank, we have a fantastic network of central banks, we worked actively with central banks in the South. Sometimes you have the feeling that people believe we could put climate first and biodiversity will come when we are competent enough. Sometimes it's for very good reasons, because people consider they are not sufficiently trained or they don't have the capacities, etc. But I think it would be a mistake. And I'm quite sure that in the panel we were sharing this idea that the holistic view is important. First of all, because of science, in the traditional Western sense of it. The second thing is one of the things I learned really with representative of indigenous people, because for them nature is nature. So you don't separate. It's quite a strange idea. It's quite a strange idea if you think that we could separate. So that's the reason why, step by step, first of all, because we wanted to stick to our mandate, we ask ourselves, what do we do with carbon market? There was also, I must confess, a little bit of a tactical idea in the way we keep carbon for the end of the discussion. It was because some products are not appreciated. So we wanted to have a discussion, a robust one, and not be... Yeah. So we moved. And one of the 4 use cases we identified 3 use cases linked to biodiversity in setting a value chain by companies to increase the resilience of their value chain contribution and local compensation with critics. But the 4th one is actually the combination of carbon and biodiversity. And what we hope, and I will conclude there, is that all the efforts we made in the framework to set the bar very high on biodiversity could help or contribute to the discussion that is taking place right now on how to make the carbon markets more high integrity. And I'm quite sure, maybe I'm wrong or too optimistic, that maybe it can help actually not... For the people who want to increase the integrity of carbon markets, the best way is also to include biodiversity. Because if you put biodiversity, then you need to look at the local dimension and the people on the ground. You need to look at these synergy in the positive sense, but also sometimes trade-offs that are one of the reasons why these products are not high integrity, because you take any kind of trees, etc. So I stop here. I hope that we contributed to a topic which is much bigger than what we were tasked for, but I'm quite confident that it is the right way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. And thank you to all our panelists for the insightful conversation. And now we move to a very exciting part of today's session. Please join me in welcoming Christiane Leibach, member of the board of KfW Group, and Gretel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN, to the stage for a very interesting special announcement and the introduction of the World Innovation Facility. Welcome.
Sorry, I was just... Yeah, thank you very much, and a warm welcome from our side as well. Thanks to all of you panelists for such an fruitful and an in-depth conversation and discussion. And thank you very much, Mrs. Hen, that you are joining us here today. I think we were both, our institutions, BMZ and KfW, very much involved in creating this idea together about the World Fund, and we're very, very pleased that we can launch that here officially today. Yeah, when I was listening at the panel, I think there were sticking out to me three major topics that you highlighted in a lot of dimension and with a lot of knowledge. And that was innovation, that was partnerships, local communities, connecting official money with private capital, and that was transparency and integrity. And I think these three dimensions are really very, very important for all of us when we think about how really to promote biodiversity, how to innovate new facilities, how to kind of get to a next level of working in that field. We as KfW with the BMZ have a 4 billion portfolio in biodiversity. So I think it's fair to say that we have a lot of expertise and know-how. But I think we're getting at a stage now where just thinking from a project by project basis, it's not enough anymore. And I think there the World Facility can really contribute quite a bit. Yeah. You mentioned it already, Wald stands in German for forest, and you might wonder why that is the case, but I really think that Germans have an emotional attachment to Wald, yeah, and I think it was well chosen from a German perspective, but nevertheless it has a global approach, that's for sure. And so we kind of really found something which fits into this WORLD acronym, because it says World Alliance for Landscape-Based Decarbonization. So we both brought it together and fit it into the world, the emotional attachment and what we really want to achieve. So what does the World Facility wants to do, and the platform? Yes, it is really about getting into concrete projects, concrete initiatives, really to balance, I think, two things. On the one side, and we have heard that and you described that very well, we know that when we look at the frameworks, at be it Article 6, be it voluntary schemes, there's still, there's still a lot to do, yeah, and there's still very, very incomplete, yeah, although so much effort is put into that, and I really, really think that is really worthwhile putting a lot of future effort in that. On the other side, waiting till this is kind of complete and ideal and then starting doing something, it's definitely too late. So we were really we're really thinking that some things have to be done, and so I think it is really helpful to create this platform and start doing things in a bit of different way. And I think in particular the innovation part is the first piece of the World platform we want to launch here today, because as said, I think it needs innovation, it needs new ideas really to make progress on that. It will focus on projects which are focusing on, be it mangroves, agroforestry, seagrass. The local communities and NGOs will be in the center of it. The calls for proposals goes out, and we hope that we get a lot of really great proposals back. Yeah, the thing is, supported by the BMZ, we're starting with a 9 million facility. I think that's a very, very good start, this innovation facility. And his main role is really to work as a catalyst and to get into concrete doing. So we're very much looking forward to that, and we're really very glad that IUCN joins us in that effort. We are, as you already said, we are long-standing partners, and I think that we have a good team that created the platform, and we'll get into the actual doing. We're very much looking forward to that. Grateful for you and your team, and thanks again for this official launch here, that we can here be at your facilities at the Cali COP. Thank you so much. I think we see the new website then, is it?
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's not.
yeah.
Just a screenshot.
Just a screenshot, yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Christian. So very exciting news indeed, and thank you very much to the panelists for the great examples, and also of course to KfW and Christian, also for your words and for launching this incredible initiative. So let me say something about this initiative. Perhaps there are two things that really are exciting about this initiative, especially for IUCN, but I imagine for all of us. The first is, if you read the letters, the small letters down the innovation for nature, it says strengthening biodiversity and livelihoods outcomes in nature-based carbon projects. I think that the innovative part of this initiative is precisely that it will benefit nature and that it will benefit people. I have not seen many initiatives that combine carbon markets with benefiting biodiversity and people. And when I say people, of course, I'm imagining the many communities around the beautiful places of this planet, but also I'm imagining indigenous peoples, I'm imagining everybody who lives there on the ground. So this combination of, climate change considerations with carbon markets and biodiversity and people is really unique. And I really applaud KfW for bringing this vision, because it's the one we need. Here and even in the Climate Change Convention, there is a lot of talk about, oh yes, we cannot separate climate change and biodiversity. But to move from the talk to the action, that's another thing. And here is what we are doing. Moving from the talks of, yes, we have to link biodiversity and climate change together. Now we're moving. And this is very, very exciting. Let me also say another thing that really excites us in IUCN. And this is that aside from being, of course, another forward-thinking collaboration with the bank, and with KfW, I'm sorry for saying this, but we feel part of the KfW family in IUCN, because we have been collaborating in so many incredible initiatives. Here we are in Latin America, so here in the Selva Maya, it has been amazing the work that we have been doing between Mexico, Belize, and Guatemala. Also the landscapes projects in Latin America, the Tigers project. So many things that we have been doing together, but this one is really a jewel, because we are moving the needle coming from the discourse to the action. But the second thing that especially excites us in IUCN is that IUCN work on measuring nature positive will contribute to the innovation facility. This week, we have heard many presentations, of course, about nature positive and how this is evolving, and little by little, but is evolving with new thinking and disruptive markets. But our approach is to measure the impact of the private sector actions into biodiversity in two ways. One is in species, and the other way is on the impact
on ecosystems. And for that, IUCN has the IUCN Red List with 60 years of existence, and of course, our Red List of ecosystems. These are no new tools. These are tools that IUCN, the Red List of ecosystems, 10 years, IUCN Red List, 60 years that we celebrated last night. But what is new, and we are very happy to join KfW in this initiative, is that now we will put those tools at the service also of the private sector and initiatives like this. And I think that for IUCN this is very exciting, because that means that also our institution is moving to the future, because we will not achieve any conservation goals without the private sector. So the combination of the private sector, communities, governments, and a lot of course, passion and willingness is what will make us really achieve targets on the ground. So tools like the IBAT or the START that we have, and for the ones who do not know those tools, I invite you to Google and see them, because they are really at the front of this, and we are happy to be able to use those tools within this initiative. So I'm very, very excited, and I think that the call will open in November for new projects. So this is amazing, amazing. It has been really quick that we put together this initiative. And what is more wonderful about this is that many will benefit. And I think that this is what we are here to do, to benefit people, because we're benefiting nature. And this is an incredible new initiative. But also I think that the carbon markets, and many of the panelists mentioned this, high integrity is key. We have seen many carbon projects that not necessarily have high integrity. And I have to say this because this is what is happening. So many companies and organizations doing, being part of the carbon markets, but not necessarily with high integrity. And I think that this initiative will also bring to the table how to do things right, how to use the carbon markets, biodiversity, and benefit people all together in one equation. So congratulations to all the ones who have been involved. Thank you, KfW. We are so honored to continue being a partner of the bank and of course of the German government that we have been partners for so long with a great office in Bonn. So thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you. And an incredible initiative indeed that promised to deliver all the things that we have mentioned: partnerships, collaboration, innovation, also high integrity, and it is a new facility that provides startup grant to make sure that these investments go to the grounds and spread across the world. So keep an eye out for the applications and the call for ideas that are going to be out in a couple of weeks, and spread the word to mobilize and promote this opportunity to make this happen. Thank you everyone for joining, and let's reach out later.
colleagues, we'll start in a few minutes. We're just waiting for, because it's so busy, we're just waiting for a couple of our speakers to arrive. So if you could just bear with us for a few more minutes until we get the full panel here, and then we'll be ready to go on what I promise is a super exciting event. Thank you. So, colleagues, can we take our seats? We'll just we'll get this show on the road. So, good morning, colleagues. Please, if you can just come forward, take your seats, and we'll get started. Okay, I'll just wait for everyone to take their seat. And okay, let's get started. Just check the time. Yeah, perfect. We're in time. So, is everyone ready for some conservation good news? That's not good enough. Is everyone ready for some conservation good news? Yes! Okay, fantastic. Because this is what we are now going to look at what I think is a real success story. Previous session, we had we talked about this. IUCN's got a long, deep-standing collaboration with KFW, supported by BMZ, and we talked about looking forward with some new innovation. Now we're going to look backward and see how this really works, how we put conservation on the ground. We have tiger populations globally have increased by at least 40%. It could be higher because there's a range. At least 40% in 10 years. The Ram is going to tell you it's even more amazing in Nepal. And I'd say I beg your pardon. I should have introduced myself. I'm too excited about this to introduce myself. I'm Stuart McGuinness. I'm the Deputy Director General of IUCN. And I've heard lots of people say I've got the best job. I've got the best job because I look after the IUCN program. Now. Like a parent, we shouldn't have a favourite child. We treat our children equally, but sometimes there's a child who works well, doesn't do any problems, delivers up well, helps around the house. I'll say actually, in case my 4 girls are listening, all of them are perfect. So, but this is one of my favorite children. This project is so fantastic. We have made real conservation change. And as you listen to the presentations today, I think maybe just think there's many factors and many success factors that we'll deal with. But there's 3 that I'd like to just highlight up. As Gretel said in the last presentation, and as we announced last night, you can only make good conservation decisions if you've got good conservation data. And having the red list and being able to determine where and how we make those interventions has been critical. Secondly, and it's a big thanks to KFW and BMZ, sustained long-term funding. And then critically as well, conservation empowerment and conservation engagement and empowerment. Many other factors, but as I say, listen to those because those messages will come out. However, you're not here to listen to me. You're here to listen to a really fantastic panel. So with that, I would like to invite my colleague and friend and Director General, Gretel Aguilar, to give some opening comments and welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Good morning. And thank you for being here. Indeed, this is a moment of good news. We are celebrating 10 years of successful stories. And maybe let me start by one, because I saw tigers for the first time like a year and a half ago. You know, I went to India several times and to other countries to try to see tigers, even with my family. I never saw one. So then it happens that a year and a half ago, I went with the India government actually, and I saw not just one tiger, but I saw 2 tigers with the cubs. which it was really a moment. I was not expecting my own reaction because, you know, I come from these lands, Latin America, where we see jaguars and we see many animals. But the impact that the tiger caused on me, I couldn't control it. I started crying because it was so magnificent. It was so in front of me that it makes you wonder. I mean, we humans, we think that we are the best, but actually we might not be the best, no? And then I had the opportunity to talk to people in the communities. And some of them were not very happy with the tigers. Huh? Some of them were scared. They were telling stories about the cows and the tigers and also the children. Some families were afraid. And then I thought, well, this is of course, the combination of wildlife and we humans and landscapes. You know, to have tigers and to conserve tigers is not just about conserving that tiger. Of course, these are incredible creatures, and I hope that all of you one day will see one because it is really amazing. But it's not just about conserving tigers. It's about conserving the landscape, and it's about working with communities. This is what this project is about. We are not in the project just to conserve the emblematic tiger, that is amazing, but we are in this project to work with the communities and protect the landscapes where these incredible animals live. And by protecting the landscapes, then we are supporting also the communities and supporting the tiger population. So 10 years have passed and we have so many good stories to tell about how the tigers have been conserved, but also how communities now have better conditions and how these landscapes have been restored. And for this, I want first and foremost to thank KfW and the German government. And let me take a pause here to say, when I say the German government, is the German people. Because, you know, we never talk about this, but many of the resources come from the Noma people, from the taxes from the Noma people. So that means people helping people. Even though, you know, we always say KfW, the German government, but at the end, I think that it's about solidarity too. And it's about working together, and it's about a country that really pays attention to others. So I really want to thank the German cooperation and KfW for this, and the people of Germany too, because this has been amazing, and I hope that you, as me, can see the results on the ground, which is really amazing. So I will also like to thank Dr. Kafle Menganat, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Forest and Environment of the Government of Nepal. Thank you very much. And COP Delegate Lead, Dr. Farmida Kanom, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of Bangladesh. Also, I mean, Nepal and Bangladesh have been really key in these efforts. Nothing is possible without the support of the governments. In these two countries, you have the tigers. And you have these amazing landscapes, and you have also the communities that I was talking about. So your openness and your way of integrating with IUCN and the support of the KfW has been really amazing. So thank you to Nepal, and thank you to Bangladesh. So and I have been in your beautiful countries too. So it is really great to see you today here in the room. So we celebrate today, and we also recognize at the same time that much more needs to be done. The pressures of the habitat loss and climate change is still there, and of course we need to work even more on the human-wildlife conflict, because still is there in many parts of this planet. But we are here to celebrate success, because as I have been saying in many occasions here, we have to be inspired by the things that are going well. If we only talk about the things that are not going so well, and that we always talk about the crisis, triple planetary crisis, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. I think that we really have to talk about what is working and how we can replicate this, because that's the only way that we will achieve the GBF and everything that has been discussed here, with action on the ground, with governments that are committed, with cooperation like the German cooperation that that really trust organizations like IUCN and other governments to do the work. So this is the only way. So the more we do of this, the better for all of us, because this is moving from the talking to the real action. And today, let me just finish with saying that in IUCN we're very proud of these 10 years of working together, and we hope that we can continue in this path where we can celebrate great achievements for nature and for people. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Gretel. That was great. I would now like to invite Christian Leibach to give us a keynote, and Christian is on the executive board of KFW. So, Christian, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and to all of you, a warm welcome here for this, really great event. Because as Gretel already said, I mean, it's so great to really have experienced successful initiatives and successful projects, and I think this gives us a lot of energy really to move forward in a lot of other ways on a lot of other continents and countries. If we experience that with good partners, very good partners, good cooperation, we can achieve so much. Unfortunately, I have never been to the tiger habitats. I really would love to, but still it rang a bell while you were talking about that, Gretel, because my predecessor in KFW, Norbert Kloppenburg, I don't know if everybody is still familiar with him. He was one of really the energy behind setting up that project for KFW. And I still remember him, just thought of that, when he was first talking about it, being in one of the tiger habitats and initiating the project. When he was talking to me about it, how emotional he got about it and how his eyes were blinking and all that. And I just thought about that. And so I think there's really something about it. Yeah, I mean, as you said, Gretel, a lot of times we're talking about dangers, risks, shortfalls, and challenges, but I think this is a very, very good opportunity to talk about what is positive, what are the success factors. And you were mentioning, I think, already from our common experience already, some which are really, really very important, local communities, and really we're having good partnerships and support of governments. I think there's one aspect I'd like to add, and that is the regional approach. And I think there, again, the Tiger Habitat Program was leading by example, to work not only country by country, but really have a regional approach and working with cooperating countries. And as we all know, I mean, animals don't know any barriers. And so I think this is really key, add something to nature worldwide by being involved in your countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Christian. That was fantastic. The points you identified are really, when you conserve species, you've got to conserve the habitat, the landscape, and people have got to be involved. And again, I think this is something we keep saying. There are templates for successful conservation emerging. So now we will, before Trevor tells us the details of the report, I'm going to invite Gretel and Christiane if they could come to the front for a photo opportunity so that we can formally launch the report. So, okay. Yeah, I was going to do that. So sorry, Ram and Jarno, could you come as well, please, so that we can. Yeah. Okay, everyone, let's get a big round of applause, please.
Forum where we had some of the practitioners in the field telling us the stories. And it really made me realize that, you know, when we talk about something that this is about tigers, well, it is and it isn't. Actually, what I saw with some of the most empowered people in conservation telling these authentic stories of how they are running these projects in communities, in places, dealing with the issues. And I thought, well, that is the big impact. So it's my pleasure to take you through this, but perhaps in my role as in the Center for Conservation Action, I deal with a number of programs. We deal with forest and grasslands, water and wetlands, World Heritage, protected and conserved areas, species conservation action. And for me, this is one of these initiatives and investments that helped us also in IUCN to crosswalk what we do. That yes, we're talking about species conservation, but species conservation, including with tigers, is in protected and conserved areas, in corridor landscapes, in production landscapes, dealing with other issues. So this is the glue that puts this all together. And so maybe let's go through and I'll try. We won't. You really do have to read the report because I realize that the slides are just a teaser in a way to say, let's have a look here, but a lot of great detail in the report. So the first thing perhaps is at this top level where we know that tigers are emblematic and iconic and represent so much more. So they're also threatened. So as others have mentioned, we saw this catastrophic loss of tigers, just down to 7% of their historical range. And even though we've seen this incredible, let's say, resurgence, it's not across the board. In some countries, populations are still going down, and the pressures on tiger populations are still happening. Destruction of habitats, fragmentation, other impacts, human-wildlife conflict. So it's a great story, and there are great, say, gems inside the stories, but we've got to learn the lessons from where it's working and try and apply them in other parts of the range states where it's not. But the narrative is that conservation can be successful, and not only for species conservation. So, sorry, go back one, so just check. Yes, so perhaps the thing that I'd like to draw your attention to is that we think of tigers in the sense as a keystone predator, the top of the food chain, and that if we can get it right to conserve tigers, we're also conserving the prey species, we're also conserving the habitats all the way through the system. But keystone predators are also really important for other things that are happening in the landscape. When we have more intact forest, we also have more carbon sequestration. We also have less loss of carbon to the atmosphere. And so it goes. We have better water supplies. We have less zoonotic disease emergence. So we're linking the conservation of an iconic species to a whole lot of values in the landscape: cultural, traditional, spiritual, economic, social values. And so that's why this is so emblematic. It's not just an ecological argument, it's actually a systemic argument for conservation of biodiversity for human well-being. Thanks, let's go on. So you know something about the program. It's been going on in cooperation with German cooperation through KfW for 10 years. And it's part of a bigger picture commitment, the Global Tiger Recovery Program. So what the program has consisted of is a number of investments in tiger range states. Most range states are covered, and the idea was, in a way, to create demonstrations along with local partners to show how tigers conservation can develop. So let's go to the next slide. So it is a multi-dimensional approach. It's not about, it's not simply a species conservation action plan. It's about protecting species, preserving habitats, and enabling and supporting people in these landscapes. So it's very integrated. And of course, you realize that, emergent properties of this is that by definition it's transboundary. Tigers are moving around the range states across the borders of countries. They're also, a program like this also enables us to learn and develop understanding and knowledge which we can apply in other similar situations, not only for tigers, but other large ranging predators like leopards. We have the whole issue of, policy change in terms of what we're doing about development of infrastructure, for example, all the way down to local level action. And we've been very, very consistent here to apply environmental and social safeguards to make sure that conserving tigers isn't also generating disincentives and lack of benefits or lack of sharing of benefits to those involved. And then, of course, we have to tie that together with a very strong monitoring framework. So, Mrs. Leibach, I just wanted again credit Germany for helping us do this, because we haven't only looked at tigers, we've also looked at the institutional role. We've been able to develop huge grant programs, monitoring, evaluation, and learning structures behind that. We know how to scale up. And so I think the impacts aren't always seen. Even in a report, we think, hang on, perhaps the question we're going to have to ask is, what are we going to do without the Tiger program? But then we realize people are coming to IUCN because this technology of being able to roll out and warehouse, if you like, a major approach is very attractive to many. So there's a scaling up and broadening theory of change here as well. So with not to spend so much time, but the report really does a good job of looking at how this program has impact. And it's been looked at in two main impact areas. The one is impacts on sustainable development goals. There are just a few mentioned here, and they're kind of obvious ones. But the report goes into all of the sustainable development goals that are relevant. So let's see what page that is. But so there's impacts. you can think there's, of course, impacts on conservation of biodiversity in lands, but there's also issues around gender and poverty alleviation at that kind of level. And then, of course, with the new global biodiversity framework, there's a parallel. So here we have an investment on the ground that is helping deliver impacts that we will measure in 2030 at the level of Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Biodiversity Framework. So the work's not over yet. Thanks. Next slide. So this just gives you an idea of the current extent of the tiger range states, all the way from the north down to the south. And we've been quite careful to select those projects that help engage different communities, if you like, of practice in the different countries. And that's another area of emergent learning, looking at the policies, the enabling environment, the financing methods, across all of those range states. Next slide, please. And then if you look at the numbers, it's going to be hard for me, and for you. So we've mobilized 47.5 million euros. And we've seen, not only attributable to this project, the 40% increase in tiger numbers. So that's important. We've also looked at the number of hectares that have been affected in terms of the restoration of habitats. We've looked at the number of people that have been trained, more than 10,000 people. We've looked at the involvement of women, where 54% of the people involved in the project are women. So with multidimensional projects like this, there's so many lenses that we can look through. So we start with tigers, and Gretel, I haven't seen a tiger either. It's quite distressing. But what we have seen is that by taking a clear focus and something that's attractive and compelling, that we're able to create a scaling up theory of change and achieve that. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the report really touches on and gives you some of the storylines around each of these different topics. So for example, there's been a great emphasis on capacity development to actually monitor tigers. It's not simple. Of course, people are using camera traps and recognition features to look at mark recapture estimation of tiger numbers, and now you have that capability across many of these tiger landscapes. Next one. It's also been an issue of how to address poaching and illegal trade. Of course, it's easy to always blame the others, for the problem that you're experiencing. But I would say this program roots in the idea that if we can get this right, where communities are aware of the value of tigers to their own livelihoods, and we can deal with the issues of compensation for damages caused, then we end up with friends of tigers. And I was so impressed to hear stories from practitioners. You'll see some of these pictures in the report where huge numbers of people, from being terrified of tigers, are seeing tigers as their friend. We are here. These are our tigers. These tigers are protecting us, and we are protecting them. So that an amazing synergistic approach. Thanks. Next one. And so that storyline is well established in the project. So instead of talking about human-wildlife conflict, we're talking about human-wildlife coexistence. And of course, there's some boundaries there. What is tolerable and what's not tolerable. As you can imagine, increasing the number of tigers could be increasing the level of human-wildlife conflict. But actually, it's not the case. What we've got is more empowered communities. If we look at intact habitats for tigers, then they're not so inclined to have to move out and into the villages and towns and production landscapes. Not that that's not a problem. Okay. Next one. And then just about every one of these investments is quite closely located with tigers. Tigers wouldn't exist in the world if they weren't protected and conserved areas. And there's, people think of those, or there's a boundary. It's protected by the law. But of course, protected and conserved areas are in production landscapes and where the tigers live. And they are refuges for tigers. But it requires a lot of know-how and a lot of capacity to govern and manage effectively and achieve the outcomes that we are looking at. So, the rangers and communities involved with tigers these days are not just biologists, specialists in tiger, dental understanding or footprints. They actually have to know everything about economics, socioeconomic conditions, about how you engage communities, how you deal with negotiation and conflict and redress. So conservation is a highly technical enterprise. Next one. So protecting, restoring, and connecting habitats. This is ongoing. Carry on. Next, please. And a very strong highlight is actually engaging indigenous peoples and local communities. IPLCs are seeking recognition. In the global biodiversity framework, we see that everywhere. It's about trust us. We've been here, we understand these situations, engage us in solving these problems. Don't think that you can tell us what to do. It's participatory approaches with authentic roles for decision-making of IPLCs is essential. This is the legacy of the project, that out there are thousands of people in communities who understand the issues better. And we understand the issues better because they've been part of the program. I feel we haven't yet pulled out all the learning. That's a hope. Let's go on. And then there's the sustainable use issue. Many of the projects have had elements about what are people doing currently in terms of their livelihoods and what more could they do. So building livelihood programs around conservation of nature rather than in competition with the conservation of nature. As I said, there's a lot of content in here. If we just go on the raising awareness, the children that are the tiger guardians, you see them drawing tigers in their schoolwork and their role in it. It's really quite touching. Can we go on? And then, of course, what this program has enabled us to do is to bring a whole community of people together. Impossible to name all of them, but these include our partners and our donors and funders and the agencies that we work with. But most importantly, what we've done, every single euro has gone into local action in this project, handled by capable institutions who are out there now, better able to plan their project, better able to implement them with greater skills. This is a legacy that you can hardly imagine when you start a program like this, and I think we're nearly there. So just looking at the road ahead, don't you love these pictures, these camera trap pictures of tigers everywhere? The scope of the program is expanding. We're not finished yet. There's still 6 projects ongoing, and it will go on until 2027. But there's an idea of expanding this to more of these predators at landscape scale. So, snow leopards and others, leopards in these range states of tigers. We've really got to capitalize on the lessons learned. And, working with GIZ and other partners, we have this panorama solutions, and we are trying to make sure that the stories that are coming from the tiger conservation are also being represented in the databases that panorama.solutions offers us. So there's also the issue of capacity development, the strengthening of partners, sharing stories, scaling up impacts, showing that conservation works, and then, of course, thinking about what do we need to do next. And maybe that's a point to think about. We often just think it's about money. KfW is a bank. The bank is investing. But banks around the world are also investing in other things, not always favoring conservation. So there's a huge investment in infrastructure development, in trying to roll out, improved agriculture programs, roads, hydropower plants, and so on. And we need to get upscale to look at, if emblematic nature conservation actually can demonstrate benefits to people, that's a return on investment, then maybe we should be having more investment in avoiding the situations that result in habitat loss and loss of conservation, and switch a little bit to investing in this future pathway, which is not just about grants to local communities. It's about changing the narrative in a country about how land use planning and spatial planning is undertaken, so that conservation can live alongside economic development. So I think we're at the end. Maybe there's one more here. Is it? Is there one more slide? Yeah, I think that is the end. So I'd really like to... Sorry? Oh, yeah, there's the download report. Dow reminded me. I'm not sure you can download from a pixelated screen, but the report is here, and we can easily share the QR code. But I wanted to just thank all of you for your participation and your interest in this, and realize that we have a community, a huge community, thousands, tens of thousands of people that we want to walk the road ahead with, along with these tigers. So thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Trevor, for giving us a comprehensive taster of what's in that report. And again, like Trevor, I would really suggest that you go into it, because it's really rich. Now, we've talked about and we've celebrated and acknowledged the role of KfW, BMZ, the German people. I think Gretel made a very good point. IUCN is also proud to be supporting and facilitating this. But none of this would happen if it wasn't for the work and commitment of the government departments and agencies whose staff go out and coordinate, who work with the NGOs, who reach down and know the communities. So I'm going to hand over now to I would say, the real heroes of the day. And first of all, I'm keeping everybody down here because these PowerPoints are brilliant. So I don't want you to be straining your neck. So when we're finished the PowerPoints, I'll invite everyone up. So we're going to first of all hear from Dr. Ram Chandra Kandel. And Ram is the Director General of the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation in Nepal. So could you take us through what this means? And I know you've got a really good figure for us, which is even more amazing. So could you take us through what this has meant for Nepal over the last 10 years? Thanks, Ram.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having with us to know good results from Nepal. Before going to declare or share the good news of conservation in Nepal, I would like to go back to the history of conservation from about 1950s. If we look back to 1950s about the rhino population in Chitwan National Park, from where we started the initiative of conservation through the designation of protected area in Nepal. That time we were having almost 800 rhinoceros, 100 rhinoceros. And for about 15 years, we were just losing. So was the population of tiger and other animals, and habitat was very good condition. For about 15 to 20 years, we were just losing most of the habitats of Chitwan area. And rhino population was declined to as low as only 100, even less than 100, from 800. So from almost 1960s, mid-60s, we started some informal conservation practices. And from 70s, we started by designating Chitwan National Park as a protected area in Nepal. That time, almost the habitat was declined almost 70%. Habitat was declined to as low as 70%. And then gradually, can we go to the next slide? Okay. Going back to next slide. In 2010, before having commitment of doubling the tiger in Nepal, there was 121 of. Okay. Can I take out the mic? This one. Yes. Next slide. From 2010, because of declining the population and degraded habitat, restoring and reviving the habitat condition in Nepal, we started some most important interventions to conserve the tiger population and its habitat. So for that reason, these are the major tiger bearing range in the country, and in this moment we declared one additional national park, and we extended the habitat of one of the national park. So almost about 5,500 square kilometer was extended, and because of that we reached to the achievement of doubling the tiger population. So next slide. So these are the different level of policy institutional mechanism of tackling with illegal poaching and focusing on conservation and all that. Next slide. This is a higher level coordination meeting being held in the leadership of Prime Minister to talk about the conservation of tiger. Next. This was the very pride moment that our then Prime Minister declared the result of tiger population after the commitment of St. Petersburg in 2010. In 12 years of time, we could successfully more than double of the tiger population in the country. Next. So these were the areas that we extended habitat. These are the very important indicator of our success, because Nepal Army is dedicatedly involved in protection of the tiger, including all other animals and habitat. Next. Next. So this is one of the most important other intervention, that habitat management is the key to increase to double the population of tiger and all other animals. Next. This is also one of the important thing that we intervene to get the community support for the success of the tiger. Through the these are some of the activities that we got success in, collaborating and partnering with the local communities through buffer zone program, livelihood support, rescue and release mechanism, human tiger existence, coexistence and all that. Next. So these are the some camera trapped example of camera trapped tigers from various national parks. This is during the tiger survey, our technicians were being involved in field to carry out this national survey of the tiger. Next. So this is the good news. Before St. Petersburg Convention, we had 121 adult tigers. In 13, 18, and the population was gradually increasing, and we had a target of 250, targeting doubling the population. Later, finally, we could reach as much as 355 tigers in the country. That is almost threefold of increase. Next. So the highest population was in Chitwan National Park and followed by Bardia National Park. In Chitwan there were 228, and in Bardia this is 125. Next. So this is just comparison then and now. This is 18 and 22 in various tiger bearing national parks in the country. Next. These are the major actors behind the success of the tiger conservation or increase in the tiger population. In the top, in the leadership of government, that is represented by Department of National Park, Department of Forest, Nepal Army, Nepal Police, and Armed Police. And These are in the second row, these are the funding agencies. We had a huge support from IUCN KFW for carrying out different activities to support the local communities, to support the conservation, or to support the government agencies and other key stakeholders. And in the last row, these are the important security agencies. They are being involved in to protect, to tackle with the illegal trade and all that. And the next, despite various issues of conservation, this is one of the practice that we did beforehand. There was a huge, dense forest habitat. But in 10 years of time, we were just losing the habitat corridor. And again, after reviving the population, habitat. Next, go to the next. We could again, revive the habitat condition. Can I have water? So this is good example of reviving the habitat, restoring the habitat, going to the other corridor connectivity of the tiger habitat. This is another example adjoining India to Nepal's national park. Go to the next. This was the condition in 2001, and in 2014 we could rehabilitate the habitat like this. Okay, go to the next. So despite various challenges of conservation, we are being able to effectively manage the habitat. Okay. Similarly, we are also being able to protect the habitat very effectively, and corridor connectivities being very effectively managed. We are also being able to manage, maintain the zero poaching of tiger and rhinoceros. As you see in the down below, community leaders is receiving the success, of this maintaining the zero poaching. People are involved in the rescuing of problematic animal and managing them. These are the practices that, because of the linear infrastructures, in the middle slide, figure, you can see that there is networks of linear infrastructures. Because of these, the habitats has been fragmented. Despite that, our development partner has initiated constructing the underpasses, and in recent days they have been giving high priority to construct the alternatives in the form of overpasses or underpasses, so that the animal can have smooth mobility across the habitat. These are the climate resilient habitat management practices that we have been doing with very low cost. Scientific knowledge is very important for the management of the wildlife and then habitat. The resource monitoring and all that things are being carried out. These are the very prominent examples that we have been doing, and we are also taking care of with the high priority in the future. So thank you so much for.
Thank you very much, Ram. Would everybody like just to come and take their seats? We'll hear from Jahidul, and then we'll have a couple of quick questions, and we'll finish off. We'll keep to time so that we're finished at before 12:15. So maybe we can, so that we can move. So let me first of all invite Jahidul Kabir, who's the Deputy Chief Conservative Forests in the Bangladesh Forest Department. But at the same stage, maybe could the speakers would they like to take, because we've got no more presentations, so would you like to take a seat here, and then we'll get a couple of questions. So Trevor, Ram, Christiane and Gretel, yeah, and then we'll, okay.
So still it is good morning, everybody, and welcome. Director General IUCN and the Executive Board Member of KFW, Mr. Ramchandra Kandil, my alumni from WII, and also Trevor. So welcome all of you. I'll tell just a story. How we have increased our tiger number last 10 years. It's a story of last 10 years. You see, it was 2004 when we conducted our tiger survey on the old method, that the Pagmag method, and the tiger number was 440 altogether in Bangladesh part. So it's a huge number, and government actually, we the forest department, we are a bit reluctant. Yes, 440 tiger number in a habitat, it's a unique in the world. We are very happy, but the fact is different. So in 2013, we started the scientific estimation method through camera trapping, and fortunately, I was the team leader of that program. So we conducted our survey, and we find that number comes down to, you see, 106, and it's a big challenge. The then Director General, just he told me, you will be fired and I will be also fired if you publish this result. So I sincerely apologized and said that nothing will happen because we are turning our movement, because it was earlier method and a lot of debate on that tiger number. But this is the milestone. Now if we work, we'll show some success, and that happens truly after 10 years. So in that cases, our number was 106, and we develop our strategies. We develop our strategies. You see the three actions. One is community-based conservation. Number two, regular monitoring of the population of tiger and prey bears. And number three is the patrolling, smart patrolling enforcement. So these three approaches we have adopted. And you see that in the community-based conservation approach, it is a unique approach. Earlier, many tiger every year we lost due to the retributory killing. The retaliatory killing was very high, and tiger-human conflict was highest in the world, in Sundarban, in our part of Sundarban. So that is a big problem. So we developed Village Tiger Response Team, that is the VTRT. And VTRT, you see that unique example how tiger-human conflict mitigation, they plays a role, because we trained them, they are trained, and with the forest department, once tiger comes out to the community, they all together, they you see gather in a place and control the mob, and our technical professional personnel, they just, you see, back the tiger to the forest. And it is all the success comes through the community and local leaders, local community people. This BTRT, we started in 2008, and now after several projects, including this Integrated Tiger Habitat Conservation Project, it continues up to 2024 very successfully. And retributory killing becomes almost zero. Only within these 10 years, one tiger has been killed. So this is a great success for this community-based conservation initiative. We have also from a different level of, you see, community sensitization. We have community management, co-management committee. We have resource user group that we call Village Conservation Forum. We have community patrolling group to patrol with the forest department officials, and we have formed our, you see, the Bag Bandhu, the Tiger Friend. Tiger Friend is a, you see, civil society organization among the communities, the leaders, you see, the journalists, and other professionals. They are the member of this Tiger Friend initiatives, and they actually do the advocacy from the government side. They are the partner of the government. They do the advocacy, awareness campaign, celebration of days, different days, to make the sensitization and awareness. We have another unique program, that is the Tiger Scout. That is the young children and of the school and colleges. They are the scout, they are the tiger, they are the voices of the youth. You know, young voice can change the society. So we have trained them. We annually did the that campaign, annual campaign of the Scout, make that them aware and sensitize and make them educate, and this can change the society. They have changed the society. They can change the elder of their family. They can even sensitize their younger of their family. So in this way, through this BTRT, through this Bug Bandhu Tiger Friend platform, through the Tiger Scout program, so we have sensitized the millions of people in the surrounding area of the Sundarban. You know, you will be amazed that in our part of the Sundarban, around 2.7 million people directly or indirectly dependent on the natural resources of Sundarban. This is all heritage site. Also, this is the, the Ramsar site. And also, this is the only mangrove in the world that have the tiger. So this Sundarban is unique in different ways. It has the almost 30 true mangrove species out of 80 globally. So it has a unique biodiversity value. So this Sundarban, and the tiger conservation, we did a lot of things last 10 years. And as a result, in 2024 survey, we have achieved almost 18% increase of this tiger population in Sundarban. Though you know that mangrove is not a ideal habitat for tiger, because there are a lot of challenges. All the tidal surges is there, cyclone, tidal surges, salinity increase, everything, every environmental and climate change hazard is there, and we have to address the livelihood of 2.7 million people. It's a huge task, 2.7 million people, huge task. But instead of this, we have gained this not big success, I'll say, but it is a success story. And now the tiger population, after consecutive 3 survey, we find 18% increase of tiger population. Under this project, one unique thing also done, that is the prey-based survey. Earlier, we do not have any prey-based survey. The main prey of tiger in Sundarban is the spotted deer, wild boar, and other small animal. They even opportunistic hunter, they even eat the crab and fishes also. So this is the unique in Sundarban. And Sundarban tiger, there is another uniqueness. It's smaller in size than other habitat of tiger. So it's a small tiger in Sundarban. So they are adapted in different. They are very good swimmer. In Sundarban tiger, very good swimmer. They can even travel 4-kilometer canal. From this side to that side. They can travel, yes, they can travel. From Sundarban tiger, the Sundarban Indian part and Bangladesh part, they frequently crossing the border. There is no barrier in this border. So our minister, the then minister, when we published our first report, it comes down 440 and 106. He is tell a story. Don't worry, man, our tiger have gone for a tour in Sundarban, Indian Sundarban. So once you will be very friendly to them, they will come back. So this is the very interesting story. But still, I think there is a lot of challenges in Sundarban. We have just started. 10 years is nothing. We have just started initiative, and we have gained some success stories. But it needs to be sustained. So sustainable financing is one of the important thing that KFW, GIZ is supporting us. We have some government funding is there, government project is there for tiger conservation, as well as the World Bank have some funding. So all this together needs to be sustained for the long term. Otherwise, this success will not bring any long-term result. So I'd like to extend my cooperation from my countryside to KFW, IUCN for their support for tiger conservation in Bangladesh. That's great support, and we appreciate this support will continue for the upcoming days. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much to both Ram and Jahidul. I think that it's fantastic to actually hear how this gets translated right down on the ground. Now, I'm just wondering, have we got a time for 1 or 2 questions? Is it okay? So could we? I really would ask, because we are going to run out of time quite soon. So is there one or two questions, please? State your name, keep your questions succinct, so, and who you would like, or if they're the colleagues you would like to answer that. So is there any questions? So there's one over here. Now.
Hello, I'm Ashikur Rahman Shomi from Bangladesh. I want to share some of my experience. My academic background is wildlife and biodiversity conservation and doing research in biodiversity science. Especially, I am doing the research on the carnivore conservation in Bangladesh. And during the corona pandemic situation, I have measured how much the carnivore mammals are affected by human-wildlife conflict in Bangladesh. So this is not a problem for Bangladesh. It's also a problem for South Asian or other countries. And I want to share something about.
Sorry, could I ask you? Would you ask direct a question?
Yeah.
Because I said we don't have a lot of time. So if you got a specific question, if you could direct it to the panel, please, and then we'll because I want.
I want to ask a question to all. If we have a network for youth to conserve the tigers in the South Asia, is it available in by IUCN, or can we create a network for conservation of the tiger and participation of the youth of the countries which share the tigers in South Asia? So can we create a network through youth?
Okay, thanks, Trevor. I'm going to let you kick that off, and then if anybody else would like to answer, thanks.
I think that's a really good point. It also amplifies what I was saying a little bit earlier, is that we have this community of practice now. We have hundreds of thousands of people involved. So the obvious step forward is to try and keep mobilizing those people in networks. So I think one of the techniques of doing that is to bring groups of people together to tell stories and to document and engage them, so they become part of that bigger network. And this whole program has a strong youth element. So I think we've got the entry point for what you're suggesting. Yep.
One more question, please, and then we'll. And just say again, please, nice, succinct, and yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Krishna Acharya, working in South Asia Wildlife Enforcement Network, secretary based in Kathmandu. My question is, with the increased success of conservation, there is increasing human wildlife conflict and coexistence. Is there any big program actually to initiate in all South Asian countries, not only India, Nepal, to mitigate this conflict by big funding agency or bank and others? It's going to be one of the biggest critical challenge in days to come. Thank you.
Thanks. Indeed, yes. And I must, and actually, even where Gretel and I currently live in Switzerland, where the wolves coming back, there is this issue of human-wildlife conflict needs to be proactively managed. I'm going to start, Jahidul, very quickly, because you gentlemen have got the experience on the ground. You actually said there's actually been a reduction in retaliatory killing. So could you just give a few words on to answer that question? Thanks.
You see, if you have tigers, you know Elberry because you are the DG of forest in Nepal, so you know how to mitigate very well. But as to my experience, you see that as there will be tiger, there will be conflict, no doubt, because you see the young tiger when they'll come out from the forest. The old tiger, they can come out from the forest and lose their territory. During the territory establishment, during the old ages, they can be come outside of the forest. So we have to always prepared for these sorts of incidences. So when tiger will come back, we'll just handle this issue very softly with the community and with the forest department technical person. It will immobilize the tiger, and if he is fit to go back to the forest, we'll send it to the forest. If not, we'll keep it in the captivity. This is the simple procedure, no other alternative. I do not find any alternative of this, because tiger will be always there. We expect that tiger will be always there, and conflict will be there. This is the natural phenomena. We cannot avoid this issue. So we have to be prepared for soft mitigation. Thank you.
Gretel, you wanted to say something?
recognizing that, of course, there is with more tigers, there is this potential conflict, human and wildlife. But I have to say that I have also seen other things. I have seen, for example, how groups of women prepare for ecotourism. I have seen how the conservation of tigers bring additional resources to communities. I mean, I have seen also the positive side, not to reduce what you're saying, because you're totally correct, but I think that also we have to see the other side. What is the potential? You know, who does not want to see a tiger? So, and what is the role of the communities there, and how the communities are going to benefit from this, which I think is something that I have seen in some places, and it is working. These homesteads and all the things that they are producing now for the tourists, I think that it could be also, you know, an option.
Okay. Thanks. I would love to continue this. I think there is such a. We've really just scratched the surface. But as several colleagues have said already, there's a lot of wealth of information in here. Unfortunately, we need to wrap up. But I hope we all go away with a really strong feeling of that conservation works, that the individual roles we play are all contribute, whether it's from the provision of resources, the provision of technical support, the delivery of action on the ground, support for communities, that it really is a partnership endeavour. I would like to really thank all the panelists. I think this has been super. So good. It's a super way to, as we sort of start to come into the last part of this conference of the parties, to reflect not just the challenges, which there are some, but also that the very fact that we've got pathways forward. There is, and I think the other thing is actually the other thing that I would flag up here is this is actually from an economic perspective, this is a very good return on investment. If you look at the money that's invested, if you look at the numbers, Trevor, you haven't seen tigers yet. I think, Christiane, you said you haven't. I haven't either. Gretel has, and I assume Ram, you and Jaridul have seen tigers. But the very fact is, more tigers mean more opportunity to see it. And that actually means that you actually, the role of tourism and the role of nature and sustaining tourism as a key part of an economy. So when you look at what's been invested here, this will have a long-term sustaining impact, not just for the immediate communities around that Gretel described, but actually for the economy as a whole. So I think it's great. I think it really is exciting. I'm going to finish with a but, though, because as you said, I think, Jaridul, there's a lot more work needs to be done. I would say over the last 10 years, Trevor, you mentioned that the tiger is still, its conservation status is endangered. It was endangered, it still is endangered. I think what we've done over the last 10 years have stopped it becoming critically endangered. I was speaking actually to some of my tiger specialists back home preparing for this, and they were saying that with this continued work, it may be quite soon that we could maybe see the tigers downgraded to vulnerable, which would be a real big success. But we need to continue. We need this effort to continue. And of course, tigers are only one top predator, only one carnivore. There are 78 carnivore species at the minute at risk of extinction globally. And I think but the good news is that we have a template. We know how to do that. So maybe I could just ask all of you to give a warm round of applause for our fantastic panelists. And another round of applause for tiger conservation. Thank you very much. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Please come into the room and have a seat. We're about to start the session in a few seconds. A very important session for IUCN and for the world in nature and biodiversity. So maybe I'll just give 30 seconds for everyone to sit down and settle in a little bit. Great. Well, thank you very much. Welcome and thank you all for joining this session on contributions to the nature positive agenda in Latin America and the role of the private sector. As I said, this is an important topic for IUCN and nature, as Latin America has so much important biodiversity that needs safeguarding, and businesses across different sectors really have a strong potential to be drivers of positive change. We have a great set of speakers from the region who will share their experiences and perspectives on what is happening in Latin America currently and what needs to happen in order to enable more action to deliver and drive more and better nature conservation and restoration action, which also benefits people on the ground. So with that, I'll hand over to our moderator of the session, Paloma Munoz, Director of Human Rights Standards at BSR. I hope you enjoy the session.
Thank you so much, Ian, and also thank you to ICUN for hosting this event and inviting us all to participate. So good afternoon, everyone. There are, I think, some that are participating online. So welcoming you all to this session. We're going to have a great discussion on contributions to the nature positive agenda in Latin America and exploring the role of the private sector in that context. As mentioned, my name is Paloma Munoz. I'm the Director of Human Rights Standards at BSR. For those who don't know BSR, I'll just introduce briefly. We are a nonprofit membership-based organization with over 300 company members from all around the world. We help companies on their sustainability journey, companies across industries, including financial institutions. And that includes, of course, on nature, on biodiversity, on climate change, and on human rights. And I want to highlight that not only do we help them on those specific topics, we really are focusing very extensively now on helping companies identify the synergies between these agendas and really kind of build integrated approaches to climate and biodiversity and human rights. It really is a pleasure to have you all here today. As I said, both of you here in person and online. We're going to explore how businesses can be leaders in really driving a nature positive agenda in this dynamic region. I think it's clear to all of us sitting here in Cali, Colombia, that Latin America is very much the most biodiverse region and ecosystems on our planet. That includes, of course, the Amazon rainforest to the Andes to the coastal mangroves. Yet we also know that these natural assets are facing increasing pressures from climate change, deforestation, and also, of course, unsustainable practices, which, by the way, of course, also have significant impacts on people and on human rights. So the private sector has a key role to play in this space. And, that's not just when it comes to stopping biodiversity loss, that's a huge piece of it, but it's also about regenerating natural systems, including in ways that respect and uphold human rights. So today's discussion, we're really going to focus on how companies can take bold actions that align with business strategies and biodiversity goals, as well as contribute to sustainable development in Latin America. We'll hear first from the IUCN Regional Director for South America. We'll then go to two Latin American companies that are really setting great examples for how this can be done, not just for other companies in the region, but globally. And we're going to finally close with we'll go back and forth with speakers representing organizations that are really helping to drive impact on the ground. So really the goal here today is to really learn from these experiences, understand and kind of explore how we can collaborate on a nature positive future, which is, I think, a key theme of this whole conference, as I'm sure you all know. And then finally, how can some of these actions that we're exploring here today really help shape the shape and I would say spearhead efforts globally, in fact, on the role of business in biodiversity. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Gabriel Quijandría, who is going to share some opening thoughts on the importance of this topic.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be with you. UNEP, in its State of Finance for Nature report in 2023, shows that we need to quadruple the current amount of resources that are available to comply with the goals of the 3 Rio Conventions. In the analysis that they did using data from 22, they find that around $200 billion are around for conservation, restoration, sustainable use of biodiversity. And the projection that they made is that we need $800 billion by 2050 to be able to comply with the goals of these 3 conventions: the biodiversity, climate change, and desertification. And the other thing that they find is that most of the resources that are available now are public. Public coming from the public budget, public coming from multilateral development banks and institutions of this type. And that's understandable. We are dealing with a public good in terms of biodiversity. But biodiversity being a public good is something that it's separated from the work of the private sector? No, not at all. And what we need to understand for people like me that comes from a long experience working with the public sector, that there are some strong rigidities happening in the public sector to deal with this. The possibility of innovation, the possibility of moving finance. When you innovate, when you are a public servant and you innovate too much, you might have trouble. You might have trouble with the Contralorías coming after you saying you didn't follow the rules that were established, 50 years ago, and you will go to jail, or you will be expelled from the public service for some time. So bringing the public sector can be a way to deal with these problems. How to innovate, how to move or mobilize resources, how to be able to innovate, to generate different approaches that can be tested within the private sector paradigm, and then taken to public policy, to be scaled, to be replicated in different settings, in different situations. When I was at the Ministry of the Environment, we have let me tell you a very interesting story. We were approached by a national company, a beverage company. They came offering us money to pay for park guards in protected areas. And we told them, why don't you develop a product based in the Amazon fruits that are inside these protected areas? Money for park guards is always needed. But if you can develop a product based on these fruits, then the conservation will have a more long-term duration. And they did that. In a year and a half, they developed the products that are served in the Peruvian Pavilion. You can try them, and all these products come from protected areas. All these products have been able to increase the benefit of local communities that live in these protected areas, and all the measures to harvest the fruits have been improved. So now it's not so dangerous to climb a 20-meter palm to get this fruit, because the technology that they have developed with the support of this private company is available right now, because the arneses were too expensive for the community to have it before. So they used to bring down the palm to get the fruit before. Now they keep the palm. So and what's to finish, what's the formula there? The formula is that this initiative has been able to align the work of the private sector, the state represented by the Protected Areas Service, NGOs, and local communities. It has had a high transaction cost, because you have to put all these different minds aligned. But now it's a very interesting business, exporting these products to the United States, to Europe, and it has changed completely the way how the local communities perceive the protected area by the entrance of this very, very important and a strong partner, which is a company from the private sector. I think what is behind the success is the model, not the amount of money that they have been able to invest. They have a lot of money. They have a big pocket. They are present in 24 countries around the world. But the model, being able to build a model that aligns to the work of these different institutions, and I think that in Latin America we are ready for business. We are to do business like that, and to work in terms of taking this advantage of the power of the private sector in favor of nature. Thank you very much. And to finish, I have to apologize, because I will have to fly to another event in 5 minutes. So sorry.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for taking the time and being here today and sharing that really excellent, practical, measurable example of what this can look like in practice, and really centering the importance of this in the real world and in Latin America. So with that, safe travels, and we'll get started on the conversation. Marina Negrisoli, we'll start with you. You're the Sustainability Director at Suzano, which is a forestry company based in Brazil. And I think, as a company, you've taken some very interesting steps to consider biodiversity within sort of your core business model. I think that's, makes sense. And so just want to try to understand what that transformation has been like, and really what spurred it, what's driving, what prompted this focus on biodiversity for you all.
Sure. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and share the practices and how we have been walking on this journey. Nature is at the core of our business. So biodiversity, water, having a healthy landscape overview, it is the core of the business. And we have been, this year we became a 100-years-old company, and we have been measuring, improving our management systems in a way that we have data that shows that for all measure that we increase how the landscape has more resilience, has better indicators. We have better indicators for our business for the eucalyptus growing as well. So it's kind of obvious for our business, but it's not necessarily for everyone running on this business. So I think this is also a combination of, today it's so clear, it's core of the business, but back in time, 100 years ago, it was on the belief of our shareholders. And they started measuring, they started doing restoration. The way we run our business today, we have eucalyptus plantations intertwined with mosaics of native species around. We basically operate in Brazil. We have a sizable landscape management. We have 2.6 million hectares under management, almost the size of Belgium today, and we set aside for conservation 1.1 million. And biodiversity is so important for us because we also feel that since we are so dependable on nature, we have to cause a positive impact. And the main problem in Brazil of biodiversity is the fragmentation. We have a lot of fragmentation of different plots across the country. And back in 2020, we announced it with a various set of different stakeholders, academia, private sector, civil society, a long-term goal of restoring 500,000 hectares of ecological corridors through the country. And we have been measuring biodiversity, fauna, implementing. We already implemented 11% this year. Will be a major achievement. So making kind of a summary, it's in the core of our business, but we also feel that we need to give back as we are so dependable. So we are going beyond our fence to foster these ecological corridors.
Fantastic. And I think a great example, I mean, yes, it's very core to your business, certainly, but I think really important examples of how it could also be thought through and be done, I think, in different industries. So I think really, really helpful. Let's go to Leticia Guimarães. You're the head of biodiversity at Vale, which is a metals and mining company from Brazil. And so I guess from your perspective, we want to know a little bit about the challenges that you've faced when it comes to really implementing a nature positive action and strategy, and how you've actually managed to overcome those. I think especially in the industry it might be particularly challenging, especially when one thinks about some economic and sustainability objectives, both of yours and of the country. So can you share a little bit about sort of the background on that, your thoughts, and also any examples that you may have in practice?
Of course. First, thank you for the invitation. It's very nice to be here with you. And the first challenge, I think, it's because for mining, the relation with nature is not so clear sometimes. Not so clear like for you. But when we run our dependencies, impact and dependencies assessment, and we understand that the most material dependencies for us is water, it's not possible to mining without water. It's not possible to process the minerals without water. And we saw that the area where the site where we have we have less risks related to water. It's the site where we operate inside the Amazon forest and help to protect 800,000 hectares around our sites. So this is the language that helps the board, helps the company to understand that it's essential not just to reduce our impacts, but to improve conservation and recover for our business. It's not just manage our impacts. Okay, of course we have impacts, we have to manage, we have to improve, and we are working to improve this management for all the last years. But right now, in the moment that we are living, it's most like a business strategy to recover and protect nature around, not just in our sites, but thinking about the landscape and improving in the landscape. And in 2022, we start to review our biodiversity strategy, and we understand that we need to go more deeper and understand how biodiversity is related to water, to climate, with people, and we invite all the teams to discuss the biodiversity strategy, and we end this time discussing with a lot of different stakeholders and building together with a lot of different stakeholders inside Vale and outside Vale. And we finished with a nature strategy, trying to integrate this more, because I think this integration is very important for this new business strategy, to look at the business in a different way and to look at all the stems in a different way. And if I can share one example that is, of course, is not easy, okay? We have the strategy, but integration is not so easy like I'm saying here in 5 minutes. No? But I want to share one of our examples. We already protect a lot of, almost 1 million hectares, 1 million hectares of areas, but we want to be more bold, and in 2029 we launch a forest target. That is, we want to protect and recover 500,000 hectares. And we are doing that in the protection part of the commitment. We want to help to protect more 400,000 hectares, and we are doing this in partnerships. First, we are not able to do that alone. So we are doing this in partnerships. We are trying to help protected areas that are already implemented to develop and be more effective in your management strategies, working with the communities around the protected areas and something like this. And for the part of recovery, we first think about just restore areas. Let's buy some areas and restore. And this is very good, okay. But then the Valley found there is one institution, one no-profit institution that Valley helps and support, say to us, why don't we do that in a different way? Let's engage more communities, let's engage more the climate strategy and biodiversity strategy, and together build something to bring gains for all these three different themes. And we are now investing in business that are able to put new kind of business model, more sustainable, that are working with communities to implement agroforest systems and try to recover in a different model, bring gains for climate, for biodiversity, but improving the outcomes and the generation of funds for the community around in the landscape where we operate, okay? I'm sorry. I talk so much.
No, that's great. I mean, you've also sort of foreshadowed some of the key themes, I think, of the discussion, which is, how to break the silos, how to bring teams together, and actually take on this agenda in a way that's actually effective and holistic, right? And so I think that's a really helpful example to also set the tone. Anton Williams, Executive Director of Profonampe. Yeah, I hope that I pronounced that correctly, which is a Peruvian nonprofit that manages funds for biodiversity conservation. So very curious to hear from your perspective how, whether you've seen any change in terms of how businesses are interacting now with nature, especially in recent years, and whether you're seeing any more, less, or maybe the same level of attention to investments in nature.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak. And if I switch to Spanish, is because I can't find the word in English. So sorry for that. But Profonampe was an conservation trust fund, and now it's an environmental fund. So we developed as an institution. We used to work mainly in the conservation of the protected areas. And 30 years ago, when we were set up, there was a lot of money coming, mainly coming from the GEF, mainly coming later from climatic funds, but also coming from the governments. Yeah. Having said that, you start to see in the last 10 years, and our experience the last 5 with more relevance, I think COVID played a key role in that trend. We start to see more companies approaching the CTFs. Not only Profonampe, we are part of a network of CTFs in Latin America, and you start seeing the companies approaching more institutions like ours, because they have different challenges, in order to develop their activities. If you go to extractive industries in Latin America, we have a lot. In the case of Peru, Peru is a mining country. We are a forest country and we are a mining country, So there is a lot of pressure on the companies to answer the question from the people side, from the communities, that they are asking, okay, what's the value proposal behind giving jobs? Because the first value proposal is give jobs, develop the economy. But then it's what will happen when you go away. And the same pressure from the communities, you're seeing it in the investors. Because nowadays, the investors are searching for global opportunities, and they have also global demands for their standards and stuff like that. So they are starting to see what is the company going to do with that money and how will they develop the business, but at the same time develop sustainability. And for instance, we have a couple of examples to show. We started working with a small mining company. This was like a completely change of mindset in Profonampe, working in conservation and now trying to involve a mining company in the conservation was like, okay, will we do it? Can we do it? What is the type of commitment that that company is looking after? Is it a real commitment? Are they doing it for real, or is it just greenwashing? And what we found out is that they need to do it for real, because the money for their investments came from investors that were requiring nature positive results from the activity. So if they want to access cheaper money or less with money with less cost, they need to start think their activities also on their impact on the nature. And that trend, we are seeing it more and more. Just to finish this question, if you have time, this is a nice pavilion, but you can go to the Pavilion of Peru that we helped to set up. And the main sponsors of that pavilion are private sector companies. And their aspiration to support the pavilion is, we want to engage in these conversations, we want to be part of this conversation, and we want to find a solution together. Because as Gabriel mentioned, they don't have those constraints that normally public sector have and probably some civil society organizations have. What they are seeing is, in their business model, there is a new component in the equation, and that's nature being nature positive. So how can we engage in a transparent and honest conversation, and we try to find solutions together to accelerate a better, more sustainability. No?
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I think you're highlighting there the role of investors, of responsible investment, and shareholders, which actually goes back to your initial point that you had shareholders from a long time ago who really saw the future in this direction, and so I think that's also a very helpful piece of this whole puzzle as we think about collaboration and ensuring effectiveness. So, Leticia, I'm going to go back to you. I think, as we all know, second week of COP16, and we have only seen 25 out of 196 signatories who've submitted their national biodiversity strategies and action plans ahead of COP. So I think recognizing that, in other words, the signaling from governments isn't exactly, sort of very clear right now. Very curious to hear your thoughts on, what you would expect to see from governments in terms of sort of supporting you to advance a nature positive future. And then, sort of very connected to that, I want to dig in a little bit on the regulatory piece. I mean, I know that in Europe we have significant developments coming. The European deforestation regulation, the corporate sustainability due diligence directive, the corporate sustainability reporting directive. So, also a question for you around how some of those laws are potentially impacting you.
Okay. And I will use part of the talk of my colleague here to say that this is very important. This is another component. Sorry, Portuguese. I think it's important to see the investors worry about that, because this is another piece that help us. I talk about risks to maintain our business to the future. He say a lot about the investors. They are very worried about these risks and very worried about the kind of investments that they are doing. This is another piece that is very important to help us to bring this to inside the business strategy. And another point that is very important, it's government and laws and regulations. This help us a lot in these discussions too. And of course, when you have a marketing that is very worried about responsible investments, when you have investors that are very worried about that, it's almost already regulated, okay? So regulation is important. The CSRD came to bring more it's a strong way to put TNFD because they are very aligning together, okay? But our investors are already demand the TNFD and all the request of the CSRD inside the TNFD, okay? So if you have investors that worry about that, you are already in this place. So the second question, I think I answered. But the first question, what I expect from the government, okay, more regulation. The regulations, new regulations reflect the GBF agenda, okay, I think. And of course, what I'm waiting for this COP, I'm waiting the indicators. We are here basically to discuss the indicators of the targets that were established in 2022. And why the metrics and indicators are so important? Because for us, for business, it's very important to be aligned with these metrics, with these indicators, and with these targets to show our results. You talk about greenwashing, and one way to avoid greenwashing, it's show the data, it's show the numbers, and prove what you are doing has results. We are having outcomes for nature, not just impacts, and we are having outcomes for to manage our impacts too. So I think it's that.
A very clear message for the governments, maybe not in the room, but who are here today. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go back to you, Anton. So what do you think can be done to further incentivize companies in the region to drive a nature positive future? And specifically would also be curious to hear about any economic or social pressures that really need to be addressed, either by governments or by business, to really enable this agenda to move forward.
Yeah, I think Latin America has one big constraint, and that's predictability. Yeah? We are countries with fragile institutionality. Some are better. No, you have some examples of countries that have certain continuity in the regulatory framework, but you have a lot of countries that nowadays are moving. The government is moving too fast, in the sense that they are attending social pressure, and then there is a change of regime, and you can change all the rules very easily. So having continuity in the regulatory framework is one key aspect, because as Leticia mentioned, for businesses, if they want to invest, it's not in the short run, it's in the long run. They are not looking, I need 1 year. No, they are saying, we will invest, and the next 10, 15, 50 years, we want to remain in this country. So we need a certain setup of rules that can give us certain predictability to do those investments. And that's one thing that we are seeing. Also, we need a lot more of investments. So if you want, this region has strong assets in their nature assets, but also very much inequalities, and a lot of people that need to come out of the poverty. So what is this mix of economic investments, economic opportunities that we can develop, that can leverage on our natural assets, but that they have the predictability? No? And we see that, for instance, if you want to invest in restoration of degraded areas in the forest areas in Peru, for instance, you have some risk, huge risks, that the rule of law will not be applied. So how do you commit an investment of at least 20 years to restore certain landscapes, but you are not sure that the government can enforce the law if someone illegal activities come inside these places, or that other disasters can affect. For instance, nowadays forest fires are a huge risk, and the government doesn't have the means, doesn't have the capacities to tackle those risks on time. So I think economy will play a key role, because in the end the social pressure still remains a lot related to welfare of the people. Welfare is a complex word. It involves that you have a good economic income, but at the same time that you have the environment where you can enjoy the use of those income as a benefit. So you need good public services, you need strong regulation, and you also need the investment flows. So having this regulatory framework is still a work to do, and the continuity of bureaucracies is also an innovation that we need to apply in our region.
Thank you so much. That really, I think, covers it quite holistically. The need, obviously, to ensure adequate standards of living, but also ensuring social security where there are no more jobs when a company exits. So the concept of responsible exit being a key piece of the discussion, and exploring how companies and governments each play their role in that, I think really helpful to kind of bring to the discussion. I'm going to kind of switch gears a little bit with a question for you, Marina. Obviously governments, in fact, this is also relevant for governments, but there are other players in this space that can really kind of help enable, support companies to advance a nature positive agenda. So very curious to hear what frameworks or mechanisms or tools, or in fact partnerships that you see as really enabling companies to advance on their nature strategies and their plans, and maybe also just reflect specifically on SBTN and TNFD and how that is enabling nature action, not just reporting, but action specifically in the Americas and Latin America specifically.
Sure, thank you. I think this is core, because engaging everyone towards the same direction, it's crucial for us to have a good movement towards action. But I will start about what can be done for us to raise awareness on overall society, economy. I think my colleagues here mentioned a lot of different stakeholders, from banking on the shareholder perspective, on the loan debt perspective, also the governments, regulators. We have to kind of be cognizant that things as they are a failure. And if we don't change by bringing the awareness to all of these different stakeholders, we are going to fail as a planet. And acknowledging that, to me, is the first step to move forward. And I believe we are going to get there when we share more, when we build more partnerships, when we bring to the same table different lenses of the same problem, of the different perspectives. My colleague here brought the issues for Latin America. Specifically here in Latin America, social vulnerability is super high. We are not going to address any environmental issues if we don't tackle both together, if we don't create ways and means for communities to thrive. They won't be the guardians of the forest if they're starving. And I think having everyone to be able to see that saving a forest in Brazil is different than saving a forest elsewhere or in Peru, and how we have to bring local solutions, it brings different perspective, different eyes, and this helps on bringing this awareness. Those institutions, I will add one to your question and bring CDP. I think the changes CDP brought this year is also helping towards this direction. And I was talking to Sherry the other day. I was saying it's super good to see how TNFD, I think we are both here early adopters, right, of TNFD, CDP, and what few countries are coming as indicator is kind of harmonized. So this makes the life of SBTN probably much easier than SBTI had 4 years ago. So I'm always an optimistic person. So I feel that we are stepping into the GBF at a few leaps ahead than we got, from the Paris Agreement. So this is very good because it means we learn. And as we learn and we progress and we have this reporting, we kind of help people to bring this awareness to the table, what is going on. We have also been working on nature risks and loss. This brings awareness to the shareholders. This makes everyone involved in the company say, no, this is important. Let's prioritize. Let's put money in this agenda. So I think as we have a consistent reporting, we have an engagement, raising awareness of the society, engaging governments. We have to remember in Latin America, our governments are poor. They will not have the surveillance as European Union has on laws, on best practices. So my way of seeing this is a good working market mechanism is how you are going to bring all these different fronts together. Because if you have market mechanisms that can kind of overcome this image that it was mentioned here, that will raise awareness to these different stakeholders, that will bring different perspectives to the table, we kind of close the loop where people need to do because that's the correct thing to do, they believe on that, but also because they have to. So I think this is kind of a combination, and markets, they play a major role on that, but governments as well. Because when we see markets which advance quicker, and then we can also discuss here a bit biodiversity credits and get into the new agenda, it comes upon government regulations. It comes upon new incentives that the governments. And I see a lot of governments, not only in Latin America, if they would give more privileges to sustainable productions instead of harmful subsidies, that would already be a good step to start with it. So I would just emphasize that I think market mechanisms would help mainly Latin America because it's where it finds a common ground of interests.
That's great. That's a helpful link to also the priorities being discussed previously around government action. Anton, I want to go back to you briefly. I mean, just to ask you on that note about, we know that Latin America is, holds a significant portion of the global biodiversity sort of resources. What commitments would you specifically like to see in action plans to really support development of a more mature, nature positive economy that is, by the way, grounded on indigenous people's rights and the rights of communities?
I think the last days, not the last day, I arrived yesterday, but since yesterday I have been hearing a lot how you can conserve, preserve, or be nature positive. The only way is working with the people and involving the people. No, so what is again a big asset of Latin America is our diversity, not only biodiversity, it's our diversity. And I think there is a lot of things that we can do looking at the how do you say, demands, it's not demands, but the aspiration of the local communities, and how in that business model we can involve local communities on the long run. So we are not, we should change a little bit, not a little bit, probably a lot of our mindset when we do business, to think if I am going to certain territory, I will remain there. And my commitment need to be completely to not only have a good company that complies with the rules and obey the law, but also is thinking about how that territory can evolve and have a more a better welfare. No, for instance, in Peru we are working a lot with indigenous communities, and I think I have my script here. No, I think what they are doing, and we see them a lot in these conversations now, is that they want to be part of the conversation, but they also want to be part of the solution. And being part of the solutions is definitely a larger, how do you say, more difficult way. It's a longer way, but as in Spanish you use this idiomatic expression, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go further, go with company, go with the people, work with the people and involve them. And I think that's one of the things that we should see more in the declarations, is how the resources finally get to the ground and finally go to the local communities. And I think, for instance, in our role as a CTF, what we are doing that is trying to be an honest broker, because we work with them on projects, but we also give them support if other actors want to work with them. And what we give and provide them is information and capacities to decide what they want. And if we can have that in the declarations and also in the agreements, that we will really work with them and listen and making them part of the solution, probably we can go faster.
You hear me? Yeah, there. Thanks so much for that. You know, I before this job, I a long time ago actually, I worked at the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights. So I had a bit of a front row seat to sort of the development of the regional jurisprudence around the right to a healthy environment and clean and healthy and sustainable environment, as well as the rights of indigenous peoples. And it all came through, in many instances, the impacts of companies on the environment, right? And so the interconnection, the material risks that are certainly associated to not meaningfully engaging and building biodiversity strategies, nature strategies, in collaboration with them, I think has, you know, there's so many examples, in fact, increasingly now embedded in the international human rights system. So I think it's a really helpful, I think, illustration and examples that you shared there. And also the quote about going far. So question for you, Marina. Also really keen to get your perspective on the role and how you've been engaging with stakeholders, to what extent you've been engaging with stakeholders, with communities on the ground, recognizing that you know that includes, and maybe let's expand the scope a little bit. You know, it's indigenous peoples, it's local communities, it's civil society organizations who represent these communities, who really have the expertise of what's happening on the ground and have credibility, right? Human rights and environmental defenders, that's a huge issue in the region as well. So to what extent are you engaging with affected stakeholders to help you drive a positive nature impact?
The first step towards having a solution, it's engaging with different stakeholders. We cannot have the dream that we are going to be able to find solutions for all the places that we have operations. So the first is to see where do we partner with whom. So what we do, we start by on a local place, dialoguing with the local communities, being it indigenous. In Brazil, in our operations, we have a lot of different quilombolas communities. We have people that, you know, we call ribeirinhos, that are population that live by the rivers. So we have to listen from their perspective how we can find the solution. We have to bring NGOs into the table to help us with different perspectives, to help us to build something which is cutting edge for today, but it's preparing us for the future. I want to bring here the example. We have a partnership with IUCN to build our nature positive strategy. We don't want to be looking at the short term. We want to shoot long term and say what we can change and how we can transform the landscape where we are in. And that's not only by restoring, for sure, it includes that as well. But having this local eyes for the problems and for the solutions, it's important. I bring like an on-the-ground example. We are doing on our ecological corridors, we are connecting this year 2 major national parks in Brazil. And we are doing that together with an indigenous community from the region. So that is important because they know how to preserve the forest much better than us. So how we can leverage on this knowledge, how we can put this in a strategy, how we can publicize whenever we are ready for that, a public commitment that not only us and these stakeholders that we have been talking, for sure in all of this we are involving local governments because they are the one that helps us to give continuity, to include their perspective. But whenever we come out with public commitments, with long-term view, we bring the industry with us. We bring competitors, kind of following behind. Otherwise, customers will give only preference to us and not to the others. So how do you also are able, through real multi-stakeholder dialogue, create cutting-edge innovation, social technology that in the end becomes a competitive advantage for your company? And on the human rights agenda, and I think it's very nice you're a specialist on here, but this is a sensitive topic for Brazil, for Latin America. And we want to be our part of the transformation. We just signed an agreement with the Global Compact that we will have a 3-year agreement to work through our supply chain. Because I'm not worried about what I'm doing within my team or within my territory. But what is going outside of my fence? How can I promote the transformation that I want for my country and for my business? So I think having a partnership with these people that really know IUCN, knowing what nature means, knowing how to measure it, drives us forward. On the human rights, how do we partner with Global Compact that really have deep knowledge and drive us forward for the future? Bringing that to the business, creating long-term commitments, it's the way to go that we believe.
Maybe maybe it's running out of batteries. So yeah, no, I mean that's super helpful. I mean, you introduced there, sort of expanded the circle of relevant stakeholders for this discussion. You know, there are a wide range of groups that can help you address and advance this work across sort of your various sort of thematic areas and focus, but also across the value chain, because I think that was really helpful. You bring in the wider value chain approach. That's key. That's part of this. We need to engage with supply chains as well as downstream. So I'm going to go to you, Leticia, for at least the last question from me today, and then we'll open up a discussion with everyone. And so welcome everyone's thoughts, but just curious how Vale and you specifically are thinking then also about how to bring in affected stakeholders and specifically indigenous knowledge into your environmental activities broadly and specifically on the topic of nature positive action. What does that look like for you, and how are you trying to also leverage and engage with your peers on that specifically within Vale?
Yes, okay. How Marina says, it's very important. We are not alone. This is the first thing. And it's impossible to do something because alone, because we are in the same territory. We are neighbors of these communities. We are neighbors. We are in the Amazon for the last almost 40 years. We are engaging with a lot of different indigenous people. And we have to listen. I think the first thing is listen. Listen. And when I say we are neighbors, in our social dimension, we have an ambition related to be better neighbors, okay? And it's like when you live outside together with someone and are not listening what she's saying, your neighbor is saying to you, okay? So we try to go there, invite people to talk. Of course, it's not all the communities, maybe they are not able to talk so much, and we have to find some tools and some ways, different ways to bring them to the conversation. Maybe not a meeting, but maybe an event, a visit in the community, put our leaders together in one of the discussions, bring them to some projects like the forest target projects related to the forest targets. So we are trying to improve this dialogue in the regions where we are. And of course, in Brazil, the legislation has some requirements related to dialogue with the communities and especially with indigenous people. But this is not enough. We have to be better neighbors and have good talks and real talks with all the all people that are in our territory. So I think this is the best way to bring everyone to inside the projects. And of course, we have engaging with almost 30 different indigenous people in all our sites in the world. So, and with different culture, in different situations. So it's why listening is the first step, and then try to establish connections that is good for everyone. So this is the best. And of course, bring partners, not just the communities, but bring another companies that are in the same territory to talk together, okay? To share the opinions, to share the projects, to engage in projects together, because sometimes do you have a best experience than me? So I think this is sharing knowledge, talking, a lot of dialogue, and with this you are able to bring everyone to the same path, okay?
Okay, there we go. Thanks for your patience, everyone. So yeah, I think that's incredibly insightful. The idea of, recognizing that the cultures are different, but also then taking measures to ensure participation in different ways, using different tools that are appropriate for that culture, for that community, for that location, and being creative about that, I think is equally as important to highlight. And it's obviously not easy. So thank you all so much for your wonderful insights. Would like to open it up now to questions. Yeah, brief comments and also, of course, questions. And
so,
yes.
hello, my name is Carlos Ignacio. I am from the Canjobal group in Guatemala. We work with indigenous students from the rural areas of Guatemala. So I really like when you mention indigenous rights and everything. So I just want to share a little perspective from the indigenous point of view. I want to start with, that corn goes into a lot of food that is utilized, right? So, but with the temperature rise, we are having so much food insecurity when it comes to that. So but what I found a common denominator among indigenous people, whether as someone said that it's different to take care of a different forest depending on the place. But at least in my country, the common denominator is indigenous women. Because what I've seen, in the different people, they go and plant different trees or plants, so I think we have to put a special focus on indigenous women's rights. And you said before, it was said that to indigenous women, they have to be given a voice, but they already have a voice, so we just have to listen. And so, and then we have to create channels to direct the funds straight to us, because it is not a pay for service, because we've been doing that for a long time. But of 100% of the funds directed to the environment, only 1% gets to us. The rest, who knows where it stays. And we do the most work, so direct channels. Thank you.
Thank you, very nice for your comment. And I think it's very important. Direct channels are very important, not just with companies, but with the investment sector and everyone. Yes.
Just to go on that, I think there is good evidence that the ODA, or the official development aid in the world, 80% remains in the middlemen. 20% arrives to the territory, and then probably 1% arrives to the people. So I think one of the trends that we are seeing more and more is how we use national institutions or local institutions to mobilize the resources. And there, I think there are different types of institutions that can play roles. In the case of Latin America, and I will advocacy for the group I represent, the CTFs are a good way to try to minimize the bureaucracy costs. And how, instead of 80% in the middleman, we go with 80% to the ground, and then probably the local communities will receive more. And there, one key aspect is how you, as a middleman, even if you, as a national institution, you will play a role as a middleman, you can fulfill the trust of the investor. And fulfilling the trust of the investors mean that you speak the language of the companies, that you speak also the accountability that they request, and also that you have the trust of the local people. In Peru, we are working on that. We are working with indigenous communities, and the best way to see if a partner is a good partner is when they present you. And at the same time, the private sector is searching you. So you see, oh, it's both sides, and probably the governments also have a role to play. So if the different stakeholders can find the good tool, the good financial mechanism to go to the local communities, then we can try to mobilize more resources and give more ownership to the final partners, because it's not beneficiary, the final partners, to be also accountable for the results.
I will skip. No, okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that comment. I think it's very, very important to center, I mean, not just indigenous peoples, but there are different people within the community, right? And so women play a very central role, and sort of in many of the engagements that we have with companies at BSR, certainly we encourage, we support, we advance a gender lens to all of the work, including when it comes to engaging specifically with indigenous peoples. For example, as part of human rights impact assessments, which should inform, I would think, the biodiversity actions and initiatives that companies take forward, but also children within the community. I mean, there's differentiated impacts on different people, and there's also differentiated knowledge, right? So I think it's a very, appreciate that intervention. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the audience? Yeah, perfect.
Hi, I'm Erin. I work at BSR alongside Paloma, but I work at the intersection of nature and climate, and I think this has been a great conversation about what are the things we're doing to advance nature, but of course these things are inextricably interconnected. So I was curious if you could talk a little bit about if and how you were thinking about this as a coordinated approach, about how can what you're doing in nature maybe reinforce or help support what you're doing in climate. Maybe it makes you rethink how you're approaching or what you're doing in climate, and maybe what this might mean for the future in terms of, are you thinking about adaptation and other sorts of things as well? Thank you.
Hi there. Yeah, I'll kick it off and then I give you over. I feel that we cannot kind of say the end of this agenda is here and the beginning is somewhere there. They're all intertwined. The way we have that, we have a consolidated management under the sustainability area of the company, that we have the governance over climate actions, over biodiversity, climate resilience, and social. Because here in Latin America, social is a fundamental pillar of these combinations. Mainly on the forest sector, the carbon and the biodiversity, they are on the same tree. So this is very important that we take the various aspects of it, but very important to highlight. Biodiversity is one of our best tools to create climate resilience in our industry.
And I think the nature-based solutions, it's one of the most integrated way to do that. Thinking about in results, integrating, when you talk about recover and conservation, like I said early. And in my company, we are in the same place, in the same director and vice presidents. So climate people and biodiversity are working together and trying to connect all the strategies and the projects and the related results even more. It's not easy, but I think the nature-based solutions is one of the best solutions for integrate this agenda.
So I have a question. We're doing reforestation, restoration, and water infiltration projects in Mexico, and we see that the water infiltration projects now align very clearly with the materiality impacts for the companies that we're working with. But biodiversity, I think this is my perception, and I hope I'm wrong, but it's a hard pull. Still, it's not as clear as how it, since it doesn't have a unit, a specific unit as the carbon does. But so, how are you bridging that gap? How are you taking that into account? Because in the end, whatever project, we need to convert it to money so the CFO understands it, and then it translates to either it will bring more revenue or it will be more efficient our operations. So how is it, I guess I want to say something about a more practical sense. We all want to sing along, hug along and sing Kumbaya, but how is it converted into practical action in the companies you're with?
I think I had a comment about that. I talked about this earlier, and we are talking a lot about this here. And I'm listening, oh, TNFD is just a report, a form, you have to act. But TNFD is a good tool to help you with this. Because I think when we understand our impacts dependencies using a very systematic methodology, and then with basis on that, you have risks, biodiversity risks related to water provision, because if you don't have biodiversity, you don't have water, okay? So if you connect these dots in a risk perspective, it's a language that the investors understand, it's a language that my board can understand. So I think this is one of the very important steps. This is action. It's how to translate what you are doing in your project to our board to understand, to our investors to understand. And of course, you have to translate these to your actions on the ground to bring the communities to this kind of project to understand. And they understand the importance of their role in all this. And of course, you have to, it's not just money, but it's about long-term maintenance of your business, okay? So it's not possible to think about, and in mining we have this problem, but because mining is not directly related to nature, to biodiversity, okay? But if you talk about risks, and if you talk about long-term actions with, of course, results that is not tomorrow that you will collect, but in 10 years, maybe it's easy to put this subject in the strategy of the companies, okay?
That's the same. I think risks, you in the end have business models, no? And to develop a business model, you have assumptions and you have risks. You have the incomes, you have your assumptions for that incomes, but then you have also the risk. And that's the language that they will understand in the boards. But on the same time, you have risks related to degradation of the ecosystem services and the things like that. But on the other hand, I want to go back to local communities, because they also have traditional knowledge, and they can sense if something is changing, even if it's not visible at the beginning. And being aware of their knowledge and working with them will also reduce social risks. Again, it's risks, but different dimensions of the risks. You have financial risks, you have the social risks, you have this nature risks, and altogether, the difficult part is how do you put all these components in the business model. And I think that translation is now one of the different modelos that we are trying to find out. No? And when we get a type of standard model, it will be easier for the companies, because one last message that I was not able to translate. A lot of companies want to be part of the conversation and part of the solution, but some of them, probably most of them, don't know how. And there, the institutions like IUCN, better nature-based solutions, standards, and also institutions like the one that I guide and others have a role to show them that there are technologies, that there are methodologies, and how they can do this on a cost-efficient model. No?
Maybe just from my perspective, one thing that I've noticed hasn't been discussed very much at the conference has been the adoption of the recent EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which actually requires action. It includes a reporting requirement, but it's actually taking action on adverse impacts, negative impacts on people and the planet and on the environment and specifically. And obviously it's impacting, big multinational companies. So obviously in your case, I'm not entirely sure what, the relevance would be there. But it's impacting companies that are not headquartered in Europe. And for companies who are headquartered in Europe and those who are in scope not in Europe, there are very clear requirements for them to address their supply chain impacts all the way down to the source, right? And so that includes environmental impacts. And, that includes potentially impacts on water and so forth, especially if those are connected to impacts on people. This law won't come into force until 2027, but I see it as one of the sort of most significant developments when it comes to spurring action throughout value chains that actually are very much focused on that interconnection between people and environment. So when you have laws, that becomes material. That boards care about laws. If you do not follow the law, or if you lose business, if you're not able to sell your products, if you're not able to, engage with, the supply chains that are, from Europe or leading to Europe, then you lose business. These are all material risks. So I would just highlight that as another kind of strategic opportunity to think about when it comes to making the business case. Okay, we have a few more minutes. So if there are other questions, we could take, over here.
Yeah, I have a question, and I joined a little late, so if this is already covered, apologies, just let me know. But one thing that I used to work for an environmental NGO that worked mostly in sustainable agriculture, so with smallholder farmers, but also larger farmers as well. And one of the big issues was understanding the impacts beyond the farm border and the obligation of the company operating on that farm to remediate the impacts beyond the borders of their own property. And that is something that is, I think, going beyond just the dialogue with affected communities, but actually taking responsibility for remediating impacts from a landscape-based approach. So I'm wondering if you have perspectives, I guess, for the two companies on here, but everybody, on what that might look like in your business and what you think your responsibilities are.
I can start. For sure, dialogue would be the first open dialogue and a process. We have a continuous dialogue with our neighbors, as Leticia said, and the communities. So I think that would be the starting point for us to map where are risks that we might not be seeing, because communities, they are the ones seeing that. Neighbors who might have something, you know, on their side of the fence, they are the ones doing that. When we do our materiality assessment, we do a double materiality, you know, from both sides, and we put important weight on that, on factors brought by the local neighbors. And by doing that, we bring that up, that goes to our board, and we always prioritize items in our matrix that will, in the next planning phase, become projects, become actions, because we are very dependable on the nature. We are very dependable on the communities. We have been doing business for 100 years on exactly the same place. So wonder if we wouldn't be, you know, in harmony with our surroundings. We wouldn't be there anymore. So having this mapped, put it into the governance of the company and treat it as a priority when we are deploying our ESG investments. This is a self-fulfilling process, because we have a lot of examples that came up in the metrics or on the dialogue. We have constant dialogue. We do a round of 17, 18,000 dialogues with communities a year. And by that, coming to a project, we go back there, we check on their feedback. Under your perspective, has this problem been tackled? And then we close the cycle. We believe that that's the best way to grant longevity.
Just at one point, that is very important when you are looking for your impacts in your impact assessment. You have to look in the around your area, not just in your direct footprint, but in your landscape too. So this is very important, and this is embedded in the different frameworks that we are using right now. So I think it's a good practice. It's a practice.
Thank you for that question and those great answers. So I think we're going to wrap up if there are no sort of last questions. And so would like to get your final thoughts, specifically on, you know, what gives you hope for nature in Latin America? So we'll do a quick fire round. How about we start with you, Anton?
Okay, I think we need, I repeat this as a mantra, yeah? If we want to change the situation and to be more nature positive, we need to bring to the table all the actors. We cannot solve the problems with the same people thinking the same things. So being in the table with the different actors, the different stakeholders, and try to build solutions together is the best way to do it. And that's one way that we in Profonampe use to measure how much impact we can have in the long run. If we bring new donors, we need new partners, we bring new stakeholders, then probably we are doing a better job.
I think we have a lot of nature yet in South America, in Latin America, and we have a potential to establish very good things for the future, but we have to be together. And I'm very happy to be here in this COP. I think this COP is the most diverse of the 3 last COPs that I'm present. And this is very good, but I don't feel that we are already in the same table to discuss. Okay, we are all here, but I don't feel that we are already giving hands. Okay, and this is the best way to do that, and the only way to do that, I think.
I feel thrilled by the fact that we have a lot of nature. We have here in South America, you know, amazing knowledge from our ancestors community. A lot of people are kind of getting in quantum physics today. You would go to this indigenous place and they would be talking about this 50 years ago. So how do we value that? We bring that into the practice, and we kind of speed up the movement, because when we look in perspective, nature was considered nothing or like an impediment for world advancement. maybe 20 years ago. And now we are already here, all of us valuing it. So I see this with optimistic eyes, that we are on the right route, maybe not on the speed we could, but I see hope, and I hope that we are also humble to acknowledge that what brought us here is not what's going to take us on for the future we want, and how we can value ancestors' knowledge in building this new journey.
Thank you. Those are really excellent, I think, concluding thoughts. I'm feeling more hopeful, certainly, right now. Thank you also for your incredible work. It's inspiring, and hopefully these can serve as examples, not just for Latin America, but certainly for the world. And also, huge thanks to IUCN for hosting this session, and I think hopefully making it a diverse session with different perspectives, where we explore, among other things, that interrelated, holistic approach to addressing nature and biodiversity. And of course, last but definitely not least, thank you all for joining this session today. So please, a round of applause for our panelists.
Is it on? Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you very much. And welcome, everybody. It's a big pleasure to see you all coming here, but we know it's a big difficult time to prioritize things in this venue. There are too many events taking place at the same time, so we appreciate that you made it here. So, my name is Despina Simons, and I'm the coordinator of the IUCN Fisheries Expert Group of Commission of Ecosystem Management, which was established in 2008. And since its establishment, we have been focusing on the interface between fisheries management and marine biodiversity conservation, linking fisheries bodies and FAO to the CBD processes. We were very actively engaged in the previous IC targets, Target 6 and Target 11, through expert workshops and publications. And following that, we were engaged actively in early stages in the discussions of the new Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. So in this regard, and when it was adopted, we proceeded to have a first preliminary analysis of what these targets meant for fisheries, and in collaboration with CBD Secretariat and FAO, so we produced these publications where is the public. So, and I take advantage to also show you some of the products of the Fisheries Expert Group. We have another one on area-based management tools, which has recently been also published by the Cambridge Scholars, and we have the OICM guidance, initial guidance that contributed to the FAO guidance for OICMs for fisheries. So, the objective of this oops, I lost my notes here. The objective of this event is to build up on that work, as well as the work carried out by FAO and several governments and the private sector, and provide a forum for exchanging views, opinions, approaches taken by the different stakeholders towards the implementation of the GBF. So the event will aim mainly to highlight the importance of mainstreaming and of including fisheries in the discussions on the implementation of the GBF targets. Then to showcase of the importance of including the socio-cultural economic needs into the biodiversity conservation discussions, to discuss the challenges and opportunities that the fisheries sector face in operationalizing the GBF, and finally to facilitate dialogue between different stakeholders from different backgrounds towards collaborative solutions that will ensure that the GBF is successfully translated into on-the-ground action for the fisheries sector. So with that introduction, I would like to welcome Joe Appiot from the CBD Secretariat to give some opening remarks. And thank you.
Thank you so much. This was set at the Despina height, I think, eh? So maybe I'll take this out of here. That's fine. So thank you so much to the Fisheries Expert Group, FAO, EBCD, and IUCN for inviting us to be a part of this event, and for hosting this dialogue, and actually to IUCN overall for having this fantastic pavilion. It's a beautiful place. EBCD, FEG, FAO are absolutely critical to helping to better strengthen, to build and strengthen a linkage between the fisheries and biodiversity worlds. And some of those reports that Despina flashed up there are just a few examples of the critical work that FEG does to build the knowledge base and the technical work behind this fisheries biodiversity nexus. There are not many people out there, you'd be surprised, not many people who can really understand and speak both the fisheries and biodiversity languages and understand the issues therein, so that work is absolutely essential. But we do know also that that this linkage is essential, and engaging fisheries in biodiversity, setting biodiversity targets, and in implementing biodiversity positive actions is totally essential. But how do we make this happen? How do we actually make it real, in practice? And it really needs to be based on a certain degree of trust. Now, this isn't blind trust, it's not faith, it's trust that has to be earned and worked for through actions. And how do we earn this, and what should this be based on? On both sides, both the biodiversity and fisheries sides. An understanding of what each other do. What are the different areas of work that each other are focused on? And what are the challenges and issues they face therein? Understanding as best we can the different cultures and languages and terms that we use, so that we can do the best to speak their languages when we're in there for, and vice versa. Understanding the concerns they have and the concerns of their stakeholders, and what are the real issues underpinning those the fears and apprehensions they might have of engaging in these different types of discussions. Honesty about our intentions and our needs. Not promising what we really can't deliver, and not promising the other side what they will perhaps not be able to get. Respect for expertise, experience, enormous amount of work that's been done in both of these fields. Respect for mandates, respecting that certain bodies and certain authorities have rights and have the mandates to do the work that they do. And importantly, respecting rights of local fishers, respecting the rights of all peoples for a healthy environment. And integrity. Living up to our commitments and words, putting into practice what we say we're going to do, and calling out successes and failures, both on the other side and on our own side. And that's really essential to building that trust. So all of those different issues and all of those different enabling factors really need to underpin this dynamic that we're trying to build and strengthen. Now, one of the key ways that we actually get to these places is through dialogue and through talking. Disagreeing, arguing, but talking. So events like this and collaboration with FEG and FAO and the work that we do together is essential in that regard. We're not always going to agree, and frankly, we shouldn't agree all the time. That's why we talk in the first place. But the fact that we are talking and that we're going to hopefully talk more and try better to understand each other and to work towards common objectives is what has to underpin all of this. So thank you again for inviting me, and I look forward to hearing the remarks of other experts. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Joe, and thank you, Despina. You've laid a great foundation for us for our discussions today. My name is Max. I work with Despina. I'm also in the Secretariat of the IUCN CEM Fisheries Expert Group. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us. To move swiftly along, we have a panel discussion, which we'll get to in the second half of this side event, but I've got a couple of presenters who will give us some good insights into the opportunities and challenges of, as adeptly outlined by both Despina and Joe, of mainstreaming biodiversity into fisheries management and vice versa. And so I'd like to welcome to the stage Mark Dickey-Collis, Kim Friedman, and Sonia Castañeda. And handing straight along then to Mark to give us his first presentation. Sorry, I realize you've just sat down, but... Thank you.
Thank you, Max. I'm Mark Dickey-Collis. It's a great pleasure to be here with you all today. I'm going to talk about the GBF and fisheries in a broader kind of context, and I shall wait for my slides to come up. All right, the place for fisheries in the GBS and the place for the GBF in fisheries. And I think these are the two kind of multi-directional approaches that we need to think about. I'm a member of IUCN SEM-FEG as well, just to make that clear. So, did previous agreements work? And what you'll find today is we're all going to be using examples from our own backyards, because it's crucial that we make things as operational as possible, as tangible as possible. And this is my backyard. My backyard is Northeast Atlantic. I've worked there for all of my life. And if you see the picture on the extreme left is from IUCN. It's the general decline. We still have biodiversity declining. But if we go to my backyard, the recent OSPAR report says that almost all of the seabird populations in the Northeast Atlantic are in bad health. We call it not at good environmental status, which is outrageous. Plus, we then have, and the other picture there is an assessment of EU regulations, and the UK is still part of this assessment because I used it from 2018 when they were still engaging. And here you'll see that under the Marine Strategy Framework and also the UK Marine Strategy, that the habitats of the benthos in most of the countries is also not in good environmental status. So things are not working. So a change in approach is required, hence we need the GBF. All of you in this room are well aware of this. And it's about reversing the trajectory of biodiversity loss and, of course, all of the other bits which come along with that, which are slightly better in terms of things like the restoration and bringing all of the other targets together. And I'm going to read it. Transforming biodiversity conservation into a positive force requires innovative and focused approaches. Previous approaches weren't working. And a collective engagement is required with substantial financing to overcome historical challenges. So that's where we are. And how does that then relate to fisheries? As I said, this session is hopefully going to highlight to how fishers can get opportunities or work within the GBF, and also, is there a place for the GBF and fisheries management? I'm heavily embedded in the fisheries management world, and at the World Fisheries Congress earlier this year in Seattle, the GBF was hardly ever mentioned. I was actually quite shocked. We had the royalty, the great and the good of the fisheries science world and some managers as well, and the GBF was hardly ever mentioned. When I talk to British and European fishers and fisheries representatives, they get really quite surprised when I start going through the targets overall. They've heard a lot about the reducing threats, and if you'd have heard us talking at the FAO run side event last week, you will have heard me say that they very much hear of the 30 by 30, they're aware of some of the other issues, and they're extremely worried themselves about invasives, pollution, climate change. But what they're unaware about is the meeting people's needs, the fisheries contributions to society, sustainable areas managed for fisheries. There are all of these elements which are there, and the fishing community are not getting the message. And you're also going to hear that the current narrative portrays fishers as a threat to nature. And this means that fisheries now possess the potential to affect a positive and pronounced change. And the GBF offers this. And what's so wonderful is we go to the third set of targets, tools and solutions. And that really looks very, very sensible. And it basically brings together many of the practices already brought about in ecosystem-based fisheries management. And that's what we've got to tie in here. We've got to show that these tools and solutions within the GBS are basically best practice in terms of ecosystem-based fisheries management as well. So, management decisions, we hope, and we generally try in fisheries science and fisheries management to make sure the decisions are evidence-based and include, and also we look forward, we include the consequences of those decisions. And that's where, again, this meeting people's needs set of targets is so important. Because to be honest, in terms of fisheries science and in providing the knowledge base and working with local and indigenous communities, we don't have the knowledge and the understanding and the concepts to really provide evidence-based solutions for the whole set of targets on meeting people's needs. An example of this is Target 10, Enhanced Biodiversity and Sustainability in ... Fisheries is in the title, along with agriculture, etc., etc. And here we need to ensure that areas under fisheries are managed sustainably through sustainable use of biodiversity. Do we have the tools within fisheries science to address this? I would say to you, no, not as yet. And we have such a large community of fisheries scientists and biodiversity scientists and researchers and conservation scientists. They really can bring this together if they start talking to each other. It's about nature's contribution to people. So I'm going to finish with the implications of the GBS, and here again we've got the QR codes which we can circulate for some of those IUCN, SEM, FEG products. The GBF offers the opportunity for fisheries voices and fishers' voices. Fisheries policy must adapt and engage as a contributor to GBF. I've hardly touched on that, but still I sit there and observe, even with the same ministry, the degree of siloization, if that word actually exists, is huge. And also, as a fisheries scientist and also a marine scientist, I'd like to say the evidence base must transform, and I'm happy to talk or give further talks on that if you invite me along. Thank you very much. That's what I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mark. Moving swiftly along, I'm going to welcome now to the stage Sonia Castañeda, who is the Deputy Director at the Fundación Biodiversidad, excuse my Spanish, at the Spanish Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge. So I'll hand over the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here in this session, and I will share with you the experience of my backyard, which is Spain. But first of all, let me tell you a little bit from which point of view I'm speaking to. Well, I'm trying to bring to the table sustainable fishing and aquaculture in practice. So try to spark some light in some very interesting projects that we are involved and that somehow are very much linked to the targets. But first of all, the Biodiversity Foundation is a public foundation which is part of the Spanish Ministry for Ecological Transition. That means we are a public foundation where we are 25 years old, and since the early beginning, this conservation organization has very much worked together with the economic sectors. First, as soon as 2001, with green jobs and green economy, later with blue economy in general and fisheries and aquaculture in particular, and today with also circular economy and bioeconomy. So we work with fishermen, with farmers, with the industry and along, etc., and with the private sector in general with the specific programs. So well, I think being 25 years old, since the early days, we knew that the only way forward was to work together. These are the lines, the topics that we tackle: terrestrial, marine, urban, the drivers of biodiversity loss, knowledge, and private sector. The Programa Pleamar, we launched it in 2017, and it has a very, very clear purpose, is supporting fishing and aquaculture in its commitment to sustainability and conservation of nature. So every project that is developed under this program brings to the table to the fisheries or the agriculture sector. It has different topics: innovation, protected areas, networking, marine litter, and awareness. So far, 135 projects has been supported, reaching more than 10,000 people, and with an investment of 30 million euros. And today we have another new budget of another 30 million euros, and we have already 42 projects that are being developed today. And these are the ones that I'm going to share a little bit with you because they have a long history. I just brought to the table seven different projects. Probably all of them, we could say that are all linked to target 10. That's like that the water is water. All these projects are linked to target 10, but also in particular, some of them are linked also to many other different targets. For instance, the RESCAP project, very much linked to target 2, restoration, is a conservation and recovery of deep sea gorgonian and wants to bring to the table mitigation impacts of the fishing industry. And it's a strong collaboration between scientists and fishermen, and this collaboration has provided an innovative methodology of restoring gorgonians. So far, more than 4,000 gorgonians has been reintroduced. More than 80% of them have survived after the first year, and today the project is still on. Another example, Lander Peak, very much linked to target number 3, 30%. Protection of the seas. Lander Peak wants to develop a low-cost technology to monitor deep MPAs. It has designed and tested 2 pilot experiences with oceanographic landers that operates autonomously with different sensor systems. If you want to know more about it, there is also a video related. More examples, REMAR projects linked to target number 7, reduce pollution. It's an environmental stewardship to reduce waste in MPAs in the north of Spain. It aims at prevent, collect, and treat waste with the collaboration of the fishermen, and using also citizens' science. And in 3 years, 10 ports have been audited. More than 100 fishing vessels have received the Blue Vessel Guarantee, which is a badge that tells that those fishing vessels stand out for their good practices. And there has been many other activities, such as more than 50 waste collection actions with more than 2,000 people involved, including fishermen, guilds, and associations, and 40 awareness activities with more than 4,000 participants. More examples, Red Use project. I'm not going to talk very much about Red Use project because we have the opportunity to know it firsthand from Javier, who will be in the panel next. He is not also the director of CEPESCA, which are the fisheries of Spain, but also we are talking with the International Coalition of Fisheries Association, which I think is great that it's attending the COP and that is participating in this side event. But just a few hints, 15 models for the management of fishing nets are being developed under these projects, with more than 10 ports involved, 10 pilot projects, and along, etc. So it's an example of really how to work during the years close with the sector regarding something as important as fishing gear. And of course, this project is very much related also to target number 7. More examples, only 3 more. We have more than 40 projects. I didn't brought the 40, but just 7, so you get a taste of what I'm talking about, and if you want more info, I'm very happy to provide. REDMAR project linked to target 23 to ensure gender equity. It's the first employment platform for women with a degree in fishing, and it aims at exchange good practices regarding equal opportunities, safety on board and along, etc. And so far, 30 entities are already part of the network. The project Bajures, the network, very much focused also in target number 7, focus on inshore and recreational fishing vessels. More than 300 fishing ports are involved in these projects in the peninsula and also in the Spanish islands, and it has allowed to obtain a deep analysis of the state of the art of how the disposal of waste is being carried out in those fishing ports. And last, I chose this this one because it brings to the table a very, very interesting interaction between offshore aquaculture and floating wind energy. The Spanish Aquaculture Business Association is the coordinator of this project and is collaborating very much in deep with the Wind Energy Association to see how to identify and reduce the interaction and reduce the impacts of these two very, very strategic and important sectors. So I will leave it here. I could stay and I could take the whole panel time if I bring in you examples, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of what we do in the Pleamar program in the Biodiversity Foundation of the Spanish Ministry of Environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. It's always great to see some on-the-ground examples and some concrete actions that are being taken there. So without further ado, I'm going to invite to the stage Kim Friedman, who's the Senior Fisheries Officer for the FAO.
Thank you very much. I'll give up the idea of joining a band. Okay, before I start, just say thank you very much for the invitation, and just to let you know that there's a warm partnership and cooperation between FAO and IUCN, especially the IUCN SEB-FEG group with EBCD as well. And I think it's nice that we get to talk at each other's events to different audiences like we are today. Okay, I think we need to start with understanding that the global community is getting more and more concerned about the state of nature. But we also know we're living in a very unusual and quite distressing reality, where after decades of improvement in global nourishment, the number of undernourished people in the world has grown rapidly. And this growing number of undernourished people doesn't seem to be turning around. It seems to be persistent since 2021. On the positive side, since the 1960s, world production of aquatic foods has grown at around twice the rate of population growth. So food from aquatic systems is a very important part of global diets. However, at the same time, the percentage of marine fishery stocks fished at unsustainable levels continues to show an increasing trend. So these mixes of messages are causing a lot of challenges in the global community. This brings us to the GBF. And we've all heard a lot about the GBF in the last few weeks, and I won't tease it apart, although that's another conversation in itself. But we do need to realize that those 23 targets are quite extensive. The scale of the framework is big, and that means there's a big challenge in communicating it and operationalizing it. One way to look at the GBF is that it's actually a book of 23 short stories. And these short stories have been crafted in these meeting rooms that we've been in to try and deliver resilient and biodiverse nature. But, as we're also regularly hearing, many of the developed and even developing countries are resource-starved and don't necessarily have an extra capacity to take on a lot of new messages and a lot of new requirements. And they need to engage in the plan. It's just as tricky as some of the language of these targets, and they have multiple objectives, sometimes overlapping amongst the targets, means that translating it for people in the field, people who don't necessarily know about the CBD, is a difficult challenge, especially when some of the indicators are delinked from the actual objective of those targets. And some of the data that we have to look for change isn't present at the moment. So we have to actually collect a time series so we can look for change. So the challenge here is getting this book of 23 chapters internalized by the fisheries audience. Not just internalized, but internalized as their mission, not as a request of them, but as their own mission. And we know that that's a problem. We know that that's going to be very difficult because most people in the world haven't heard of the CBD, and most people aren't reading books of 23 chapters. So we really need to
take that style of language and bring it to the fisheries audience in a way that they can understand it and they can see themselves in those words and move forward in progressing the GBF. So what are we doing to translate the GBF? When I say what are we, it's audiences like the FEG group and FAO and such like. Well, we're holding a range of meetings with fisheries stakeholders. And one of the messages that are coming back to us is that we need to strengthen their engagement right across the GBF. And what came clearly back to FAO is that we need to move away from these single perspectives for delivering change in aquatic systems. Just as the GBO5 recognizes that no one action alone will deliver the outcomes of the GBF, so we need to move away from just thinking action in one area of life is going to change our full environment and community actions. So FAO has been working right across regions and with different inland, marine and commercial and small-scale fishing group, even inland fisheries groups, to bring them the GBF and listen back to them listen to their messages to us about where they see their priorities. So one of the first things we did, we went through all the literature that had been published between 2010 and 2020 on biodiversity and fisheries in the title and abstract, and searched in that to get the contextual relevance of how these targets might play out in the way that they reflect back to us. Second, we ran a large range of interviews with those groups, but also with regions, to try and understand how they see themselves in the GBF and what language they would prioritize for their own actions. And what resulted was quite a complex prioritization depending on the context of the fishery, if they were small scale, if they're inland, if they're coastal, if they're marine, and a whole range of actions where potentially they see themselves as being both very important, but also where they see their challenges and where they see their needs. And we're writing a report that shows out this broad and varying priority of focus of fishers and their perspectives, so that not just they can see a common message, but people in the CBD community can also see what they would like to progress. And this report has their key messages. There's 10 key messages. If we look across the published materials, we get insights into the highest priority for fisheries. Here, from the analysis of public materials, we see that just 9 targets were most prominent, seen across 70% of the published materials, and the medium range and small range targets maybe not getting as much attention. And you don't really need to look at the text, but what you need to get an idea of is that there's some areas of work which would naturally fit very well with the fisheries and some which are marginal and maybe they won't be able to pick up unless there's significant resources for getting them on board. We also see, we do see, we also see quite different contextual matters. For example, prioritization is different for people in marine systems than it is with coastal systems, than it is with inland fisheries. And therefore you can tease apart, if you want to work on target 2, where is your opportunities, where's maybe your gaps, where can we bring some more strength back to this kind of community to get them on board. This gives us insights to which targets should be prioritized, what each target means to fisheries, be they inland, coastal or marine fishers, what should be measured, because some of the measures that they have align but aren't quite the same as the indicators that we're using the GBF, and importantly, by whom, to show who should be supported if we're going to allow people to progress in delivering this target. And we know we've got a lot of challenges. We know we've got challenges in implementation that come from embedded power asymmetries, depending on who's holding the money or who's holding the power to make decisions. Governance fragmentation. We know that fisheries officers aren't necessarily able to join in on the conversations that happen in environment departments. As we know, there's very few fisheries delegations here, or fisheries officer members within country delegations, which puts them in a weaker position to both understand what needs to happen and also to play into what needs to happen. And we know both in environment departments and in fisheries departments the capacity shortfalls and of course the financial gaps. And those financial gaps are significant if we're going to make a difference. I'm just going to walk you through a text analysis we put together. This text analysis looked at all the GBF NBSAP plans between 2010 and 2020 to try and get an idea of how these plans focused on the marine and inshore environment. And here, I'll be able to share this with you in close-up later, but you can see that for countries which are island countries or countries which are continental countries, the focus of MBSAPs are quite different. And when you come to different continents, you can see whether it's more grassland focused, more marine focused, more inland water focused. So we can start to tease apart what countries see as important within their strategic plans. And this study reveals those context differences also on the status, stresses, and social concepts and actions that people outline in their MBSAPs. This is a more interesting slide maybe to open up a little bit. Sorry. If you look on the right, of this graph here we look at not just the kind of realms of the environment, but the type of actions. This shows you the differences between continents or between countries which are more island to coastal to inland, and whether they're using MPAs or whether they're using moratoriums or whether they're using OECMs. So therefore, you can also get a contextual understanding of what actions are framed in those MBSAPs. So the MBSAPs tells you a story of who's doing what, where, and what the main focus of the country is, or the region is, to try and make a difference in the GBF. And here's something I'd like to share with you. This is all of those text analysis for all the MBSAPs put on one page. And what we see here is things that are very central are found in all the MBSAPs. So for example, we've got things like protection, we've got forests, we've got species, very centrally packed into this word cloud, which shows you that they're almost in every one of the plans. However, what's very concerning to us, because this involves the majority of the planet, is the sustainable use or users aren't very well explained. And if we look on the top corner, if you look over here, that there is farming, basically. All the farmers, all the people producing the world's food from terrestrial environments is very alien to the central part of an MBSAP. That means the actions to work with those communities are largely absent. And if you're looking for a really lonely set of people, look down here. Fish and fisheries almost do not show up very well in the MBSAPs. Now this is a real example of siloed behavior. And we see the same. And we've heard from Mark, we see the same, that biodiversity is not very well explained to the fisheries community in their documents. And we need to make sure that these communities see each other, because if they can't see each other, they can't act in coordination and collaboration. And that's a significant problem if we're going to get across the world's environments. So that report will be out, and those papers will be available for you to tease apart the results you want. And I think we can use the MBSAPs of the GBF to have a look at maybe where some of our blind spots are. Okay, I'm closing. Sorry if I'm taking too long. Getting fisheries a positive participant and integrated in the GBF is critical. And it requires a lot of work, not just in communication, but what I'm calling the 4 R's. The first R is we need to ensure that the fisheries community sees value in the GBF and reframes their biodiversity mainstreaming narrative so it fits the framework. So we start talking in a language where they're seen. Secondly, the second R is representation. We need to ensure that fishery stakeholders' efforts are well represented in the ongoing design of the GBF framework throughout the plan, because they cannot just be delivered a plan, they have to be part of the people who birthed the plan to see it as their own. One thing Mark said, and said by Joe, we need to get fishers, this is the third R, getting recognition for the work that they've already delivered in biodiversity mainstreaming and the work that we're encouraging them to do over the life of the plan. If they're delivering good things, they need to be recognized for it. They need to be praised for it. They need to be held up not as villains, not as breakers and takers, but as custodians of nature. And the last R is resourcing. If fisheries can show that they're doing great work in the GBF, they should share some of the fuel that's going to drive this program. And that's in resourcing, the GBFF resourcing. If fisheries can show benefit for the biodiversity, they should be getting equally resourced with the environmental departments to deliver on positive outcomes for nature, but also for the for the GBF objectives. So that's a reframing, more representation in our environments here, more recognition for the work done, and equal access to resourcing. So hopefully I didn't go on too long. Max, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim, Sonia, and Mark. I'm going to move you off of the stage, but one more loud round of applause. So I think we've heard some very important information about the opportunities and the challenges of getting fishers involved in the GBF space. And we can see that parties and sectors are working on addressing any hurdles they face, or many of the hurdles that they face, and providing solutions. But we'd love to hear what's happening on the ground. And so, having said that, I'd like to start the panel discussions part of our side event, and I'm going to welcome to the stage a couple of party delegates and the private sector. We have Freydis Fusdottir, who is the Special Advisor for the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries of Iceland. Taiki Ogawa, the Assistant Director of Ecosystem Conservation Office Fisheries Agency of Japan. Fariz Amadov, who is the Senior Policy Advisor of International Oceans Policy, Fisheries, and at Oceans Canada, excuse me on that hurdle, and Javier Garat, who is the chair of the International Coalition of Fisheries Association. So with having said that, please join me on stage. We can clap for them because great to have you with us today. We're running behind a little bit, but I'd also love to have you in the audience provide some of your experiences and also ask some questions. So I'm going to jump in with asking our panelists some questions first, but then I would love to throw the ball to you. But without further ado, as Kim mentioned, countries are putting together their plans and their visions on how to deliver on the GBF. And in light of this, I'd like to unpack some of these plans in relation to aquatic environments, aquatic biodiversity, and fisheries. So to kick us off, I'd like to ask you, Freydis, putting you on the spot immediately, what steps Iceland has taken to prepare the fisheries sectors to understand and get involved in the delivery and the goals and targets of the GBF?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having us here. I'm really happy to tell you what we're doing at the Ministry for Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. But I'm also really happy to tell you that we have quite a large delegation from Iceland. This is the biggest delegation we've had at the Biodiversity COP ever. So we have 7 people here, many of them here in the audience, and we have fisheries people like myself, as well as people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, people from the Ministry from the Environment and Institute of Research and Natural Research, and youth members as well. So I'd like just to congratulate them, for all of us to be here. But to focus on what we're doing, and the Ministry for Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, following up from the COP15 in Montreal, we had already started with overall specifically. So this exercise had already started before the Montreal agreement and the GBF, but following up of the COP, we saw that all goals and targets stemming from that agreement aligns really well with this policy. So what we decided to do is to have an extra body outside the ministry to evaluate the whole law and regulation network within the ministry to see how all of these goals and targets align with all the policy instruments that we have. So we have this big policy on the fisheries management system, but we needed to, let's say, elevate the environmental aspects of fisheries management into that. So I'm really happy to tell you that this work is really well on its way, and we're aiming to finish this at the end of this year. So ask me at the next COP how we're doing on that. But just to give you a sneak peek, Iceland's doing really well in fisheries management on many aspects. We have managed our fisheries resources sustainably for many years. This is well recognized. However, we can definitely do better when it comes to protecting other aspects of the environment, such as vulnerable marine ecosystems and enforcing ecosystem approach into our management system. Yes. So we have a way to go, but we have done lots of many good things. But this conference is definitely highlighting some of the issues that, and this meeting here, thank you for this meeting, is highlighting many of the issues that we need to enforce within our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Freydis. Some great examples there, and it seems like you're breaking down a lot of silos, and I will definitely come back to you next COP if we, to ask about the advances there. So thank you very much. I'm going to throw the question right along the chain. We can start with Javier if you'd like, because we're sitting in this order. Javier is from the private sector, so not a party delegate, but well aware of some of the actions ongoing on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Max, and thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation. I think I'm the only one representing the fishing industry among the 18,000 people that are here today in this forum. A few days ago, there were some small-scale fishermen from Latin America, but I didn't see them anymore. And that's why I'm so happy to be here, and because we are in general, the fishing industry, eager to talk to governments, to scientists, to stakeholders, and to the international institutions about these issues that we are talking in the CBD meeting. And I can assure you that we have a lot of common grounds related to GBF, like climate change, IUU, fighting against IUU, pollution, invasive species, and others where we need to work together to improve, for instance, continue improving the sustainability use of the natural resources of the stocks. We would like to have 100% of the stocks managed in a sustainable way, or to create and manage MPAs, marine protected areas, and OECMs. We need to be part of these discussions, and as I said, that's why I'm so happy to be here to share our views on these topics. And as I said the other day, I'm very glad that CBD Secretariat is open to bring us to the table. So thank you, Joe, for your interest and your invitations. But the reality is that in general, the governments have not consulted the fishing industry, the fishing sector, before the negotiations that took place, and they have not really explained the goals and the targets of GBF to the fishing industry. Most of the fishermen, as Kim said, really don't know what is GBF. Of course, we know the consequences because we know the threats, and we are talking about these issues. We know about how we are, as people, as industry, we are involved to try to find the solutions. But this is a reality that we have to recognize, and that we have to take into account. However, the fishing sector in general is clearly committed to improve sustainability in the three dimensions: social, economic, and environmental. And we are investing in new technologies to reduce our impact to ecosystems. We are working together with our governments and with the scientists to protect vulnerable marine ecosystems. We have been reducing energy consumption in the last few years. According to UNCTAD, the United Nations body, the CO2 emissions of the whole world fishing industry vessels, 4 million vessels, is between 0.1 and 0.5% of the global emissions. In the European Union, UNCTAD says that we have reduced since the 90s 52% our emissions in the world. So I think this is something very important, and this is not casual. This is because we have been working on that. We have been trying to reduce bycatch. Of course, it's not perfect, and we still have a lot of things to do, but it's but we're working on that. We're fighting against illegal fishing, denouncing the situations. All these are actions related to the targets, but most of the fishermen don't know if it's target 1, 2, 3, 4, or 20. That's also something like that. And as Sonia was saying, I'm personally involved in some of the projects that Sonia was mentioning in Temares to create and manage marine protected areas, reduce related to management system for the gears, or a new one, Redes de España, which is we're trying to create a certification to guarantee the traceability of the nets since it is created to the last use where after it has been recycled. So there are a lot of things that we are doing, and I'm very happy to be here to share with you only in these few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier. Having heard about that, Fariz, maybe you can tell us about many of the actions that Javier mentioned from the perspective of Canada and the Canadian fleet.
Yes, of course, and thank you for inviting me to this very important event. Maybe I'll speak very briefly on some of the maybe high-level action items in terms of the highlights, in terms of what we focused on when we were developing Canada's 2030 nature strategy, halting and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. The key actions involved, of course, amending, or I would say upgrading, our Fisheries Act, which is the main legislative framework to strengthen the protection of fish stocks from various threats, but also strengthen the provisions related to indigenous fisheries, of course, strengthening, I should say, enabling and equipping indigenous communities when it comes to managing their fisheries. We'll also, of course, mention the focus on restoration of important fish habitats. So we developed a national framework to identify priority areas, which it takes regional approach. It applies the international principles for ecological restoration. But what I would like to focus a little bit more at, smaller scale maybe, and specific example that I've been involved in between 2017 and 2020 that inspired me and helped me better understand the needs of fishing communities, and specifically indigenous-led fisheries in Canada, while I was preparing for the negotiations of the GBF. And it's a project, or I should say, I guess I could say it's a project that is led by Pescadormigari Nation at Skurig on the Canadian side, and Passamaquoddy tribe on the U.S. side. It's a very complex project from the perspective of international coordination, because there's also, of course, provincial and state level coordination. There is, as you many of you know from your jurisdictions, but also maybe from Canada and United States and other countries, where you have multiple agencies involved looking at various aspects, whether it's the pollution from, let's say, industrial activities, or whether it's management or recognition of traditional lands and territories and waters, or whether it's, again, specific to management of fisheries per se. The challenges, of course, with this type of project is that, first of all, you need to bring everyone on board from, across, various partners and levels, but you also need to make space and support, starting from, of course, recognizing the traditional lands and the rights of people. You need to restore what was lost in terms of the rights to traditional fishing areas. But one thing that only, I would say, makes sense from the perspective of restoration is the entire watershed perspective. So what what the indigenous nations of that watershed did is they developed a strategic plan for the restoration of the entire watershed. That, of course, involves a lot of cooperation across borders, but also they led and advocated for formalizing the relationship through the statement of cooperation on the restoration of the Skurig watershed. So it's a very interesting case. So I really encourage whoever is interested in looking at something that might look like very small scale when you look at the map of Canada and United States, but how complex the issue is, but how important it is from the perspective of restoring various indigenous fish species that really experienced a lot of declines due to whether it's multiple dams or for example pulp and paper industry, or small recreational fisheries of cottagers who give preference to a particular species versus the indigenous fish species that actually truly have the potential of restoring entire watersheds. So I don't want to go through a lot of details, but just wanted to emphasize that while we're looking at MBSAPs, we're looking at national level, we should not forget about all the other projects that may not, even if they're not mentioned, just because we're not mentioning, let's say, fisheries in every target, it doesn't mean they're not there. Just because we're not mentioning role of particular type of communities doesn't mean they cannot play the role there. So it's really important to look at the continuity. We're not starting from scratch. We're not starting from, oh, now we're going to do the MBSAP. Well, we've been implementing previous framework. So it's important to look at the lessons learned. Where have we failed? Where can we do better? How can we engage and build relationship and trust with the communities and actually equip them, give them all the resources they need, and allow them to lead that work. So maybe I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Fariz. I really appreciate all the concrete examples I'm hearing here, and I'm wondering if Taiki, you could also perhaps outline more holistically, and then if you have any examples to provide as well, that would be great on how Japan is also integrating. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. I'm Taiki Ogawa from the Fisheries Agency of Japan. I'm an assistant director of the Ecosystem Conservation Office. So, in order to make fisheries sector into the understand the goal and target easily, so we took 3 steps. First, we translate all the goal target into Japanese language because our mother tongue is Japanese, and people working in the fisheries sector do not always read English. Then, as everyone knows, some targets are very long, so we make them very short. For example, like target 5 could say sustainable management for fisheries, something like that. And finally, we explained GBF several times to the fisheries sectors in the same. And also for getting involved in the goal and target of GBF from the fisheries sectors, I also have several steps. And first, I talk with the fisheries sector. Sometimes, they don't know about the term in the environment sectors, so I translated them into the language which they are very familiar with. For example, some people are in fisheries may not familiar with like the word protecting oceans or something like that, but they could be familiar with like management of your fishing areas and so on. Then, we did interviews with fisheries experts and professors who are very familiar with GBF to receive advice to promote GBF in the fisheries sectors. And then they also underline the importance of the translation of the words and technical terms in the environment sector. And finally, also I also did interviews with fishers who do conservation activities such as preservation of seagrass bed in order to promote activities related to GPF in the fisheries sector. And I got actually many tips from them, but what I impressed me the most is that they told us that there are many ecosystem and conservation activities carried by fishers, such as the conservation of coral reef and seal grasses, but they don't know the GBF. So that the promotion of GBFs, including targets, is very important. Thank you very much.
So I think it's becoming very apparent that there's a lot of important work ongoing to translate and to really integrate the sector across scales into the biodiversity space. I want to move on and ask specifically maybe about, I know, having heard your interventions, there may not be a full understanding of what each target means. I really appreciate what you said, Taiki, about trying to make the targets more digestible. I think it goes a long way. But if there are any specific targets that you could perhaps highlight that are getting the most attention, be it positive or negative, within your national fleets, or of course also in the private sector and the fleets that you deal with, Javier, and perhaps for the party delegates as well, if we can perhaps incorporate as well. Kim showed the interesting slide where fisheries was the real outlier of the NBSAP analysis. How and whether there are, how fisheries are being incorporated into your NBSAPs.
So aquatic systems and fisheries in NBSAPs in Iceland, our current one is already 15 years old, so it's quite outdated. But I'm really happy to tell you that we're working hard on a new one. And the person who's leading that work is Snorri, who is here in the audience from the Institute of Natural Research. And also very happy to tell you that I'm part of the committee. So the fisheries were well represented in the committee making a new NBSAPs. We aim to finish this document, Snorri, yes, in next spring. We're working really hard towards that. Regarding comments like we were hearing about involving the sector as well, we are engaging in discussions with the research community that have to do with the NBSAP reporting. However, the ministry is in a long-standing relationship of engagement with the private sector in fisheries, and this goes across the fisheries, let's say, levels, so small-scale fishers, medium-scale fishers, and the large companies that have an army of lawyers to talk to us. But these are monthly meetings that we host at the ministry, and they have historically usually been about certain targeted fish species or certain closures within the fisheries management system or something like that. But the office that I work in at the Ministry for Fisheries is called the Office for Sustainability and Environment. And we have managed to squeeze ourselves into all of these meetings, and we are now very welcome to be in all these meetings. They do ask us to come to these meetings to inform them on the progress on the GBF. And this has been most notably on protected areas, which is obviously, let's say, caught most of the attention from Montreal, understandably. This has caused, understandably as well, quite an unrest within the fishing community. But with this conversation, with this long-standing relationship between the ministry and the sector and the research community, mind you, and the Fisheries Directive, we are able to discuss this and happy to tell you, come to a conclusion, at least on some of the projects that we're implementing. So, yeah.
I think this question is more addressed to the governments because you are the one performing this, doing this. And fortunately, we have good examples here about how the fisheries ministry with the environment and the industry are collaborating and they are informing the fisheries industry. But as I said, I think this is not the case in most of the countries. And these are lessons that we have to learn because it is really needed. So if I may the call is to the government, both environment and fisheries department, sit together with the industry and talk about these issues. I think it's the best way, in first place, to let the fishermen, the fishing companies know what's going on, and then the best way also to let the fishermen and the fishing companies to show their experience and how can they get involved in finding solutions to the problems we have, because there's a reality, we have problems, and we have to realize that, but also let the governments know the positive actions that we are also taking in around the world.
Can I actually comment quickly in terms of like contribution of the industry and private sector, because I think actually there's a lot of space to demonstrate the tremendous amount of work that's being done, especially in areas beyond national jurisdiction through cooperation that has pretty wide coverage, global coverage. The reason why I mention this is because when we were developing our MBSAP, we have considered how or where, through what mechanism, or what would be the best way for us to show or show that we are working together to contribute towards GBF. And there's no such mechanism as of yet. But I understand that at COP15 there were some decisions where there's some, I believe, the invitation to for contributions. And I know that many regional fisheries management organizations individually, jointly through their network, but also in discussions at the Committee on Fisheries and the new subcommittee on fisheries management, they are already discussing opportunities regarding contribution, whether it's through fisheries closures and OCMs or through others, just on Target 5 alone, because there's so much fisheries-related terminology there. I think there is room for this type of contribution, not to suggest that this needs to be formalized or be mandatory, whatnot, but if a group of contracting parties under any specific organization choose or decide to demonstrate that they are doing really important work, there should be a way for them to do that. In terms of the targets that we are specifically focusing on, we have not prioritized any specific target, but we looked at where is the opportunity for us to mainstream biodiversity in fisheries and vice versa. Where can we demonstrate fisheries' place in biodiversity work that's already taking place, or anything where we're progressing? So, for example, we included examples under Target 5 around our work related to advancing the implementation of ecosystem-based approach to fisheries. We've included initiatives such as addressing entanglements of North Atlantic right whales in fishing gear. So that would be, of course, both Target 4 and Target 5. There are multiple initiatives there. We, of course, included work related to restoration. I already spoke on that. And across targets 21 and 22 that focus on indigenous knowledge and, of course, indigenous participation of indigenous peoples, local communities in decision making. So it's sprinkled. Again, there's only so much you can include in MBSAP. So I do invite you to look at Canada's nature strategies and to see where we have included bits and pieces. So maybe I'll just end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So when developing the latest Japan's MBSAP, which was actually released in early 2023, and I understand Japan was the second fastest country to produce it after the COP15, the Ministry of Environment made a draft of the MPSAF after hearing various stakeholders, including the fisheries sector, NGOs, and also, of course, the small-scale fishers. And the Ministry of Environment also held the inter-ministerial meeting, including Fisheries Agency of Japan, in order to well articulate it with the fisheries sector and other sectors. So the cooperation and mutual trust between the environmental authorities and the fisheries authority are very important. So according to the Kim's analysis, the fisheries is and agriculture are isolated, but as far as I understand, that Japan's NBSFAR is now including the voice of the fisheries and also the spirit of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you. And while I very much appreciate our panel sitting here, I'd love to throw it into the audience and hear as well what you have to say, be it from another party's perspective or civil society. And so I'm happy to bring around the mic if there are any questions, comments, if you'd like to answer the questions that I've posed to our panel here as well. Mr. Kim Friedman, you've had the floor. Can we hear from someone else, perhaps?
If not Kim.
Do you want to make trouble, Kim? Yeah. Okay, let's. Thank you.
Hopefully it's not trouble. Hopefully it's something, just an idea that came to me, that maybe in the next COP, there's a call goes out for productive sectors to come and represent themselves. Because what we're finding here is that it's very, very difficult for this conversation to have. You look around this room, it's almost empty. And the reason it's almost empty is because this is a foreign language we're speaking here. Most people don't see this as part of their business. It's other people's business. It's the fisheries sector or it's the agriculture. But in the same voice, if you go to the talks for biodiversity, you'll hear them talk about agriculture being one of the most important parts of bringing back nature or taking away from nature, and how do we do that? So maybe there's an opportunity for the Secretariat to put out a real call to say, we're going to make an opportunity for the productive sectors to come and bring themselves to the COP, to speak to the countries, to speak to the delegations. I know that's not your call to make, your countries tell you, but maybe there will be some appetite for it, because without them in the room, the 70% is never coming to the party, and we need to save it with more than protected areas alone. Thank you.
That wasn't maybe causing trouble, but it was a bit of a challenge. I don't know if Joe, if you want to respond to that.
Sure. Well, the quick answer is that we'd love to, but it's not so simple. To actually get things going. So we were saying, well, we've talked about sustainable use and some of these other issues in marine, and they said, no, we need a specific workshop on sustainable use. We need a specific discussion on the use to bring the use sector in and figure it out. So we had to figure it out, and we did. But I think that was a good indication of the dynamic and the understanding that is growing among parties. But I will say, I mean, I think among UN agencies, and I think there are different dynamics. I mean, we as a convention secretariat were a little bit more, I don't want to say constrained, but more directly guided by what our parties tell us at each of our COPs. I mean, I think, frankly, FAO and UNEP have a little bit more flexibility in what they can do and who they can reach out to. We have to be a little bit more careful, I think, because our parties regularly check up on us and give us instructions directly every 2 years, and we can't do anything without their instructions. But the point is that there is always this dynamic that of turning to the Secretariat, and I'm not coming back on you, but there is. I think this is an important topic to make, because we in the Secretariat do, as you may have seen from a few days ago, play and like to play a role as much as we can in convening and bringing people together. We had Oceans Day. It was a fantastic example. But when we come down to actually having real technical discussions, capacity building work, and things of that nature, you kind of come up against these turf battles, or these territorial issues within countries. And when I say territorial, I mean, what's my issue? What's your issue? What's my process? What's your process? Stick to your process. I'll stick to mine. I mean, for example, we've had a number of occasions where we'll have a capacity building workshop or something of that nature, specifically on fisheries and biodiversity, and we'll specifically ask for somebody from fisheries and somebody from biodiversity or area-based conservation, and they'll send us 2 biodiversity people, and we'll say, well, respectfully, you might not get the most out of this by only sending 2 people from the same office, and they'll say, we're the parties, we can do what we want. And I'm not going to name which parties said that, but those are the kind of things that we see. So there's a lot of expectation and a lot of hope that the Secretariat and us secretariats across these different spaces, including FAO, should be cooperating more, should be synergizing more, and we hear that all the time, and it's true. But we can only go so far unless that's reflected among our member states and our parties, because inevitably it has to be grounded in what they're telling us to do and how they're carrying it out at the national level. So that's a bit of a passing the buck a bit, but it is true, and I know you face the same issues as well in FAO, Kim. So it's important to have that discussion. Yeah.
I have to be very honest on why there's no many fishing industry representative here. Besides, the government in general have not called them to join and come, but we did, because we were invited by the organizers to this side event and the other one. And I made a call to ICFA members. We have organizations from 25 different countries in all the continents, and the main problem there was the budget. People could not afford to come here and spend a few days in this lovely place. And what we see is that there are a lot of NGOs and a lot of foundations that are putting millions of dollars and euros or whatever in their campaigns to be here. I was really surprised seeing how many young people were the other day in the Oceans Day, and I was thinking, where does these people get the money? And I understood that I was informed that the governments are paying the young people to come here, and so there was a huge delegation. And well, that's a reality that we have to face. The fishing industry, only this meeting. There are so many meetings around the world that it's very difficult to attend all of them. So maybe we could think about it to find a solution.
So while I appreciate all 3 of you taking the floor, I was making a call to other people who hadn't had the mic before, so it's my renewed attempt at some dialogue with other people who we didn't officially invite, but we have in the audience here graciously. Taiki would...
May I
because some emergencies, is the type of deep extraction of all the capital, the fish capital on the coastal areas with some technology which does not exist with artisanal fishermen, which exists on the big boats. And that is something we are suffering from in Senegal. And the illegal fishermen, the type of fishing and the attack which is being made on the capital of the fish stock is something that needs to be a global challenge. Because now with climate change, the fish we used to have in your country are migrating to our countries, including tuna, including sardine, I don't know what's the name in English is. And that connection, that teleconnection on climate change impact should be reflected on the trade connection and how we optimize things in one place because it's going to affect other places. A global solidarity is needed. A better institutional fix is really needed. It's not only economics, I'm sorry. And that's what has killed the local communities for many, many centuries. Just talking about the profit, and the profit does not stay in Africa, it goes somewhere else. And now we're just stepping one sometimes to reflect on how better we can optimize those resources and to respond to people who are suffering from the stock loss, suffering from climate change and biodiversity depletion. Just a few submissions on that things. Thank you.
Thank you very. Thank you very much. Yes, in the interest of time, I'm hearing a lot. I'm going to give the floor to Mark Dickie-Collis for some closing remarks. But I mean, it seems there's a lot of silo breaking that really needs to take place. And as the gentleman from Senegal mentioned, technology transfer. Perhaps we have time for one last little question, remark from, or Fariz, if you'd like to respond as well.
Maybe just to quickly build on is that I think there is now growing recognition on the need to recognize, consider, and incorporate and balance all the needs. Obviously, economic, environmental, biodiversity, social, cultural, spiritual. It's like kind of runs across, and I think does go back to the issue of equity. Equity at the local level, equity at subnational, national level, regional, and global. So, I think climate change is an excellent example where definitely the solidarity is required at all these levels, and we need to really advance these discussions, whether it's under the CBD or FAO or at the regional level, and we should not forget about also the linkage to biodiversity from the perspective of resilience, because we can't, if we're talking about, want to talk about resilience of fisheries, that should not be disconnected from resilience of biodiversity or resilience of ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you, Fariz. Just wanted to echo that, and just want to thank you for sharing your story from Senegal. And I made it sound like Iceland is doing really, really well, and we weren't always like that. We were also exercising Olympic fisheries and on sustainable fisheries back in the days. But there are ways forward. There are systems in place, and there are lessons to be learned. Even though it took us quite many decades to get there, we got there. So that's definitely a possibility.
And with that, let's give them a great round of applause to our panelists. And thank you very, very much. I'll leave the floor to Mark for some closing remarks and some key takeaways.
Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of ideas. As people have said, there was comings and goings in the room, and we were, to some extent, talking to our own little bubble, because I recognize a lot of the faces in here, and it's the new faces I want to see. And it's that reaching out that matters. And IUCN FEG has tried to reach out, and it's reaching out across CBD, and it needs to change itself. It needs to start thinking, as we've heard, about meeting people's needs. It's about the human face that we're having here. So we've had the buzzwords trust, collaboration, responsibility, resourcing, translation and listening, and awareness raising. Everybody would expect those words to come through. The crucial thing, though, is we've had actual practical examples from Spain, Canada, Iceland, Japan, and also from Senegal, of issues being brought to the table. And we need to find tangible and real ways to collaborate. But crucially, we're not starting from scratch. Thank you, Fariz. And we also need tips from fishers. Thank you for that comment as well. They all come together. But crucially, it's about being present. And I've heard around this whole conference centre lots of discussions about investment, about business opportunities, about biodiversity working in partnership with commerce. But I don't hear it in the fisheries realm as yet. And that, I think, is the conversation I want to start hearing around the COP here. Why is it that fisheries, we're still sitting here siloing ourselves when I have heard those conversations in the terrestrial, in the forestry, in the agriculture? What is it that we're doing as fisheries and marine biodiversity experts that isn't happening? So thank you all very, very much for participating. Please feel free to grab any of the speakers and have more conversations. And I wish you all a wonderful rest of the week. Bye-bye. Panelists, could we have you up on the front for a photo, please? Photo. Sonia, are you still here? She had to run.
and so we'll be sharing some of the work that we're doing in that group. And then in addition, we will go through a presentation of a publication that we've done. We have a number of our colleagues here, just as evidence of how well we all get along. We're still covering for each other when there are challenges. I waited for over 50 minutes for the bus just to get here, so that was one of them that we had certainly Plan B and Plan C in place. And also we've had a little bit of attrition, as you can imagine, as we're kind of getting towards the end of the COP. A couple of other people that were scheduled to be here had conflicting things that they had to do, but I think we've got a great crowd here nevertheless. So we are part of what is called the IMEC group, the Impact Mitigation and Ecological Compensation Thematic Group within the Commission on Ecosystem Management. And as you may be able to discern from the name, what this thematic group does is looks at ways to promote things like the mitigation hierarchy, like environmental impact assessments and strategic and cumulative impact assessments, and other key planning processes to help address the negative effects from things like infrastructure development or mines or oil and gas or putting up new buildings and things like that. And so these are increasingly just standard operating procedures that are occurring around the world. Although not too long ago, a lot of these activities were in fact voluntary in nature. And so within the IMEC group, there is a group that focuses on this idea of nature positive. We've actually been active in this space really since around 2021 or so, I would say. And so what's something that makes me proud about being part of this group is it actually very actively involves practitioners. It actively involves people that are from the private sector, as well as academics, as well as NGOs and others. And so it's a really a nice mix of professionals working together and also generating high quality outputs. It tends to be a nice space for us to talk and learn and share experiences, real world experiences, and we consider it a think tank on what nature positive means for business. And so we have actually a lot to chew on after the days that we've been here in the COP. So why is there a working group and guidance for business? Because understanding of nature positive is still unclear, and you'll have noticed the momentum behind it. It's a term that comes up very frequently here at the CBD COP. And so what is really important for business, though, is to have clarity in terms of what are concepts and what is expected of them, and then how do they manage those moving forward. We run risks that people will start to use terms like this and may use them inappropriately or incorrectly, and so that can then lead to criticisms and claims of greenwashing, and also lost opportunities and lost appreciation for what I think all of us will agree is actually a really important concept and a great opportunity to not only address the negative impacts that we have in terms of development projects, but also the positive things for nature that companies and others can be contributing. And so really what it is we're trying to do is enhance our own understanding and share out with others what it is that we're doing. So on that note, I'm going to pass the baton to Stacy Bagley, who works for the UNEP World Commission on WCMC, and she'll walk us through this report that we produced a little while ago, but it's still very valid and relevant today. Thanks, Stacy.
Thanks, Steve. So yeah, as Steve said, we've produced this a little while ago, but it's still incredibly relevant, I think, for the discussion. But I mean, just the background to this paper, really. The process we went through was a number of workshops. We had about 70 people across those, as Steve said, from all walks of life and backgrounds. And what this paper is essentially is accumulation of all of that work, all of that thought, all of that contribution that came in across the group. And this really synthesizes what came out of that. And the idea really was to contribute more clarity for businesses who want to align, contribute. We had a lot of discussion over the correct wording. Is it align? Is it contribution? And I think we're still navigating that. Here it's align. But really trying to provide a bit more clarity around how do we actually consider this concept with more meaning as opposed to just a very general term. So we really wanted to focus this towards more practical application, thinking about how business can contribute to that delivery towards positive outcomes, and to try and just navigate some of those doubts, those inconsistencies that might have been coming up, particularly at the time we were convening around this paper, as Steve said, from 21 to 23, we were having all of these discussions, and there was a lot of different things going on, and we really wanted to try and cut through that and to see where there was consensus and where we could help people navigate that. I've put this down. So we have a number of key messages in the paper. It's not too long, it's worth a read, but just to condense it here, I mean, essentially what we looked at is nature positive is really this going beyond the business as usual, going beyond the mitigation hierarchy, net positive impact, and really trying to drive at that transformation piece. And to do transformation, that's not one business acting alone, it's all of these actors across the global economy finding those ways to embed the value of nature within their decisions, within their institutions, within their systems, and business has a role to play in that, but isn't the only stakeholder who will allow us to achieve that. We had a lot of conversation around what is the role of business in aligning towards global goals, such as the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, such as the global goal for nature positive. And again, this collective action piece came out quite a lot, but this real trying to understand how businesses can really engage with these bigger level goals, how they can then work with different businesses, with different sectors, with indigenous peoples, local communities, civil society, all coming together. And how to do that in a way that recognizes that nature is multifaceted, is not just the biodiversity. So we need to think about those different realms of nature. We need to bring together climate, biodiversity, social issues in tandem. So we're really getting to the heart of a more equitable, just transition alongside environmental positive outcomes. And making sure that's done in a way that creates accountability for business, that is transparent, that allows for measurement, and also just being clear on both that progress and the barriers. And our final piece, we had a lot of discussion around the mitigation hierarchy and the role that plays within the overall nature positive agenda. And it was really a sense of we have to get that right. We have to still be doing the mitigation hierarchy as a real underpinning of action. But nature positive really goes beyond that and builds on that and thinks about how do we get business into supply and value chains, looking across portfolios, but still having those core principles of avoidance and minimization as opposed to compensation down the line. So those were our key messages. And then what we aim to do is to think about what are those principles that businesses can engage with when they're thinking about their transition towards nature positive. And we settled on 10. And these were very ambitious. We had a lot of discussion around, do you have to do all 10 at once? Do you have to get right there right now? So we felt that these are a guidance really of an aspiration that businesses can work towards, but really looking for those opportunities of what they're doing well, where there are gaps in this, where they need to put more effort in, and also where there are gaps in that wider understanding that allow us to further the knowledge base on these areas. I will not go into all of them in detail because I will be here for the whole hour and a half. But essentially just recognizing, as I said, like the principles of the mitigation hierarchy with focus on avoidance, making sure we're acting in a holistic way, recognizing nature as a whole, so all of those different realms, and in alignment with global goals. And then we had a set of principles which were more kind of what are the ways in which we engage with this to deliver on those first four? And that's how can we mainstream these considerations across the whole of business, across the whole of society, across the whole of government. A lot of conversation on that here. How do we do it in a collaborative way while being adaptive and transparent? And then just to focus on the word just in here. I mean, this was one, again, we thought about, you know, how can we do this in a way that integrates different actors of society, that recognizes the need to be socially equitable, to be really engaging people across value chains, across landscapes, across partnerships, to make sure everyone's got a voice at the table and we're really progressing this in a just and equitable way. And then finally, measurable. This is not something we tackled in the paper, but there's been a lot of discussion around this as part of the MPI discussions and as part of the new metrics work that's coming out there. So this paper didn't seek to talk about measurability of nature positive or even to define nature positive, but it put that in there as a principle to say this is something that we really need to be working towards. And then we created this graphic, which looks awful on the screen. So check out the paper. But essentially, we wanted to sort of pull together everything that we had in the paper, the sense that, you know, it was about businesses aligning or contributing with nature positive, that we had the core principles, and that businesses could take action across that assess, commit, transform, disclose, Act D sort of framework, and recognizing that they needed to work across different scales if we're really to achieve this in a meaningful way. So there's a lot more detail in the paper in each of these, but this graphic just helps to synthesize what we worked on. And good news, the new thing for this year is we've now translated the paper into multiple different languages. So the QR code should take you to the IUCN portal, and then you can just select the language you want from there. So that was our main update, and that's kind of our summary of the paper. I'll leave that on here for now, Steve, so people can download it and hand back to you. Yes?
Thanks so much, Stacey. We're also joined by Warwick Mostert from Anglo American and Mark Johnston, who works with BP. But again, anyone who is within a commission, an IUCN commission, you are there in your individual capacity and you're not representing your organization or company or institution. So what we really actually value is the firsthand knowledge and experience that all of the members bring to this work. We have a few questions and things to chat about, and we decided to keep this session a little bit more light because probably, like me, you're a little exhausted from all of the sessions and discussions and debates and PowerPoints. And so we wanted to really just have a space to discuss, and that means asking, you know, and hearing from you what your thoughts are, what your questions, what your concerns may be as well. But I'll kick it off and do a quick roundup here in terms of trying to get some reflections on what have we seen over these past 8 or 9 days or 10 or feels like a long time at the COP. There have been many events on nature positive. What are some of the things that you have seen? And what are some of the gaps and pitfalls that we may be facing? We'll start with you, Warwick.
What we've noticed is that's the standard sort of... Is this working? Okay. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not working. Hand it over. It's like microphone chess. Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, there certainly has been I guess, a maturity in the understanding. I mean, I think you look at the difference between COP15, which was probably just when the whole nature positive term or, you know, narrative came out. And there were a few companies that came out and said, you know, straight away, you know, we want to be a nature positive company. And I think a whole bunch of them said, oh, hang on a moment. Can we? You know, is that really possible? You know, so there was quite a big gap in the understanding. I think certainly a takeaway from me, Steve, just on the, you know, the sort of week or two that I've been here is that certainly has matured. There's a much more sort of piece of clarity around what it means for a company to contribute or align to some of the nature positive actions that they can take. That clearly has come out in a lot of the discussions. I think just the amount of businesses here. I think Stacey had a couple of stats on one of the talks she gave the other evening in the increase in the number of businesses, organizations, people being here, which is a clear indication that they want to be part of, not necessarily part of the negotiations, but certainly part of the clearing up and the message around the understanding of what does nature positive mean. So I think that's certainly been quite a key takeaway. From our own perspective in terms of a mining company, mining sector, earlier this year we also part of the International Council for Mining and Metals. Within that grouping, there is a nature working group. There were quite a few of the members, certainly of this, as well as within that actually, it was quite a good opportunity in terms of getting alignment between beginning of the year, through ICMM, we released a nature positive statement in terms of companies. So there was an update. So, I think the fact that we had this we had this sort of movement that had come sort of pre-COP15, probably not a lot of clarity, the build up to not only that within ICMM, but I think in a couple of other industry association organizations around much more clarity in terms of where does it fit and how does it contribute and tie into GBF. So, I think that's also been a really positive piece, and it certainly has come out, particularly around the metrics. And let's not get to the measurement piece just yet, but I think there's certainly been a huge amount of work that has helped on that.
Over to you, Mark, please.
Thank you. You said exactly what I was going to say, but no, another thing about that. No problem. So no, it is fascinating that the whole journey and the reflections there, and all good things, of course, started around a table in the Conservation Congress like some years ago over a pint, and things have moved forward quite a bit since then. So it is great to see that this whole concept, anyway, of nature positive coming through here. I think you highlighted there's still a lot to be done in terms of understanding, well, what does that actually mean in practice? And particularly for businesses, so some businesses are understanding and progressing on it, but there's a huge tail. There's a lot of businesses, and the same with biodiversity, not just nature positive. So just understanding what it actually means in practice, what the implications are, and I think as you highlighted, one of the key concerns when we first started this work was businesses using it without understanding it, and the greenwashing risk, because that's always my push to businesses is saying, well, what is nature positive? Don't use that term until you really understand it, because strapline is that companies can contribute towards nature positive. A company can potentially be net positive, but all companies have a negative impact on biodiversity. There's no doubt about it. You just switch on a light, you use water, use paper. That has an impact on biodiversity, whether it's professional services or extractive industry. You can take additional actions beyond your mitigation hierarchy, which may then contribute towards nature positive. And that whole basic concept is still to be embedded and understood by businesses. And a lot of businesses do a lot of great work. Let's not get away from it. But also, I suppose a lot of it then comes down to accounting. How do businesses as a whole contribute towards that nature positive goal? But then it gets very complicated in terms of how you're doing the metrics and the accounting side of things. And is that the wrong focus? I'm interested to hear what people say on this point. Let's just focus on businesses taking action beyond their supply chain, beyond their value chain impacts and dependencies. So,
out there to start a conversation. And I think one of the principles on the paper that's kind of resonated with me throughout this is that adaptive piece, because what it feels like, there's still a lot that needs to be improved. There's still a long way to go, as we all know. But I think it does feel like the momentum is moving a bit more from the why to the how. And that's been really good to see across the sessions. So it's no longer about, well, why should we care about nature? Why should we go to a COP? We've seen the presence, we've seen the turnout, we've seen that level of engagement. And what people really want to know is, well, how do I do this? And I think that's a really good step. And I think over the last 2 years, since we did the paper, since the GBF came out, since more evolution on nature positive has happened, there's really been a lot of momentum in this space, even though we recognise there's more places to go. And I think what I'm hearing from here is, there's lots of big discussions around what do we do, how do we do it, how do we measure it, how do we align it. But there's also a sense of, well, how do we do that in a way where we're not too scared to fail because we just want to get it right. And I think that adaptability piece is something that we should really take from the paper. And the other side is the collaboration piece and not being afraid to kind of start new collaborations across different groups, new ways of thinking, and really scaling that into value chains, into landscapes, and just thinking, my tagline of the COP is like beyond operations. Businesses aren't just their operations, they're way, way more. And we can't tap into that opportunity until we start to recognize that. In the mining sector, if you think about non-operational land holdings, huge, way more than the operations, and way more opportunity to deliver outcomes than you could get through net positive impact. If we think about extensive value chains, there's way, way, way more opportunity in those landscapes than there is just one business tackling its direct impact. So I think just trying to think about that scalability, that adaptability, and that collaboration is like heart of what I've seen over the discussions, and I think is what we've tried to capture in the principles of the paper as well.
Thanks for that, Stacey and Warwick and Mark. Speaking from my participation in these types of global conversations, I really do feel a paradigm shift where we're not as fixated on addressing negative impacts, which we have to do, and we can't ever stop doing that. But there's also much more of an opening end and a desire to look at how, in this instance, business can make a positive contribution, can actually add something more and help out in the world, and kind of separate that out from addressing their negative impacts. Again, repeating that's essential to be done and remains being addressed. But really making a contribution, and something that I feel in this COP in particular is less kind of confrontation and acrimony, but more collaboration and more expectation that we can work together. Although I will come back to a question in a little while about some of the protests that we've seen. But I also wanted to raise a question. I guess I'll start with you, Warwick. In terms of what are some of the things within either your company or other companies that you've seen and you associate with that are nature positive contributions or their efforts to try and contribute to this space?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I think I was saying earlier, so we as Anglo American have a net positive impact commitment. We've had one since 2018. We've had a sustainable mining plan element of that, which is obviously it's not just biodiversity. There's a carbon neutrality goal. There's a whole bunch of targets around water and others. But I think we've had that, and then when the whole, as I was saying earlier, when the whole narrative came around nature positive, the way that we looked at it, and we sort of tried to, before obviously the work that we had done with IMEC, is kind of frame it in the like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 sort of scenario. Is we've got and most companies have got a pretty good handle on their direct footprint and their immediate impacts. And that's what we would see as your sort of scope 1. In other words, you've either got a no net loss commitment, or you've got a net gain commitment, or an NPI, and those are managing those direct impacts. Scope 2 is probably that sort of mix between the two, where it's probably a little bit of an overlap. But where we saw the nature positive contribution was very much in that wider landscape and that surrounding catchment area, where that's for us where we would see, okay, and I think Mark sort of mentioned it earlier, it's almost like the old language around additional conservation action. If you think back to that sort of terminology, that's kind of how we've kept it, and so we're making sure that we've got our NPI commitment and the actions and the steps that we've taken around addressing that. But what are those opportunities within the landscapes and the regions in which we operate? And this is where it's critical that the role of a national NBSAP comes in. So you've got some countries with some very good priority areas that require action. I was at a session earlier, a bit of a bias, obviously, a South African session, and our National Biodiversity Institute have just released and updated their priority areas for biodiversity conservation, which is a fantastic tool to be able to say, that's the opportunity. That's the opportunity in the landscape in which you operate. So it might not necessarily have anything to do with your company's actual physical impact, but there's an opportunity within the landscape, and it could be strategic water source areas. It could be a catchment management opportunity, which is, on a number of these is what we've actually taken up. And that's critical for us to be able to say this is a additional conservation action or a contribution to a nature positive outcome in an area and a region in which we operate. But I guess the take home for me, and that's certainly some of my reflections on this COP, is that there is still a huge gap, and it was obviously one of the priority areas of the COP, is to get alignment between countries' NBSAPs and the GBF. And sadly, if you've seen and read some of the submitted NBSAPs, some of them read like a marketing or an advertising brochure. It's tongue in cheek, but it's remarkable how varied they are. There seems to be no structure. Even though they are addressing some of those GBF targets and goals, it just seems like there isn't that structure and that clarity. So then how does the private sector then say, okay, here's a very clear opportunity for me to align some of my nature positive contributions in the region in which I operate, that immediately has that contribution. So that I think is a key next step, which I think we need to look at. But as I was saying, for us, we've always seen it as in that bigger region and landscape in which we operate.
Thanks for that work, and that's actually a really important issue here. On the climate side, there was a Paris Agreement, there was a commitment to try and achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius in terms of change, and limit it to that. And we currently lack those global targets, and it's quite difficult, I think, from a biodiversity perspective, to come down to one simple metric or idea or target of that nature. There has been hope that the Global Biodiversity Framework may provide that, and that would be evidenced through these NBSAPs, but it sounds like they're not quite providing that opportunity. Maybe I'll ask you, Stacey, in terms of what are some reflections or thoughts of what could be done to work on NBSAPs and providing a direction of travel and guidance, which is important not only for nature positive contributions, but we've all seen a lot of sessions around biodiversity crediting, for example, which should also be going towards that direction, so we don't have random activities that companies or other may engage in, which actually may, and calling them nature positive, which may actually not be very helpful in terms of addressing some of the negative impacts we have.
Big question. It's interesting when you say like some of them read like a marketing brochure. My head also goes to, well, you could say a lot about business strategies being exactly the same. So, I just think we can't underestimate the scale of what the GBF is trying to do. This is a really transformational framework. It's really ambitious. It's really kind of trying to set that vision, that direction. And I think the translation of that into NBSAPs kind of just shows the momentum of what we're trying to do. And I think there's a lot of elements in that. We need to think about countries' capacity, their capability, what data is available. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we can't be too harsh is the word, or pessimistic, because I do think countries are trying to set their targets in a way that makes sense, that they can build on them, that they can implement them. And I know there's lots of discussions around, well, what does a whole of society approach looks like in this? And that, again, is a fairly new way of looking at it if we're thinking about the Aichi targets. So I think there's a lot that countries are trying to navigate as they try to think about their NBSAPs in a meaningful way, and they think about how do they do this in line. There's a key phrase like in line with their national priorities and capabilities, and I think that capability piece is quite a big one really, and how do we think about how we can strengthen scientific, technical data cooperation, how we can give more confidence was something that came up in the Business and Biodiversity Forum as well, so that policymakers feel like they can be more ambitious and set that direction of travel and won't get the backlash of saying, well, we won't operate there. So I think there's just lots of dimensions under that we shouldn't lose sight of. And I think overall what the framework's trying to achieve and all of these big discussions that countries are having, there's a lot of nuance and weight that sits behind that. And I think one of the things that it's this transformation piece is the bit I always come back to with nature positive, because I agree, like we absolutely need to be thinking into the landscape and where there are opportunities there. But what does transformation look like in practice, right? I mean, I guess we've seen transition and transformation in the context of the energy sector when we think about climate change and moving towards renewables. But what does transformation for nature look like on an economic basis, on a governmental basis, on a business basis, on a financial basis? And that's the piece of the puzzle, I think, that will just tip everything, be that policy, business strategy, financial investment. And that if you get that right, it will all come together. But I think, yeah, we haven't quite figured it yet. So more to do.
Mark, you're active in a lot of these fora where these discussions are happening, and you've been involved in this for a while. What are your reflections?
I just want to expand on a couple of points, please. I mean, first of all, this is incredibly complicated and really difficult. So that's the first piece, I suppose. I think in terms of, so it's not, at a moment, I think we're just fiddling around the edges. We haven't really got to understand. We hear concepts of transformation. We've got an idea what transformation actually is. But we're really only just fiddling around and changing the sort of moving the pieces around the table rather than getting to grips with it. So there's a huge amount of work to be done there. But also, of course, that's against the time of we've only got 5 years to deliver the Global Biodiversity Framework. So it's extremely highly ambitious, and still business is trying to understand what that actually means. Other reflection in terms of the MBs actually are critically important. But I wonder how many, and I haven't read the ones which have been submitted so far, how many of those actually refer to businesses? How many actually talk about actions businesses need to be taking? I've certainly not seen any yet. So that then puts the emphasis, well, we can't rely on businesses to provide that guidance. Now, WBCSD, REF and others have produced some sector guidance, pathways to nature positive, which really help, but they're still not, as I see them, still not transformative. They're really just rebranding what we've been doing for 20 years. And that's the problem, we're still regurgitating all the things we've been doing for quite some time. And we haven't quite got over that hurdle yet. It's on the cups, I think, in terms of making that change. So, yeah, are we going to get the leadership and direction from governments to be nature positive and Global Biodiversity Framework? Probably not. Therefore, who's driving it? Society wants that change. We all want that change. Businesses obviously will respond to governments in terms of the policies and the regulations and respond to societal expectations. But it's still not quite clear who's actually going to be driving this transformative change and how it's going to happen. So, it's really up to this group,
to the things that they consider dear to them?
Well, I'm not going to tackle the biodiversity credits piece.
Leave that to me.
I mean, I think on the offset space, Steve, I mean, I think, when we're working with a group, the principles, and it's an old grouping, it was the Business and Biodiversity Offsets Program, came up with a set of principles that companies need to adhere to in order to deliver successful biodiversity offsets. And Stacey mentioned it before. A critical piece of that is the application of the mitigation hierarchy, which is a mitigation hierarchy of control around avoid being the first step. So, and that's the critical piece, is that we've got to be able to drive the hierarchy of control, that the last resort is offsets. You don't want to get to offsets. Offsets is the absolute last resort to be able to say, you cannot mitigate these impacts. There is a residual loss which is going to be there. And so therefore the only mechanism that you can use is offsetting. So I think the principles of BBOP have helped inform a lot of the principles of the IMEC Nature Positive paper, which is good. We've just got to make sure that those steps of avoidance avoid the impact as much as you possibly can. If you cannot avoid that, you then take the next steps around minimization. Can you make that impact as small as possible? And then you get to mitigation, and the final step is offsetting. So, yeah, I mean, the offset, unfortunately, it got used, and it certainly has been implemented pretty poorly across countries and local governments, in that it's a jump straight to offset. In other words, you put a development proposal in, and straight away they say, well, you have to implement an offset. But have you actually followed the steps of that hierarchy of control? In a lot of cases, no. And I think if we applied that, you would get far more use out of the offsetting approach, as opposed to, unfortunately, what it's kind of been branded at. But there's, I think there's a lot of positive coming out of it. There's some talk around, what is the value of potential biodiversity banking in terms of countries and conservation agencies using that as a potential tool to help them expand on some of their protected area networks, so that you can get a sort of a collective bank of offsets that are in areas that need it, getting back to my point earlier around priority areas, so that if a development is happening, you can actually put that into a kind of an offset banking opportunity, so that those offsets are going into the areas that need it, as opposed to very fragmented, poorly implemented offsets, which unfortunately has probably given rise to some of the criticism around it.
Mark or Stacey, any reflections on the question?
I guess it's, essentially we need to move beyond the compensation mindset, because I think that's the worry, right, is that we just end up going, oh, well, we'll just do bad stuff and then we'll throw money at it later and hope that works and sticks. And then that doesn't, because nature, even in the same area, right, nature in one place is not the same as nature in another place necessarily. And that's inherently been the problem with offsets, is how you do the equivalency, the additionality, all of those principles in BBOP. But I guess, I think it's just trying to say, I think what the magic of COP is just that opportunity to absorb and be humble and listen and engage in a way that we don't get the opportunities to in our day-to-day lives. And I think that's kind of not being here saying, oh, well, we've done this, we've done that. Actually just having that opportunity to just listen to the questions, the concerns that are coming through, and have this real opportunity to hear people in person and engage with that, I think is really important. And I think going back to that transformation piece, there's a kind of pre-avoidance bit in my mind that says, like, well, should we be doing this thing in the first place? Like, is this aligned with nature outcomes fundamentally? Like, do we need that resource? Do we need to make it? Can we build in circularity, and just trying to get that more integrated systems thinking in, but just putting more questions back at the earliest stage to say, well, actually, is our business model fundamentally misaligned with what we're trying to achieve here? And if so, it doesn't matter how much mitigation hierarchy you do, you're fundamentally just not compatible with nature outcomes. And I think that's another bit that kind of came up in these discussions, and particularly at the start we were going, can certain organizations or certain sectors ever claim to be nature positive or contribute towards? We didn't crack that, but it's something that came up. But I think, it's great to be able to be in a place where you can actually hear people properly and understand those concerns and question your own values, your own belief systems, and your own ways of thinking about the world. And I think that's a really good thing that we can achieve through COPs.
Thanks for that, Stacey. I guess a bit of a teaser in terms of some of the things that we're now debating in the group. And maybe, Mark, if you can share with us some of your reflections on this so far. You've heard about the mitigation hierarchy. You've heard that you need to avoid and reduce and restore and then offset negative impacts, and even do additional things to make sure that we're confident that those actions are generating no net loss or even hopefully a biodiversity net gain. And so one of the things the group is grappling with, and it would be great to get your reflections, Mark, and others up here, in terms of when do we know that we've gotten through the mitigation hierarchy and it's enough and we can, consider the other things that are done are actually nature positive?
Thanks so much. We don't. I suppose the answer is a simple response to that one, because it all comes down to accounting and how you measure it, and it is really hard. And then in that respect, I think I'm trying to answer the answer to that one. There's different ways. Obviously, business can do it to actually demonstrate and measure that change and how they're contributing, and demonstrating they have gone through the mitigation hierarchy to achieve a net positive impact. But even just achieving a net positive impact, as we know, is difficult. It's challenging, and I can. And then the next step on to sort of nature positive. I think the nature positive needs to be looked at more of a corporate level rather than individual project level, where you apply mitigation hierarchy at project level or try to achieve an NPI on project level, but then you have to look across your whole supply chain or value chain and also look at the whole sort of nature positive side. So I think there's a fundamental difference between the two there. So just a quick recap in terms of a couple of things we're doing in BP in terms of our position. We launched our biodiversity position 2020. We have 3 quite specific objectives. One's about net positive impact on our new projects, and biodiversity enhancement plans and operations. And then we have a third one, which is about biodiversity restoration projects, and we support biodiversity restoration projects. Those are not there to compensate for impacts. It is and this came out a question in another pavilion, the governance mechanism behind that is very different. So it's removed from the projects. And actually something I manage. It's not part of the operations, it's not part of the projects, and it's not there to compensate. It's just doing something good for biodiversity and people. And it's as simple as that. But then making sure that we also deliver NPI and enhancement on operations and projects. And that's the sort of black and white of how we sort of take it. But certainly not make any claims with nature positive.
Maybe just to add another layer to this. I mean, last night at the update, or the red list announcement update here, Ed was here from IBAT, the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool. The fantastic, effectively the sort of underlying data that the red list does give is in the use and the functionality of IBAT. If any of you know or have used the IBAT, you will it'd be amazed how much it has evolved over time from when it really originally started. Using species red list assessments and using their distribution, but also then layering over that key biodiversity areas and critical biodiversity areas, obviously, the World Database and protected areas. But an interesting development on that has obviously been with the IUCN team around their STAR metric, or their species threat abatement and restoration metric. And that's, I think, it's not perfect yet, and there's ongoing work to it. And it was one of the areas that we were quite keen as a private sector come in to say, where we've used IBAT in the past, it actually doesn't give you the site-based granularity that you need in order to be able to say, are the actions and the measures and the mitigation steps and the restoration activities and potentially some of the offsetting, are they actually delivering the gains that are needed? So it's a really good way and a good start of saying, can we take the threats to the species that are in the area in which you operate? Can we potentially map those and use those as the abatement measure and the some of the species red list assessments, improved, potentially from some of the statuses that they are. So it's a really, interesting piece of work, and we've done it with a team. We piloted it at a number of our sites. What's interesting is it's very reliant on very site-specific data. So at a high level, you get your red list assessment, and take an example in South Africa or Southern Africa. If you just put a why it comes up is because that's its range, where we know that they don't actually occur there. So we've got to be able to thin the list out that you would get off an IBAT, but then you've got to really focus in on what are the threats. And it was a really interesting exercise with both our site teams, but also the regional conservation authorities, where they've got a regional conservation plan or a national plan that has some threats to species in it, and seeing the difference between what you're going to get, what we were getting out of the star score versus what's actually happening on the ground. So that testing and alignment is happening. But to my final point around it is, we think on the restoration side is really an opportunity where, again, businesses, and again, you can kind of, inverted commas, call it your nature positive contributions, is at that restoration component. So you've got the opportunity to see this is the landscape in which you're operating. There are these restoration opportunities. Connectivity is a great example. So particular, if you take away some of the infrastructure, it might be as simple as building a suitable overpass over a road infrastructure that is a critical threat to a particular species. That's a fantastic positive contribution. That's a nature positive contribution. But you can then use a metric that can measure that, which companies can say, it's a far quicker measure to use, because we know that the species red lists assessments take years to get uplifted. So even though you're doing fantastic work, it's going to take a long time to see any change. And even if you get all of the actions right in your direct footprint, you might not have any impact on that species. Whereas if you look at what the restoration opportunities are, to us, that's a far a better way. So yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to working with the team, developing it, building on it, bringing in the red list of ecosystems. So then we'll have it under. Importantly, on the restoration side.
That's a great example, Warwick. But just so we're all clear, those are not restoring impacts that may have come from your business.
No, correct. Those are restoration opportunities within the landscapes that we operate that we would see as a nature positive contribution, not necessarily related to the impact. Yeah.
Stacey, I wanted to get any reflections you might have as well of. Have you seen any governments that are taking actions in this space to try and encourage or enable the private sector and others to make, we can call them nature positive contributions, or they may be biodiversity net gain or other types of things? Any reflections you have in that regard, and the role of government for helping enable or encourage business to do this?
End of COP. Have I?
There might be one where you live.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think there's a little bit. I think just from conversations here around sort of different approaches that are being taken to try and bring a bit more business contribution into that MBSAP development process. There've been examples I've heard around kind of setting up sector roundtables and kind of transversal groups who can really start to think of these issues and where there are opportunities to contribute. I mean, yeah, it's got to be, right? It's like public-private partnerships that are out there that are working really well. I mean, from my side, because I tend to work at the broader business strategy level, I'm less au fait with what's happening at the government space. But maybe Mark and Warwick, who are actually more engaging with that level, can answer. But yeah, I'm not the best person to answer it from my experience.
Mea culpa.
Just a quick one in the UK. Okay, obviously you may be familiar in the UK. You've got the biodiversity net gain regulations, which are required, but that's obviously mitigating your impacts. But they've also got something called the UK Nature Recovery Network, which is sort of regional focused plans to try and conserve and enhance biodiversity within the regions. And what they're doing, so it's of course relatively new, but they're also trying to see, well, how can we get businesses to invest and support those that restoration plans beyond the mitigating their impacts. And the challenge is, And the same point with nature positive is, why should businesses do it? What's the incentive for businesses to go beyond managing their impacts, or perhaps a bit more in terms of NPI? And they're really struggling. Apart from going down, dare I say, quick segue into biodiversity credits. But as we know, that's quite controversial.
So, but in the UK, there's the biodiversity net gain legislation, and in that, companies are required that have a negative impact on nature to address that, to offset that, and then contribute another 10% on top of that, and that's the net gain part. Is that nature positive?
Do you want a quick answer?
Yeah.
No, it's just about managing your impacts.
Okay.
Because it's 10% over 30 years, I think it is, in terms of mitigation. But no, I'd say that's just a part of your business as usual, managing your impacts.
Thanks for that. We have more time. Are there questions from the audience, or comments, or things that you've seen? Anything that you want to share? Any reflections to bring back to this group here? It's a quiet crowd, huh? You're all waiting for Antonio Guterres to come back out and get a picture of him, perhaps. No. Anybody else? We might have other people that are involved in the IMEC working group that are here. Yes, please. James. Yes, please.
Hi. Thanks very much, everybody. Great session. Really interesting, challenging issues. So James Spurgeon, natural capital consultant at Sustained Value. Question is, to what extent do you think that quantifying and valuing ecosystem services and potentially biodiversity, that sort of fits into what you're trying to achieve? I mean, is it something that's going to really help to get to or to meet the global framework goals, or not? Yeah, just be interested to hear your thoughts on the pros and cons and potential for it. Thank you.
It's coming to me again. I mean, I think, yeah, it's a way of articulating information, right, in a way that then can help inform decisions, I think. And I think there are different ways. I mean, one of the live discussions is like, what is value? And I think that this is where, again, some of like the protests and concerns are, not everybody across the globe has the same concept of value, particularly financial value. And I know that that's where a lot of the concerns around the accounting side and the valuation side comes in. But I think if you're taking a sort of a multi-value approach in your quantification, then absolutely. I mean, we do work at UNEP WCMC, working on natural capital assessments with governments. We're seeing more engagement from the private sector, wanting to understand how they can use those approaches in their business, because fundamentally money speaks to some decision makers, and being able to kind of show it in that format, along, as I say, recognizing those other forms of value on top of that, can maybe be an information tool that helps people think about this differently and helps trigger a change in mindset. But I don't think it works for everybody. You know, I think it's all of this is trying to find ways to communicate the importance in a way that then inspires action. And so I think it absolutely can have a place in doing that, done correctly and done with the right safeguards, the right acknowledgement of limitations, having the right considerations around it. And I think we've seen from businesses, there's been some pilots, and they've said it's been a really good way just to take it into senior leadership and boardroom and just put it on the table and go, look, isn't this great? Look at the additional value that we can really get from these sites if we recognize a more natural capital accounting approach than if we don't. So, yeah, I think it can absolutely be a way to sort of shift that needle and think about, really, we talk about embedding nature within decision making rather than an externality. So maybe that's a way that we can start to articulate that, is my opinion.
Any other questions from the audience? You can certainly find us afterwards if you also had further questions. Before we close up, I just one question that is more about a bit of a plug for these commissions and the importance. Again, I'll reiterate, there are 7 expert commissions within the IUCN. They're all on a voluntary basis. They're all on an individual basis and not an institutional or organizational basis. And so there's quite a bit to choose from. And I actually wanted to ask then the members of our panel up here, what it is that you find value. Why do you keep joining our meetings? Why do you take your valuable time when you could be out having a beer or ice cream, and you're sitting up here and sharing this experience with us? What it is that you get out of it, and why is that important for you on an individual, personal level or professional level?
I mean, Mark mentioned, I mean, Steve, remember we go back to, literally we were having a beer at Marseille after the IUCN Congress, and a group of us got together to say, you've now got, some of the nature positive commitments. What do we need to do as a collective, to get progress on this? Why do we keep showing up to the meetings? Nobody's cracked the nut yet, nothing. I think we're not striving to be perfect. I think, the more that we can test and collaborate and share, the more progress we can make, put out guidance, not necessarily standards, encourage companies to share learnings, failures, opportunities. It's all, I think we're sort of aiming for the same target. And the more that we can collaborate and do it together, the better.
Perfect. Yeah. It was actually the same in terms of just getting the collective brains together of experts in the room and challenging each other, because nobody really these things could take time to get ahead with. So I think every of those sessions take away something new, slightly different perspectives on things and key learnings. So just getting people in the room to thrash out these issues collectively is huge power actually and influence, and that's the great thing about the IUCN, because it does bring those people together.
You do let us go out for beer, so that's always like a good pull. But no, I think it is that opportunity to kind of step back a bit from the day to day. So the idea is the group, as we've said, is to kind of participate as an individual to tackle issues that collectively we want to focus on. And you might not get the opportunity to do that in your specific day-to-day role, or it might be a part of it, and this is an opportunity to kind of elevate and take key learnings from the group. I think it is that sense of community, right? Of like, sometimes in organizations, I mean, not mine because we're a biodiversity organizations, but in a lot of the other members, they may be one or two people in their organizations focused on these topics. So that chance to come out and actually just hash it out with a group of peers. And I think it's just like we can disagree in that group. There's a lot of disagreement sometimes, but it's constructive disagreement, and it really helps tap into a conversation in a way that you might not get if you're just in your little organizational echo chamber. I think as we were doing all of these workshops, we really just got into like, what does this mean? Like, what are people's opinions on it? And I think that was really valuable, and just kind of, it's a really nice community. So if you haven't joined, come along. Helping your plug there, Steve.
Sorry, my name is David Brasfield. I'm from the World Green Infrastructure Network. And I have to admit I haven't read your guidance yet, so I might say something stupid here. But I'm interested in how IUCN is working with business premises and business estates, if there's any particular guidance for nature positive business premises development. Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, or you're... Probably you'll be best served by grabbing somebody from the Secretariat to tell you exactly how that works. To my knowledge, there are a number of relationships and practices. The work that Warwick was describing around the application of the STAR metric is also being done in collaboration with the IUCN Secretariat. Remember that from the Commission's point of view, the commissions tend to release, recommendations and direction setting and guidance, and perhaps in some cases even standards. So this would be one way that the broader IUCN community is then contributing to the way businesses might determine and measure and talk about and think about nature positive. But I don't know if you have other reflections.
But was it more as a sector, were you, as part of the question, or was very much, yeah?
I'll just shout it out. No, not just the sector. I'm thinking about individual business problems.
Yeah. No, I mean the actual properties themselves form part of a footprint, form part of what a company needs to manage and mitigate. Absolutely, yeah.
So I don't know about within IUCN, but I know there was another group looking at buildings. I think Arup have been involved in that side of things. So there is groups, but I don't think it's linked to the IUCN.
There's really a huge amount of diversity in terms of the different groups that are focused on nature-based solutions, or they may be focused on indigenous rights, protected areas, individual species, et cetera, et cetera. So there are quite a bit of those. So I think we're ready to wrap. We'll gift you back another 25 to 30 minutes. We'll be around if you had any questions. If you are interested in participating in this Nature Positive Working Group, let any of us know, or any of the IUCN representatives that are here, about how to become involved in the IUCN commissions. And just in closing, also a thanks to the chair of the Commission on Ecosystem Management, who also helped enable us to come here and have this space. And please enjoy the next couple of days of the COP and have safe travels home. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. For those who have joined already, we're just waiting for a few last bits and pieces to fall into place before we get started. So hang in there, get yourself a glass of water, or check your emails. Good evening, everybody. Please take your seats. The movie will start in just a minute. There's been a slight change of plans. We're supposed to have open My name is Les Epon. I am the Director of Climate and Food at the United Nations Foundation. I'm also a farmer doing agroecological farming as well, which I think I would mention from a credibility perspective here. So in a moment, we're going to hear from the Director General of IUCN, but I'm just going to make a little teaser first. After her introductory remarks, we're going to have a great panel here with some really great esteemed speakers, some practitioners who've come a long way to speak today. So please do stay tuned in or stay in the room for a great conversation. But first, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to the Director General of IUCN, Dr. Gretel Aguilar.
Good evening. Buenas noches. Can you hear me? No, huh? Mic is not on. Now it's on? Well, I'm not a singer. So, thank you to all the ones present here, especially because now is getting late. So thank you for being here. It means a lot to us. And thank you to Lasse Brun, Director for Climate Change and Food of the UN Foundation, Balbino Benítez, Vice President of the Unión Agrícola Nacional de Paraguay, member of the World Food Organization, Esther Penunia, Secretary General of the Asian Farmer Association, Karina Calvanes, Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, and Christian Pacararu, Global Alliance of Territorial Communities. A big thanks to all our partners, Regen 10 and the UN Foundation and our sponsors, AFD and IKEA Foundation. Regen 10 and the Forest and Farm Facility, you have made this incredible event possible. So thank you very much. And to all of you here today, thank you so much for joining us at this powerful and timely event, one of that truly bridges two critical topics. The two critical topics of conservation and the future of our food systems. So you just saw the movie. I don't think I need to make comments on the movie, no? I think that we all watched this incredible movie that you can rewatch in Netflix. Because I saw it in Netflix. So I hope that you have really enjoyed this film. But next we're going to dive into a conversation that is at the heart of what makes our food, our health, and our planet resilient. The topic is something that IUCN sees as critical. And let me tell you that in our 20-year strategic vision, one of the priorities that we are discussing for IUCN is how to introduce nature into agriculture. This is not new for IUCN, I have to say, but it has not been one of our key priorities. And now, with our new 20-year strategic vision and in our new program 2026-2029, it will come as a priority. And that is why we are here tonight talking about exactly agriculture and nature, and of course, regenerative agriculture. So 2 weeks, I think 3 weeks ago, we were at the Leaders Forum and we launched our second flagship report, Agriculture and Conservation. That can tell you that IUCN is really walking the talk in trying to bring nature to the agriculture discourse. The report shines a light on the urgent need to rethink how agriculture can be a force for conservation, not a cause of degradation. It emphasizes the role of generative practices in conserving biodiversity, improving soil health, and reducing emissions, echoing many of the same issues raised in Common Ground. As the report illustrates, healthy soil and sustainable agriculture are not only necessary for food production, but are crucial allies in tackling the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity, loss, and pollution. The film you just saw Common Ground is the sequel to Kiss the Ground, a documentary that sparked a new wave of awareness around generative agriculture. Common Ground takes us deeper, showing the real urgent work of farmers from all walks of life, working to regenerate their soils, their soils, and heal the land. These stories aren't just about farming; they are about climate resilience, economic stability, and justice for those who grow our food. And that is where regenerative agriculture comes in. Through the lens of Common Ground, we'll see how regenerative agriculture can not only restore degraded lands and soil health, but also tackle systemic issues within the agricultural system, offering real hope for a better future. These practices hold the power to balance our climate, revive ecosystems, and contribute to stronger local economies. I encourage you to think about the links between agriculture, biodiversity, and climate resilience. At IUCN, we recognize that soil health isn't just a farming issue. Healthy soils is the backbone of healthy ecosystems, which support food security, species survival, and carbon sequestration. Regenerative agriculture stands out as a way forward, not only conserving biodiversity, but creating thriving, resilient agricultural landscapes that we all depend on. And farmers cannot do it alone. This transition demands cooperation from all sides: governments, corporations, financial institutions, civil society, and academia. That is why IUCN supports cross-sector partnerships and dialogues like the Common Ground Dialogues that unite the agricultural and conservation worlds in finding solutions and driving shared commitments towards sustainable, resilient farming. You will also hear from our remarkable panelists later, many of whom are farmers actively involved in this transition. They will share the challenges and opportunities of shifting to regenerative methods, from the need for accessible knowledge to the importance of supportive policies and financing. Indigenous peoples who have practiced regenerative methods for centuries, and you saw it in the film, I think it was very clear, very, very nice example, face unique pressures, but have essential knowledge that can shape sustainable agriculture. Their involvement is not just beneficial, it is essential for scaling these practices globally. And as the lady, the indigenous woman in the movie said, this is not new for them. It's the word what is new for them, regenerative agriculture. You know, in Spanish, it's very difficult to find a word for regenerative. So I think that what she said really, really took my heart, because they have been doing it for years. It's just that we have not been paying attention. So at IUCN, we work closely with farmers and indigenous peoples organizations through programs like the Forest and Farm Facility and Regen 10 to make sure their voices are heard in shaping policies that support this shift to regenerative practices. Together, these voices and stories create a movement for healthy, sustainable food systems that benefit people and planet alike. The video you just saw and the discussion that follows will inspire each of you to think about your role in supporting regenerative agriculture as a pathway to food security, environmental health, and a resilient economy. We all have a part to play in transforming the way we grow and consume food for the betterment of communities and our planet. The protection of our planet calls on us to stand together and unite as one voice for nature. And it is inspiring to see such films being made to bring these important issues into the public minds and heart. Thank you for being here in IUCN, a home of the union, as you see there, where we unite for nature, as it says here. But let me just, as a closing remarks, say a few words from my heart. No, we see that the population is growing. We also see that, you know, people need to eat, to put it in simple words. Then we talk about the crisis, no, planetary crisis, that I'm not going to give the long speech about that because you already know. But, you know, if you see the challenges, we need to feed the population, a growing population. We need to take care of nature. It looks like there is no hope, huh? But I think that there is hope when I just think that we lost our right course in life. I just think that we just deviate somehow at some moment, but we can return to the right course. I mean, the lady in the movie was saying it. I mean, they have been doing it for ages. And now with science in our hands, why not? We have science. We have traditional knowledge. We know how to do it. So sometimes I think, what are we waiting? I mean, really, what are we waiting? For things to get worse, for people to die out of hunger. Of course, this is also about equality and equity, because not everybody can have the luxury of have food in their plates, but everybody can take action to really bring the nature discourse into agriculture and bring agriculture to nature. It's a both-way street. And I think that everything is possible. We just need to do it. We just need to keep talking about agriculture here in the Convention of Biological Diversity, in the Convention of Climate Change, when we talk about this desertification now in December. I mean, we have to do it everywhere we go. Doesn't matter how many of us will be in the room, because at the end, this is what matters. How we can benefit people with a planet that can thrive, where we conserve nature hand in hand with giving benefits to people. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aguilar, for those words. And as a Costa Rican, you know what you're talking about, because not only is Costa Rica amazing with nature, agriculture, you're also one of the few countries who actually closed down your military. So when it comes to peace with humanity and with nature, you know what it's all about. So thanks for those kind words. It gives a lot of gravitas to it when you say it. So I would like our panelists to please come to the stage now. So Balbino Benitez, Esther Penunia, Alfredo Anasco, Cristiane, and Cristiane Pancararu. Thank you so much. Welcome, and welcome to everybody again who's watching online from home or who's present here today. Thank you so much for coming at this late hour during COP16. So we're going to have a few questions for the esteemed panelists here, 3 minutes each with some opening statements, and hopefully there will be time for some dialogue and also questions from the room as well. So if you have any questions, any burning issues you want to address, do think about it now and be ready. And we want to really anchor everything that we're going to be talking about now in the Common Ground movie, kind of let that set the scene. So please do keep in mind what you just saw in the movie, talking about the big aspects of benefiting nature and so forth. And just to echo what Dr. Aguilar already said, we do find ourselves in a polycrisis. We are on track to a 3.2 degree world. We have more than 800 million people living in poverty and abject hunger now. And we also have lost 73% of all biodiversity since 1970. So things are looking not good. And because of that, we need to really address what binds this all together. And as we just saw in the movie, it is about agriculture, it is about soil protection and preservation. So with that, I would like to come to my esteemed panelists.
So first, I would like to ask Christiane Juliao Pancararu, who is some from the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities. So there's been a shift in the public narrative on the crucial role of indigenous people in shifting towards agroecology and regenerative agriculture. What do you see being the role of people's organizations in pushing governments towards embracing this shift within food production?
Boa noite, muito obrigada. Boa noite, mulheres e não mulheres. Obrigada por estar aqui, obrigada pelo convite. Posso aqui? Tá. Bem, eu acredito que a participação dos povos, povos indígenas, povos de comunidades locais, agricultores familiares, tem uma base muito voltada à questão da agricultura familiar, da agroecologia, sem uso demasiado de agrotóxico e com controle de pragas naturais. Então, isso nos dá uma qualidade dos alimentos e isso nos dá também uma garantia da soberania e segurança alimentar e nutricional.
Good evening. Good evening, women and non-women. I believe that for us indigenous people, the way that we create agriculture is without agrotoxics, is using natural pesticides that support us in finding our food sovereignty, both by indigenous people and family farmers.
E outro mecanismo que poderia estar sendo positivo também para as realidades dos povos de territórios seria se a gente pudesse trabalhar ou tivesse mecanismo de difundir o Tratado Internacional de Recursos Fitogenéticos para Alimentação e Agricultura. Ok? Meu tradutor tem que dar um tempo, tem que ir bem devagar com ele. Ok?
Another positive mechanism would be to bring forth the ancestrality of indigenous people in the International Treaty of Intergenetics for Agriculture.
Porque o artigo 9º do tratado fala dos direitos dos agricultores e dos povos indígenas. No entanto, não vejo um esforço político dos países em implementar esse tratado.
Because the 9th article of this treaty speaks of the rights of farmers and indigenous people. Nonetheless, I do not see a political effort in trying to actually make sure that this treaty is being followed.
E aí é preciso respeitar o tempo da terra, se regenerar, para ela poder voltar a frutificar nesse modelo de produção extensivo da monocultura que exaure o solo e que provoca alteração no produto e, consequentemente, pode promover até doenças.
In this way, we would also be able to respect the time of the land to regenerate, not following this model of extensive production that promotes monocultures and also alters the quality of the product and also can increase the risk of illnesses.
Então, se o mundo quer aprender, ter alimento de qualidade, é preciso aprender com os povos de territórios, com os agricultores familiares.
If the world wants to learn to have quality foods, it is necessary to learn with family farmers and with indigenous peoples.
Muito obrigado. And I would like now to come to you, sir, Balbino Benitez, who is the Vice President of the Union of Agroecological national of Paraguay, and member of the World Food Organization. If you could tell us a little bit about your experience as both a conventional farmer and an regenerative farmer, what we would be particularly interested in would be your experience of transitioning to regenerative agriculture and how you address the question about scale.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos. Espero que nuestro traductor tenga la suficiente habilidad de transmitirle a ustedes, a los que no habla español, lo que quiero decir. Y otro, con el permiso de ustedes, tengo una agendita acá que voy a leer rápidamente porque es una ayuda a memoria. El productor sabe mucho en la mente, le queda difícil decir, escribir, porque manejamos solamente la azada, el machete, un poco el tractor y no la tecnología. Acá el compañero me va a ayudar en atajar mi micrófono y yo voy a leer. ¿Está bien? Cali, Colombia, 29 de octubre del 2024, si no me equivoco, ¿verdad? Quien lo saluda, Balbino Benítez Escobar, agricultor, mediano agricultor, no muy chico ni no muy grande, mediano. Socio de la OMA y fundador de la Unión Agrícola Nacional UAM Paraguay. Con un eslogan comienzo a hablar con ustedes: aprender haciendo juntos, porque si no hacemos juntos, nada vamos a aprender. Yo soy un agricultor de mediano porte, hago la agricultura familiar, actualmente tengo 106 hectáreas, 50 hectáreas de mecanizados, siembra directa, y 50 hectáreas, 56 hectáreas de reserva de zonas humedales, en el cual quiero hacer pisciculturas y conservar la biodiversidad. En la agricultura extensiva, mi experiencia después de tanto esperar, porque la revolución verde, tanto anhelábamos los pequeños productores, pensábamos que con eso íbamos a volver todos ricos, su nombre tan lindo, la revolución verde, ¿verdad? Pero al fin y al cabo, no hemos hecho negocios. Pero nos sirvió de experiencia. Hoy día el sistema actual de semillas modificadas genéticamente tiene demasiado costo en fertilizantes, en defensivos agrícolas, y no aguantamos más los costos. Al fin y al cabo, trabajamos para otros. ¿Cómo está? ¿No estamos entendiendo la traducción? ¿Estamos bien? ¿Es muy rápido, lento? Bien estamos. Bueno. Más los climas de hoy día, el calor, la sequía, nos ubica en una situación de riego contundente, de riego de inversiones en la agricultura extensiva, consecuencia de la revolución verde. Propuestas. Un poco estamos conversando así para poder entendernos. La siembra de la producción responsable u orgánica es sumamente importante por varios factores. Número 1, la variedad de la semilla. Son más rústicos para el agricultor familiar y más nos da tiempo a corregir nuestra tierra con abonos y sobre todo con abonos orgánicos, menos costoso para la producción. Hay que reconocer que hay menos producción, pero la producción natural son más alimenticios, contienen más alimento tanto para el ser humano como tanto para los animales. Igual podemos incorporar la tecnología, es decir, las siembras directas, la densidad, que es sumamente importante, porque en los años anteriores trabajábamos en densidades muy abiertas y eso hoy día hay que acercar más y sobre todo se puede hacer con máquinas tecnológicas, que es la siembra directa. También es importante mencionar los problemas. Yo hice producción responsable de soja, al mismo tiempo comprobé la diferencia y la importancia de las semillas nativas y los modificadas genéticamente que son los transgénicos. Las ventas. En esto lo que es transgénico y no transgénico, tuve una experiencia con mi vecino que sembraba unos migrantes en mi Paraguay y sembraba con tractor, siembra directa, pero sembraba soja transgénica. Y yo al lado, dividido en un alambrado, sembraba con tractor, siembra directa también, pero semillas no transgénicas. Para saber, para entender nomás, sin que sea un científico yo, la oportunidad de trabajo me hizo entender de que en la misma etapa plantamos, con la misma calidad de todo, ¿verdad? Y vino una sequía, mi soja al principio amarilló así, me asustó, me disgustó, ¿verdad? Y la soja del migrante que estaba al lado crecía, tenía hojas verdes, florecía, iba creciendo. Y la mía al lado ya iba amarillando. Pero para saber la inteligencia de la naturaleza, mi soja amarilló, pero cargó los granos. Saqué yo 2.000 kilos por hectárea y el vecino que tenía soja así de verde hermoso sacó 600 kilos por hectárea. Y esos migrantes son malucos, son maleos, no quiere que el paraguayo haga novedades, ¿verdad? Salió por la gracia de Dios y para entender que la naturaleza vale mucho. De por sí la soja no transgénica entendió que ya viene la soja, que no puede macanear teniendo hoja verde ni más flores, solamente se dedicó a cargar los granos. Increíble. Son investigaciones prácticamente científicas que cualquiera no puede saber, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo está nuestro tiempo, amigo? Porque tengo cositas todavía así.
Terminó.
Está terminando. Tiene que esperarme. 10 minutinos para él. Bueno, pero hay tantas cosas en la conversación que podemos contar después. Adelante, amigo.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Balbino. And like we saw in the movie, a real farmer who really knows how to get stuff done in the ground. And another farmer here tonight is Alfredo Anasco from Minolfo, who's going to talk to us a little bit now. So we tend to focus on the health and nature benefits of agroecology and regenerative agriculture. And for governments to prioritize a shift towards regenerative agriculture, it also requires focusing more on the vast socioeconomic benefits of the shift. As a farmer, what financial measures and other incentives are needed to help farmers shift towards regenerative agriculture? Can you talk a little bit about your own experience?
Bueno, buenas noches. Yo soy un bien pequeñito agricultor. Mi área es de media hectárea. Es un sitio aquí cerca, en esta zona plana del Valle del Cauca. Con mi familia hemos transformado un área que era solamente de pasto. Sembramos de todo porque el proyecto era de soberanía alimentaria. En el año 2002 comenzamos a sembrar y hemos venido transformando ese potrero en lo que hoy es un sistema agroforestal con más de 200 especies vegetales alimenticias y 7 especies animales. Hay gallinas, pollos, cabras, cerdos, peces, abejas. Obtenemos de ahí buena parte de nuestra alimentación de muy buena calidad. Llevamos los excedentes a los mercados locales. Yo hago parte y ayudé a constituir una red de mercados agroecológicos campesinos aquí en el Valle del Cauca. Somos 20 mercados, unas 550 familias. Todo ese proceso hemos tenido que hacerlo solitarios. Lastimosamente no ha habido apoyo económico de los gobiernos anteriores. Apenas en este gobierno actual se comienza comenzando porque ni siquiera los campesinos en Colombia eran reconocidos como sujetos de derecho. Apenas ahorita, el año pasado, se hace ese reconocimiento desde el gobierno de que los campesinos son sujetos de derecho para poder aspirar a tener algún tipo de atención desde el gobierno. También uno de los grandes problemas en este país es la propiedad de la tierra. A los que nos gusta la agricultura no tenemos tierra. Y hay personas que tienen mucha tierra pero no hacen agricultura. La ganadería ocupa en Colombia más de 35 millones de hectáreas. El potencial de Colombia para ganadería son 20 millones de hectáreas. Y la agricultura apenas ocupa 9 millones de hectáreas en Colombia de unas 20 millones que tienen ese potencial. Entonces la agricultura está muy abandonada en el país. Nosotros recibimos muchísimos productos importados. La mayoría vienen altamente subsidiados. La agricultura de Revolución Verde tiene mucho subsidio. Nosotros no tenemos nada. Entonces es muy difícil competir desde áreas pequeñas, muy difícil competir cuando no tenemos apoyo de los gobiernos frente a una agricultura que llega en toneladas desde afuera. En esa medida, nosotros venimos haciendo un esfuerzo muy grande, pero no es suficiente, no vamos a crecer, no vamos a poder escalar la agroecología en Colombia si no hay realmente un apoyo decidido del gobierno. Por primera vez en Colombia se está construyendo una política pública para la agroecología. Mañana a las 8:30 de la mañana se va a presentar allá en Zona Verde el plan, no la política. La política se está construyendo todavía en el Senado, pero hay un plan de agroecología para comenzarlo a aplicar en este país por primera vez. Y mañana va a ser la presentación a las 8:30 allá en Zona Verde y a la 1 de la tarde aquí en Zona Azul. El plan de agroecología es solamente un plan, todavía en el papel. Si no se dedican recursos, muy importantes recursos, porque las otras agriculturas tienen subsidios en Colombia. Los grandes propietarios de la tierra en Colombia tienen subsidio. La caña, que ocupa toda la zona plana del Valle del Cauca, donde podríamos producir muchísimos alimentos. Yo produzco mucho alimento en media hectárea. Aquí hay 260.000 hectáreas dedicadas a la caña, solamente a la caña, con subsidios. De manera que nosotros los agricultores, y yo soy de los poquitos agricultores que logró entrar acá. Aquí no hay agricultores en este evento. No pudieron llegar porque no pudieron conseguir esta. Entonces hace falta más equidad, hace falta más oportunidades, hace falta más justicia para que la agricultura, esta agricultura que alimenta el mundo, según la FAO, el 70% de los alimentos los producimos nosotros, pero los recursos no nos llegan a nosotros. Entonces así va a ser muy difícil fortalecer y crecer este tipo de agricultura que venimos haciendo. Gracias.
some very strong words coming there. Thank you so much. And as you heard, the first agroecology plan being launched tomorrow in the Green Zone. So please talk to Alfredo afterwards to check that out in more detail. And last but not least, I want to come to Esther Penunia. She's the Secretary General of the Asian Farmer Association. She's also a farmer herself. Last night we were talking a little bit about our own small productions. But Esther, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your work with your farmers and your members of the Farmer Association. You're working a lot to increase the resilience of family farmers, to secure tenure rights, address gender equality, and mobilize young people. How are you addressing mobilizing members to shift towards agroecology and regenerative agriculture? And how are you addressing scaling up those farmers who already are practicing agroecology?
Thank you very much for inviting us here, and thank you for the question. And basically, just to start, I'm very happy to see this film because in the Farmers Forum of IFAD, we are composed of farmers who have large size of farms and farmers who have small size of farms. And here, and our question always is, how would you transform into more diverse and climate resilient farms? And I see this as one example. And as a farmer and as a network of small scale farmers, I see many similarities in what was being done by the farmers in the video, in the film. But I think there is a bit of maybe a bit or a big difference between small scale farmers and maybe the farmers in the global north, in the north. The American farmers are lobbying very strongly for a bill. In the Philippines, it's very difficult unless you are supported in the advocacy. So I see in response to your question, the first thing that we do is to organize. So it's a movement to organize small-scale farmers who are having issues, whether it be on low productivity, whether it be on rights to land, or whether it be prices for our products. So we organize, and then we build capacities through awareness raising, and basically mainly through not only through seminars or lectures, but really on ground farmer to farmer exchanges, because many farmers practice what they see, and to see is to believe. So there is in Philippines, for example, we have a policy on organic agriculture, but farmers, because of the policy of the government to subsidize chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and then there is no price support for organic produce, the organic farmers shifted to chemically produced products or rice, for example. So we see that economic incentives are very important for farmers to transition to sustainable or climate resilient and agroecological approaches. So the incentives can be in terms of the prices of their products, like a premium for their products, or the participatory guarantee systems where we don't have to pay so much for organically certified products, or direct farmer-consumer relationships. And here, we really strongly advocate for a policy for public procurement through, for example, farmers groups supplying meals for the feeding programs of the government, or farmers groups catering to the clients and to the participants of government in their meetings and in their conventions. So basically, we also, our transition to agroecology will really involve empowering the farmers through their organizations and cooperatives to promote their rights to land and waters and forests, their rights to seeds. So basically, we would see women's groups being build their capacity for seed saving in corn, especially, and in rice, and in cooperatives, so that we could not only negotiate for better prices, but cut middle persons or traders, as well as do more value addition and processing for organically produced crops, so that we can get better price for our markets. And for the youth says, we will only farm. We will farm for two things. First, we are inspired because we find meaning in the work. And second, because we know we will get decent incomes to feed our families. The first one is easy. You just say you feed the world with healthy food, diverse food. It's easy. But the second one is hard, how you make the farming earn. So we help the old farmers through the policies so that they can earn, their parents can earn, but at the same time, we provide training on agri enterprises for them to learn the trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much for this. Unfortunately, we are out of time because we have a very tight schedule and we had some technical issues. I'm really sorry to cut this event short. You heard excellent information and guidance from our esteemed panel here, and we hope this is going to be the beginning of a longer conversation happening outside later tonight, in the future, and going on to other COPs. So please do stay tuned and do get in contact with either of these esteemed speakers afterwards and in the future. Thanks to everybody watching online, and thank you to everybody in the room. Good night.
Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry to not be with you in person today, but I am delighted Regen 10 has been part of co-hosting this event. As you may be aware, Regen 10 is a multi-stakeholder initiative which brings together diverse perspectives, including from farmers, landscape and territorial stewards, conservation organizations, and business to help advance and scale regenerative food systems that are inclusive, equitable, and resilient. As you saw from the film and heard from the panelists today, there is so much already being done to advance a regenerative food system that delivers positively for all, but much more is still needed. We've heard directly from farmers and indigenous peoples, not only about the critical work that they've been leading, but the opportunities to deepen this with the right investment and policy environment to support them. It is clear the risks of inaction affect us all, and so the responsibility for action lies with each of us. At Regen 10, we believe that finding the space of alignment across multiple perspectives, farmers, landscape and territorial stewards, biodiversity groups, business, governments, and so many others, is critical for sustained positive change. We have a set of principles that are designed to focus our partnerships actions in support of inclusive, holistic, and equitable transition, and are rooted in the high-level panel of experts principles of agroecology. We believe that farmers, landscape and territorial stewards must be central to the discussion. The need for the experiences, knowledge, and realities of farmers, fishers, foragers, herders, pastoralists must be at the center of regenerative initiatives and policy processes in order to ensure a just food systems transition. Regen 10 is developing an outcomes-based framework to support this in consultation with all of these stakeholder groups. The framework aims to equip all food systems actors with a shared understanding, regardless of terminology, of practices, be they agroecology, nature positive, sustainable, organic, or otherwise, and a North Star that will guide us all to make decisions that accelerate the transition to regenerative and help actors advocate for an enabling environment for positive change. We recognize, and indeed as was mentioned during today's discussions, that the risks and responsibility for transition should be shared across the value chain, ensuring that the burden and cost of transition does not sit solely on the shoulders of farmers, and that farmers' investments are de-risked for short-term losses during initial transition with their impacts mitigated. Thank you to our partners today, IUCN, the UN Foundation, and other sponsors, to those that contributed to the making of this film, to the attendees at this event, and above all, to the farmers and indigenous peoples that through your work and words are showing us why we must work together through deep listening, learning, and collaboration to advance a regenerative food system. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's not working. Is it working? Is it working? Yeah. Just tell us when you want to get people in.
But the question is just, should they also have something to drink inside or just outside? Because
We did that. No, yeah, outside because we did yesterday that and they stay.
contribution to that for launching the Vault facility, the innovation facility, where we're planning to catalyze and to finance new projects and new innovative projects for conservation, which can be combined with some carbon certificates. So just one remark which was really important for me today, what we could contribute here to today's and this year's COP. And I think innovation cooperation is important, but I think as important is to celebrate success. Yeah, because I think from that that brings us a lot of motivation and energy for the future. So I was as happy that we could today, together with IUCN, present the 10-year report on the Tiger project in Asia, which is really, really successful story. We all have learned from a lot and copying that to other parts. Yeah, so that means we as KfW are really committed to biodiversity, to nature conservation. We have a large portfolio, which some of you might know, more than 4 billion, more than 350 projects. And we're proud of that, but we know this is not enough. So we have to do more, and we have to do it in a different way, really, to be able to tackle the challenges ahead of us. Yes, but tonight I think it is about networking, it is about celebrating, it is about being here together, exchanging ideas, views, and just having a good time. I think it's always long, long days we're all experiencing here from early in the morning till late in the night. And I think so we all deserve some good moments and some drinks and some food. But before that, there's one person who stands in between that. And Trevor, we're really pleased that you here as a host, and thank you very, very much to IUCN that we can be in your pavilion tonight to have this celebration, this reception. But please have with us a few words. Thank you very much.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Mrs. Leibach. A really warm welcome to all of you to IUCN's Pavilion. We've been quite proud of having this home from home and a home for all of you to meet here, a home for meeting our members and partners. And they've been really an amazing set of dialogues and events and thoughts and inspiration going on in these small walls. We're really delighted that KfW chose to have this reception here in our pavilion. And as you've just mentioned, we've had a number of events that are focused on the relationship and partnership with KfW, notably this integrated tiger habitat conservation program. And of course, we're also launching new programs, the new Vault Innovation Facility that will help us look at nature-based solutions, leverage on carbon markets while also contributing to conservation. These are only two of our important collaborations. We've been working hand in hand with KfW to address some of the most pressing challenges facing our planet, restoring ecosystems, conserving biodiversity, and improving livelihoods. And I could add, from a personal point of view, that our work, for example, on innovative mechanisms like the IUCN Green List, supported by KfW in Central America, so important for giving us the confidence to move forward. So it's catalytic roles, I think, that we're talking about. Partnerships, becoming friends, actually, and trying to figure out problems all together. Our collaboration is built on our shared values and commitment and yields tangible results on the ground, but also demonstrates the power of working together and what we can do more, how we can learn from what we're doing, how we can translate that and scale it up into all of our practice areas. Germany is one of IUCN's most important partners. So it's KfW, but also your colleagues in the other branches. Our engagement with the bank, with the Ministry of Development Cooperation, with the Ministry of Environment, and GIZ have benefited all of us. I can depart from Gretel's concept here to my very first trip out of South Africa was under the auspices of the Deutsche Stiftung für Entwicklung. Maybe it was 30 years ago. And so we are still working with some of the same partners that we bump into every day here. So thank you so much, Mrs. Leibach, for our collaboration and your commitment, all of you. And of course, to all of you here who are part of implementing what we are doing. As we look to the future, we're confident that our partnership will continue to develop really impactful solutions that benefit people and nature, that benefit people, with nature. And so this is an open invitation to all of you that the Pavilion is still here. Come around and see what's going on. There are many more interesting processes that are involved. And Mrs. Leibach has graciously invited me to invite you to join us all for a drink and some snacks outside, or dinner, maybe. A lot of us haven't managed to stop to eat or drink anything, so please enjoy the evening with us. So thank you again and congratulations.